Guidelines for opening a terrifying influencer store. Introduction. This section provides an overview of the topic, setting the stage for the detailed discussions that follow. A sweetener who has repeatedly failed at investments. A upstanding Taoist of the Xingyi lineage. A funeral. Makeup artist who is a solo parent. A university graduate just entering the workforce. Can these four people transform a haunted house that claimed for lives into a popular sweet shop? Chapter 1, No. 29, Guanyin Lane. It turns out that there's not much you can't do if you're willing to take a leap. On the first day of checking into number 29 Guanyin Lane, I went to the supermarket and brought back 6 bottles of beer. Drunk, I made a bold stroke and wrote up an employment notice. Now hiring 3 pastry shop attendants, including accommodation and meals. I finished writing and then added another sentence. In thought. Job requirements, brave and cautious, major matched. Good luck ensured, no worries or burdens. Signature, a dream of yellow millet. That evening, I posted the job listing and also advertised it online. After drinking 4 bottles of beer to numb my mind, I stumbled onto the sofa on the first floor. In the end, I was too afraid to go up to the second floor bathroom for a shower. As for why I made my current store so unimpressive, it all has to do with the closure of my previous store. About 2.5 weeks ago, I left the cat cafe I had run for 6 months when my landlord suddenly increased the rent. On a bleak and rainy night, I fled with 8 cats, ending up on the streets. That evening, my plastic sister Bai Liu came to pick up all the cats. Before leaving, she also handed me a business card for a property manager and told me that this person had an extremely affordable listing. If I still wanted to invest for the 8th time, this house would be the perfect choice for me. It is obvious that it is different from my brother, who is a big injustice who goes bankrupt. My sister Bai Liu is a serious Yujiang Dong Mingzhu. She is young and worth enough to buy 4 of me. Her investment advice is comparable to Buffett's breakfast. So the next day, I made an appointment with manager, who on the business card to go to see the house. And at the time, I never thought that this rather affordable apartment would be located in Guanyin. For all the indigenous residents of Yujiang, Guanyin is a mixed blessing as a landmark. It's notorious for its street of fancy restaurants that take advantage of out-of-towners along Yujiang Avenue, yet its fame is too great to ignore, especially given its location by the river. After disembarking from ferries and cable cars, visitors can't help but drop by, making it an unavoidable destination over time. Consequently, the real estate prices here have escalated to unaffordable levels for me. On my first house viewing, manager who was nearly half an hour late. While waiting, I enjoyed a bowl of what was purportedly a century-old snack called cold rice worm in the food street. I only managed to eat about a third before losing my appetite. This made me wonder how something as unappealing as this rock-like brown sugar and sandy rice worm could be sold for 31 bowls at such a price, fittingly making it the top tourist attraction of Yujiang. As long as proper marketing is in place, even a shoe sole stir-fried with chili oil could become a family heirloom-level internet sensation. We waited for a long time, and manager who finally arrived tardily. At first, I thought it was because the house he was showing had been very popular. However, when he led me deep into the desolate depths of Guanyin Alley, my heart grew cold as well. Hell's Kitchen wouldn't open if it didn't have customers. But this remote spot seems to fear even that. Even human meat buns need someone to eat them, right? In this damned place, there isn't even a single cigarette. But on the trash cans, let alone any humans. Seeing my expression wasn't quite right, Manager Who smiled and said, "It is a bit off the beaten path. But nowadays, don't we all have navigation? Good wine needs no bush, young people will find their way." Ha ha. I smiled, thinking that even the deepest scent would be undetectable to a dog. Indeed, the deepest trap here is still your real estate agent schemes. After walking for nearly 15 minutes, Manager Who finally stopped in front of a standalone two-story shop at a crossroads. If we must say that the food street ahead is like the red mark on the Bodhisattva Guanin's forehead, then my current position could be likened to a black mole on her foot. During the dog days of summer, the cicadas nearby were making a loud noise. However, there was nothing else, no calls or voices. I looked around and found that apart from No. 29, not a single shop door was open in the vicinity. A bit further away, an old sign for DNGZ Hotpot hadn't been removed yet, and from that direction I could hear several clear barks of dogs. Manager Who said, "You'd better not go to the front area. There are feral dogs that have made their dens there, and the security guards don't bother to handle it. Now they are in such a large group that tourists even feed them, making them fatter and more aggressive." A few years ago, when I first started my business, within a 300-meter radius where there was only a dog and no people, it would have been unbearable for me. But as the saying goes, even heroes can bow to poverty. So with Manager Who opening the door, I quickly calculated the remaining funds in my hand. After 7 devastating failures, all that was left of the startup capital given by my sister was essentially a do-or-die scenario. If I were to fail once more, it would mean saying goodbye to my pastry career forever. I couldn't help asking, Manager Who, I just want to know, did the previous tenant who opened a business here make any money? Who struggled with the lockpick, there's no. I mean, he won't rent it out until it hasn't opened for business yet. I was taken aback. These days, rent is usually paid 3 months in advance, and 1 month held as a deposit. Here was someone so generous that they didn't even ask for the deposit. Just as I was about to ask more, with a loud creaking sound, the roller shutter door of number 29 opened before me. Although there was still a glass door inside, I could already see into the interior clearly. Compared to my previous storefront, No. 29 had a more outdated and dim interior. The gloomy room was neatly arranged with several grey tables and chairs. The cash register and various decorative items were all in place. Even remnants of old posters advertising long-forgotten celebrities still hung on the walls. Their eyes were unnaturally enlarged by false eyelids. Faces pale as snow, grinning wide as they greeted customers at the entrance. It seems that this place hasn't changed at all since the previous homeowner moved out. Manager Who smiled and pushed open the glass door beside me, filling my nose with a damp, musty odor. He said the previous owner had planned to open a small noodle shop but didn't get around to it, leaving behind some kitchen equipment. Mr. Bye, you can take a look when you have a moment. They are all metal and should still be usable. Any kitchenware? I was stunned. At the price quoted by the other party, I thought that the so-called decoration was mung bean soup from college. Putting 2 mung beans in a pot of water was called soup. Similarly, putting a few plastic stools in a hairy room was considered soft decoration. As a result, there were not only soft decorations, but also accessories. Where did the Bodhisattva come from whom he came to Earth to engage in real estate. Who Len said, Mr. Bye, I didn't have a chance to tell you about the specifics earlier. The 29th tenant did do some renovations, but it wasn't the previous tenant. To be precise, it should have been the first tenant who did the work, which was around 7 or 8 years ago. Since then, the renovations haven't changed much at all. All the furniture is still in place. If you decide to rent, you can basically just unpack and move right in. Luggage included. For a moment, my mind was occupied solely by these 4 dazzling and impressive characters. I don't understand, to the point of being profoundly shaken. After being a sucker for so long, what kind of tribulations have I endured? From getting scammed on wall materials during renovations, to facing sudden rent hikes that forced me to flee with my cat onto the streets, and even having customers complain about chocolate allergies after ordering a brownie. These kinds of losses are just the tip of the iceberg. With so many hard lessons learned when faced with the opportunity to rent a 150 square meter apartment for only 7,500 yuan and have all the furniture and soft decorations included, I couldn't believe my eyes. It seemed too good to be true. This isn't even a pie falling from the sky, it's a full table of Manchu and in banquet worth 7,500 yuan. Guanyanli. Even if there are only dogs within 300 meters. Bai Yan. Do you still need your bicycle? My heart raced as I wandered around the first floor for a few minutes. As manager who had said, everything was well stocked. Here, even behind the cash register, there was a hidden reclining chair that could almost be considered a lying down spot. I reached out to touch it and found no dust on the chair, only a few strands of hair. Mr. Who also noticed the recliner at this moment. His face stiffened for a moment before he awkwardly smiled and said, the house has been empty for too long. With all these items still here, it's inevitable that the real estate agent would come over to rest. Of course, you will get new keys once Mr. Bai moves in. I didn't respond, or perhaps I was too cautious to speak freely for fear that manager who might catch onto my inner schemes. I circled around to the back of the kitchen and quickly spotted the narrow, steep staircase, so narrow that 2 people couldn't walk side by side, and it plunged down as if cut straight into the ceiling on the first floor. The end was a door framed in white with frosted glass, revealing a deep, dark interior. I asked manager who is the floor above us for private rooms. For some reason, manager whose face suddenly turned somewhat gloomy. He hesitated for a moment before saying, the upstairs can be used as living space, including the first floor. It consists of 4 bedrooms, 1 living room, 2 bathrooms, and a kitchen. He said this, and without a second thought, I rushed up the stairs. After all, at 7,500 yuan, it was hard to rent even 1 room in Guanyanli under normal circumstances. I sprinted up, and as soon as I reached the second floor, the light dimmed and the temperature seemed to drop by a couple of degrees. The atmosphere on the second floor was completely different from that on the first floor. This old house didn't have the clever layout of a modern villa, lacking an aesthetic appeal. The second floor consisted of a long corridor that ran straight through, with walls cracked and discolored grey. 4 bedrooms were scattered along it, leading to a bathroom at the end. I tried opening one of the bedroom doors but found them locked. After turning the handles a couple of times unsuccessfully, I gave up. Just by taking a glance, you can see that the area Here is almost double that of a cat cafe. Moreover, I can live right in the store, saving me the cost of renting an apartment elsewhere and allowing me to allocate more funds towards purchasing ingredients like cream and butter. Just thinking about it, I almost wanted to rush over and have the person sign a contract immediately. If I found that the door wouldn't open, I would only think that it was just a small trick by the real estate agent. When manager who climbed up behind me, I couldn't wait to say, "Manager who, do you have the keys to the rooms on the second floor? Can I take a look at the room layout?" One could say that a poor person has low aspirations. At this point, I'm so unlucky that the moment I find a good deal, I desperately want to hold on to it tightly, fearing that someone else might snatch it away from me. I couldn't hide my excitement. Following the usual procedure, manager who must have been toasting with champagne by now, thinking of me in this state. But when I turned around, I found manager who standing in a shadowy area, his expression giving me an ominous feeling that I didn't like at all. He didn't smile, not even in my direction. His eyes were fixed straight behind me as if someone were standing there. Grown up with the fear of horror movies thanks to my sister dragging me along, I'm unusually timid. The sight of him made goosebumps break out on my skin. As I turned around abruptly, the bathroom mirror was facing us, reflecting faint glimmers in the dim light, revealing manager who's pale face. How can there be a real estate manager who looks gloomy? As if the house is about to be sold when he knows it's going to be sold. A shiver ran through me for no apparent reason. Now, I couldn't bear to stare at the bathroom any longer, nor could I afford to have my back facing that direction. I turned my body and leaned against the wall. The coolness instantly seeped into my spine through my thin t-shirt. It suddenly dawned on me, room 29 hadn't paid its electricity bill for the month, yet the temperature on the second floor felt like it had air conditioning on. Was that logical? Looking at manager whose hesitant expression, a suspicion began to form in my mind just as he spoke. "Mr. Bye, I do indeed have the key to the second floor room, but before we open the door, there's something else I need to tell you about Unit 29. After all, it's one of our obligations as real estate agents to inform buyers about the objective conditions of the property. This translation maintains the natural flow and accurately conveys the context and tone of the original Chinese sentence. Mr. who took 2 steps closer, and I noticed his expression became even more unnatural. He kept shifting his gaze between me and the mirror behind me, as if he were extremely uncomfortable and fidgety. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, manager who seemed to have prepared himself psychologically before speaking softly, "Mr. Bye, the previous homeowner didn't actually stop renting. It's just that 3 months ago, she ended her life by cutting her wrists in the bathroom behind you." Chapter 02 Job Posting. Leaving Guanyin Village. I didn't even dare to go home. I hailed a taxi and headed straight for Luohan Temple. By the Yu River, the only place open for evening prayers. Upon entering, I bought a 288 yuan piece incense and stood in the wind for 20 minutes in front of the incense offerings, allowing myself to be seasoned like a radish, fully imbued with the spirit of the place. When I was a child, my sister told me that there were over 500 arhats enshrined here. Clearly, it wouldn't be appropriate to worry about martial virtue in this situation, no matter what evil spirits or demons might be lurking in those rooms. I hoped they would face a righteous group assault. So, cheap things do come with a catch, and capitalists Are always capitalists on Singles Day. Jack Ma was not a bodhisattva. By the same token, someone renting out a 150 square meter apartment for 7,500 yuan isn't engaged in charity. They are engaging in a business transaction. Manager who said that no. 29 Guanyin was not just the scene of one death. In addition to the previous suicide by cutting wrists, there were also 2 cases of falls down the stairs, and 1 case of carbon monoxide poisoning. Without exception, every tenant of this house ended up dying inside it. After the 29th district was renovated into a commercial area, 4 bodies were removed from it. Had things gone differently, I would have been the 5th. It's clear that manager who still has a bit of compassion in him. Otherwise, given the typical nature of real estate agents, one would expect this incident to be spun as having some historical and cultural significance. After all, they usually wouldn't reveal such a heavy burden on their first encounter with a client. After getting home, I couldn't help feeling gloomy as I held the Buddhist beads I bought from the Luo Han's temple in my hand. I vented to my plastic sister about how she introduced such a creepy place to me and cursed for a good 20 minutes. But when it was over, Bai Liu simply said to me, "A house with a dark history. Isn't that better?" Before I could react, she had taken the upper hand and began to criticize my lack of business acumen. Word for word as follows. Guanyin. That place has the most fools in all of Yujian. Just throw up any gimmick and people will fall for it. What with its supposed heritage brands, petting goats and alpacas, Yujian little capital city, and Guanyin. Little Greece, why do you need to be the 29th a little cursed house? Those handsome and beautiful folks aren't as scared of death, they can go on a scary house tour after eating a piece of cake and take lots of photos too. Post on Xiaohongshu. Isn't that enough already? I was dissatisfied and retorted it with the card of family affection, but 4 people died in that ghost place. Are you not afraid that I will become the next one? Am I still your brother? Bai Liu was clearly still at the table, and in the background there was a drunkard praising her slender waist and long legs. As a result, half of her anger transferred to me, and she began berating me from head to toe. If you believed in this and still kept investing after 7 consecutive failures, would you? A haunted house that claimed 4 lives might not even have the bad luck of yours. Stinking brat, 1 sentence, making money is gambling. Only by daring to bet can you possibly win. To be honest, my sister clearly has some natural talent for pyramid schemes. Hearing her out is worth more than a decade of pie. After chatting with her that night, I couldn't sleep. A wink. In the first half of the night, I kept thinking, I've already burned incense worth 288 yuan and bought beads for 488 yuan. If I were to let go of this place now, it would be like getting fancy gear in a game, only to abandon it halfway through. Then, by the second half of the night, my rational thoughts took over. After all, Bai Yang is a proud advocate of modern materialism, and even after closing 7 trendy stores, she still persists stubbornly despite being broke. So, what are a few ghosts supposed to scare me about? I spent the night suffering through it, and the next morning, I went to manager who with 2 huge black eye circles under my eyes. I stuffed him with 2 cigarettes and grabbed his hand, looking him straight in the eye. I sincerely said, Manager who, I would like to purchase the house from yesterday. Could you possibly give me a discounted price? 2 weeks later, I moved into No. 29 Guanyin. Human nature is full of hypocrisy. Before stepping through the door, I was a firm believer In Man Can Conquer Nature, a relentless warrior. But within half an hour, all those horror movies my little sister had forced me to watch began flashing before my eyes. Unable to endure any longer, I went out and bought 6 bottles of beer. The consequences of drinking until I blacked out were evident when someone broke my roller shutter door and woke me up the next morning. I was in a state as if I had been struck by lightning. When I opened the door, there was a tall and thin uncle with a serious face standing outside. At first glance, he looked like an insurance seller. He handed over a business card without saying a word. Before I could react, I could already squeeze in from me and turned my eyes to the stairs hidden behind the kitchen without saying a word. I only realized later on that I had posted the job advertisement last night. Indeed, I did say that the job should be related to their expertise, but what I meant was that I hoped they would deal with cream puffs, not that they would show up like Ling Zengyin. My emotions became complex all of a sudden, and I wasn't sure how to approach the situation. However, before I could react, the Taoist spoke first. His voice just as serious as his expression. So, this place is indeed an ominous dwelling. I hadn't realized the severity of that statement at the time, and I was momentarily stunned. Can you really tell that? The Taoist walked directly to the staircase, where it was said 2 people had died by falling. He extended his slender fingers to lightly stroke the wooden handrail and then twirled them slightly. This place isn't very clean. If you want to open a shop here, some preparations might be necessary, otherwise, big trouble could lie ahead. I wasn't quite sure about his intentions yet, but at least in the show, when the Taoist suddenly passed by your doorstep and said there was a fox spirit in your household, it couldn't be taken lightly. So I asked cautiously, "May I ask who you are?" I saw the job posting, and these days it's rare to find work that perfectly matches one's skills. Even monks have to eat. The Taoist nodded calmly, as if he had just returned from the mortal world. He took out a transmission certificate from Mount Mao and handed it to me. Upon flipping through it, I found that it was quite official, with the names of the transmitters, recommenders, and supervisors written on it. The date revealed that this person had actually been a Taoist for 10 years. His true name was Hansha, while his Dharma name was Hansani. He said with a faint smile. I looked at the terms you offered, all expenses paid, relevant to my major. Those are deal breakers for me. I thought they fit, so here I am. If you need it, I can also share some of my previous professional experience with you. Perhaps it was the confidence in his words, but at that moment, I felt as though I was the one seeking employment. Before I could say anything, suddenly, a clear muffled sound came from directly above us on the 2nd floor, as if something had been heavily dropped onto the ground. What sound is that? I shivered involuntarily. The source of the noise was clearly the bathroom. But there was no window in the bathroom. Moreover, I hadn't bathed in this room last night. My toiletries were still in the box. What on earth could be moving in that empty room? The entire room fell silent, and both the Taoist monk and I stood still in a strange silence for a few seconds. Then, suddenly, the old Taoist rapidly formed a hand gesture with his hands and muttered, "Trouble." With 2 swift strides, he seemed to fly up the stairs, heading directly for the 2nd floor. Hello. I never expected that a man in his 40s would be so quick. I couldn't even catch up to him. By the time I reached the upstairs, he was already inside the bathroom, standing motionless with his back against the mirror, softly muttering to himself. What are you doing? Just thinking about the bathroom where a person died 3 months ago sends a chill down my spine. Manager who didn't provide many details, but he mentioned that when the police arrived, the bathtub was completely crimson. The tenant, having lost too much blood, looked so pale that they appeared like a bloated plastic mannequin bobbing in water. The bathroom in the old house, of course, did not have a dry-wet separation. The Taoist priest's wash basin was next to the toilet, and it was only inside that one found the bathtub and shower head. In other words, the bathtub's location absolutely concealed, hidden in the deepest part of the house. From my vantage point, I couldn't see anything inside the bathroom. It was just an instinctive feeling that the Taoist was speaking to something else within there. What are you really doing? She asked. I asked for the second time, but the Taoist did not answer me. Instead, his voice grew louder and more tremulous with each word until, finally, I could make out the last phrase: debt collector, tormentor, reaper of lives, those who hear this curse shall perish, those who hear this curse shall die. Although my first 28 years of life were not without their setbacks, I had never experienced anything quite like this. My legs trembled as I took 2 steps forward, and before long, I discovered another terrifying fact. As Henshaw recited the incantation, his body was actually slowly turning towards the bathtub. This movement was extremely unnatural, more like someone was pulling him rather than him moving on his own. Despite his intense resistance and keeping his eyes closed throughout, Henshaw could not avoid being pulled slightly in the direction of the bathtub. There was something compelling the Taoist to meet its gaze directly. To die. I couldn't even begin to imagine what might be standing in the direction of the bathtub. As Henshaw was being pulled and turned halfway around, I bit my lip and forced myself to rush forward to try and pull him back. Just then, it seemed as if someone had yanked Henshaw toward the bathtub with great force. He stumbled and his tall, slender figure vanished behind the door. Oh my God! My mind buzzed. It's one thing to move into a haunted house, but watching it become even more so is another entirely. After all, before it was someone else's property. Now it's my life, every square foot paid for with hard-earned money. I leaped forward in a swift motion and reached the bathroom door. Inside, I heard a violent coughing fit. Henshaw was kneeling by the edge of the bathtub, and as he coughed, blood splattered onto the pristine white porcelain rim. My scalp tingled as I grabbed his shoulders and flipped him over. Henshaw's face was streaked with blood, and he had drawn a series of symbols resembling a face rolling on a keyboard in the bathtub using the blood. He pushed me roughly away and shouted, "Go." We stumbled out of the bathroom, and the Taoist, with blood all over his face, slammed the door shut. He tied the doorknob with a red string from his wrist, as if something was trying to burst out from inside. "What on earth is it?" I asked him. However, Henshaw was too busy to answer me at that moment. In the pitch-black darkness, the handle he was gripping suddenly shook. I sucked in a cold breath and wanted to help him. But Henshaw clenched his teeth and refused. He pressed his body against the door, and after the handle trembled 4 or 5 times, it finally settled down. It was only then that I realized my back was drenched in cold sweat. With everything finally calm, the Taoist let out a sigh of relief. He panted like he had lost all his strength and leaned against the door, saying, "They should have left by now." I asked, "What is gone?" Henshaw glanced at me and said, "You have no idea." About this place yet you still want to buy it. Are you a rich fool? It's hard to believe that this person is a job applicant. I almost choked on my words. The Taoist shook his head and said, "We can't use this room for now. The door must not be opened, or the next person who enters will suffer the same fate. We need to wait until my blood has fully dried before allowing anyone in. Let's go downstairs to talk. Professionals have spoken and I no longer dare to linger on the second floor." I followed him back downstairs, feeling a deep sense of melancholy as I thought about how ominous this house has become. Haunted in front of the Taoist priest is like playing cards in front of the head teacher and taking drugs in front of the police. It is a naked provocation. It is hard to imagine that there are some monsters in the room that are specifically picking up the tower at this time. It is really arrogant. After doing this, Hansha's white shirt was completely ruined. I helped him stop the nosebleed and was about to ask what was going on upstairs when, at this terribly inopportune moment, someone gently tapped me on the back. Chapter 3: Intense Group Interviews. In the summer, his clothes were thin and I felt the fingers of that hand were slender and cold, like those of a woman. An involuntary shiver ran through me before I realized it, and my entire body had already leaped to hide behind Hansha. Once I poked my head out from behind the Taoist, I realized that she was actually a girl who stood about a head shorter than me. She must have arrived at some point without anyone noticing, as she was sitting in a corner seat, which meant neither Hansha nor I had seen her. Surprisingly, the girl is quite beautiful with both a good face and figure, though her attire is rather dull. As a self-proclaimed face enthusiast, it's heartbreaking where this attitude leads me. If the other person has at least an okay-looking face, even if they are a female ghost, I'd consider befriending them. At that moment, seeing their shy demeanor, I immediately blanked out everything from just a moment ago and approached to strike up a conversation. "Hi there. What's your name?" The girl extended her hand and said, "My name is Song Nanshi. I came to apply for a position. They mentioned that it should be relevant to my field of expertise. I was previously working in funeral makeup, so I'm not sure if that's acceptable." I opened my mouth, looked down at that clean hand, and thought of how it was usually used to sew up bodies. The word "no" had already formed on my lips, but as soon as I met the girl's unadorned yet striking eyes, before I could speak, my words automatically changed to "Besides a good match in terms of professional expertise, do you have any other skills that would be suitable for a dessert shop?" The girl blinked, thought for a moment, and suddenly picked up her bag. On it were several ceramic figurines resembling Sunny Day dolls, snow white in color but each with different clothes and expressions, looking particularly cute and chubby. The girl said, "I don't make desserts, but I like to practice drawing this kind of thing. Can I do it for practice?" My scalp tingled and I nearly dropped the doll on the ground. Before I could say anything, 2 more knocks sounded at the door, and a tall boy poked his head in. "Boss, are you hiring anyone here?" Who would have thought that such an unreliable job posting could actually attract applicants, and all of them looking sharp and well-groomed? A chill ran through me. "You're not related to the funeral business, are you? Is your family in charge of a crematorium?" The boy shook his head. "No, my name is Jen. I just graduated this year and have no work experience. Before, I came here just to take a chance. Boss, do you think someone like me could fit in? I was at a loss for words. Given that today's college students are brave enough to apply for such jobs, it seems that the job is indeed in high demand. I then asked, why would a serious university student want to work in a place like mine? He finished speaking as the person walked in, scratching his head apologetically. Boss, this isn't some inappropriate job. My home situation is special and I can't stay late, since I want to stay local in Eugene. That's why I haven't been able to take up any of the previous offers. Can't work overtime. My dad became unable to move his lower body after an accident, and my mom's health has also been affected by taking care of him. She doesn't sleep well at night. Going back too often might disturb their rest, but renting a place outside is too expensive. I want to visit them frequently and save money to support the family. When I saw that your service includes accommodation and meals, I decided to give it a try. Boys do indeed have the advantage of their good looks, especially for someone like me who is a bit of a face worshipper. Having this innocent-looking college student's face makes it hard not to feel sympathetic when discussing such matters. But since this will be my last time running a store, I can't let sentimentality about wanting to have an older father figure influence my hiring criteria. So I asked, so what do you think qualifies you for this position? The boy said without blinking, when I was a child, my dad and I encountered an accident. As a result, I am standing here well now. Outsiders say that I am very hard-earned. Don't you think so, boss? I opened my mouth but couldn't say anything. Even if I had worked at Dahune supermarket for 10 years, facing such a face and this level of ugliness, it would be hard not to soften my heart, right? I comforted myself with Bailu's words, one needs to find handsome or beautiful bros and sis, both, to attract customers externally and to suppress the female ghosts internally. At least that way, one wouldn't lose out on anything. At this moment, I deeply reflected on my status as a color enthusiast in my heart. Just as I was about to wave my hand and claim both of them, the Taoist suddenly interjected coldly. This house is too ominous. Are you sure you want to continue renting it to open a store? Clearly, he was reminding me of what had just happened. At the right moment, I had to put the other two people aside and asked, what's in there above? The Taoist remained calm and said, it should be a woman who died of blood loss. If I had stayed in there any longer, I would have bled to death as well. If you had gone in just now, it would have been even worse. Thinking about the tenant who had attempted suicide 3 months ago, a chill ran up my spine as I asked, did you see her? The Taoist nodded. I saw her when you first arrived. She was standing by the staircase. Thank heavens you were sleeping downstairs last night. Otherwise, you might have died suddenly in your sleep. Explosive body. Silent throughout, Song Nanshi suddenly chimed in. This is quite uncommon. I've only heard my master mention it before, but that was when it was shattered by an explosion, making it extremely difficult to repair, basically just a patchwork job. Is it the annihilation of humanity or the degradation of morals that enables you to utter such cold words? With a mouth at 37 degrees Celsius. Just thinking about the bloody face behind the frosted glass on the second floor staring at me when I passed out on the first floor gave me a shiver. She asked, so you're saying she left somewhere, and will she come back? Unsure, Hensha shook his head tiredly. Strangers trigger them, and the situation gets worse with more people. Now that they've left, it's not certain they won't return in the future. The state of this house is worse than I thought. After hearing this, even the materialist iron-blooded warrior was trembling. How could I have thought that this house was so difficult to deal with? I could only hope Linzenging in front of me is there a way to cure it? This place has indeed died before, and it is because of this that I have to ask for a strong horoscope. In recruitment. Hansha frowned and thought for a moment before reluctantly saying, so you do provide food and lodging. I was shocked, so you're still talking about applying for the job with me? Han Shui nodded naturally and reasonably. I usually get paid for doing things like this. Given the issues with your house, wouldn't it be more economical for you to hire me as a long-term worker? Or do you plan on calling me every time there's a problem? He spoke with such earnestness that it actually made sense at first glance. However, having been misled too many times, I immediately sensed that the Taoist was genuinely trying to secure a job with me. On the spot, I decided to give his proposal another chance. I wondered aloud, how can I assess your professional level? I haven't studied Taoism, and you can't perform a 5 thunderstorms strike in front of me. What if the house issues aren't resolved after you leave? Can I really give you a bad review? Upon hearing this, Hansha raised an eyebrow in surprise before nodding slightly as if he understood. However, his expression remained calm and composed. That's true, we don't have Yelp or TripAdvisor in our line of work. I might not be able to solve the issue with your house. But even if I can't do it, my colleagues wouldn't be able to either. If you want to see my expertise, why don't you let me give you a look at your home? Ah. I was left dumbfounded. The Taoist's hand, however, had already covered his, and it was large and powerful, with firm fingers that were perfect for kneading leather gloves. Hansha traced the bone beneath my eyebrows and continued downward. When his fingertips reached the sides of my nose, I caught a faint scent of medicine on them. The Taoist pondered for a moment before stating confidently, your mother passed away early in life, and you have an unsatisfactory relationship with your father. In the household, there should be another woman who is both intelligent and affluent, having been divorced once. She would either be your wife, or your sister or younger sister. Just give me Bai Liu's ID number directly. I was dumbfounded and couldn't help asking, how did you notice that? Hansha looks at me and says, are you trying to tell me that you can make money from me? I was speechless, so he continued to touch my chin and used one hand to break my face, as if teasing a good woman. Finally, the Taoist priest suddenly nodded in confusion and said strangely, why do you want to buy this haunted house and open a dessert shop? With your fate, if you do business related to chili, it should be more. Stop calculating anymore. I suddenly got a brainstorm and quickly broke free from Hansha's grip, rubbing my face as I said, all right. All right, I get it that you're powerful. From now on, this is personal, and I only keep my moments visible for 3 days. You'd better not try to touch me or meddle in my affairs anymore. Although I have no idea how he calculated it, this isn't something I want to see come to light. I can't help feeling regret for bringing this up. Keeping a Taoist priest in the shop wouldn't have been harmful to me either way. Even if he's mediocre, his presence could serve as part of the haunted atmosphere for me. I sighed and said, this store is very important to me. If you could help me. Before he could finish speaking, another set of footsteps came from the staircase. The handsome young guy who had come for the interview waved his hands as he walked down from upstairs. Seeing us three looking up in unison, he was taken aback for a moment before feeling guilty. I drank too much water this morning and used the restroom briefly. Boss, is that okay? I only realized just now that this kid had silently gone upstairs to use the bathroom. When I looked and saw moisture on Hee-Jen's hands, my blood pressure instantly soared and I glared and said, "Did you open the door to the upstairs bathroom?" Hee-Jen wondered aloud, "There's nobody inside, right?" I took a deep breath, thinking that this is more than just a tough horoscope. This is simply a horror movie protagonist's physique, which is specialized in opening wherever he can't open it. The Taoist priest rushed up, grabbed the handsome guy and looked back and forth, and asked, "There is no place for you to bleed, right?" The young man blushed, "I'm still young and I don't have those kinds of problems." The Taoist then asked, "Have you seen anything?" The young guy looked bewildered. "Just. There was a bit of darkness in the bathroom." "Did you just have a nosebleed, bro?" "I saw it, and it was pretty artistic in the bathtub." Hansha, however, was on high alert and wouldn't let go, adopting an attitude as if they were about to leave at any moment. "It might also be internal bleeding. Do you feel any discomfort anywhere?" So Hee-Jen ran his hands over himself, but still shook his head. "I don't feel any discomfort, I just feel like this time I might finally find a job. My heart is beating pretty fast." Just as things were at a standstill, Song Nanshi walked over. She scrutinized Hee-Jen's face closely, and this move effectively froze him in place. It's not really Hee-Jen's fault, after all. The way this girl looks at people is entirely different from anything I've ever seen. She gets so close that she's practically invading personal space by social standards. Almost as if she wants to count the number of eyelashes on someone's eyes. There should be no internal bleeding. After looking at it for a full minute, Song Nanshi made his judgment. The capillaries in the face are very engorged. Even if there is bleeding, it's not severe and won't be life-threatening. It was only then that I realized this girl was a makeup artist for the deceased, someone who was most familiar with human faces, albeit those of the dead. Of course, no matter how close she got to them, the dead wouldn't flinch. Of course, Hee-Jen was unaware of Song Nanshi's profession. He took several steps back, his face flushing as he stammered, "What's really going on? I don't have any such issues. Besides, do you guys require such high standards for your employees' physical fitness?" It turns out that's the case. The Taoist, who had been observing Hee-Jen all along, suddenly realized something. He nodded and asked, "Little brother, are you a virgin?" Chapter 04, Exorcism Deluxe Package. "Who with?" Hee-Jen asked in surprise. "Boy," Hansha circled around him, thinking, the young energy is full, but it can break the evil spirits. No wonder he entered that room without any harm. I was taken aback as I saw Hee-Jen lower his head in embarrassment. I didn't expect this guy to look pretty decent and still be rather conservative. Then I realized, knowing that a drop of childhood urine can nullify myriad techniques, how could someone who makes their living from cultivation not know the importance of male chastity? I was just relying on a nosebleed to keep up the facade. Earlier, I stared at Hansha, who guessed what I was thinking, and still wore his serious expression. "I am not a Taoist of the complete reality school, so I can eat meat and get married and start a family. I have a daughter, and I also need to support my family on a daily basis. In other words, Taoists also have to earn money for baby formula and pay Huabei bills, who among Us is not a corporate drone. I sighed and said, so you're saying that as long as is around, plus you, my house is saved. The Taoist nodded. If he still remains a virgin, the success rate will be much higher. I'll do my best to try. Logically, someone in their 20s should be at the prime of their youth and vigor. There's not much I can do about it. Just as I was thinking how to handle this, lo and behold, He-Jian, this brat, proved to be utterly lacking in character by being greedy for money. Upon hearing about the job, he nodded vigorously like a pestle pounding into mortar. Boss, you can rest assured. Right now, I'm busy making money and also taking care of my family, so I don't have any spare time. As long as you give me this job, I'll do anything. Rest assured. This settled 2 employees for the store, leaving us 1 short. I turned to Song Nan, the girl beside me. While her profession might seem a bit grim, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. With 1 Taoist and a funeral makeup artist by our side, cosmetology for sending off the dead, the former dealing with spiritual exorcisms and the latter with physical means, we could create an atmosphere befitting a haunted house right there and then. At this time, I had already made up my mind to take all 3 of them away, but Hansha took the lead again and said, this girl can tell that her horoscope is very strong when she looks at her face, which does meet your requirements. However, she has been exposed to many evil things that are dead and evil in the past, and it is easy to attract evil. The house is already dark enough. If the person who moved in is wrong and is not done well, you will really have blood disasters in the future. Hansha spoke rather directly, and with him saying that, the girl's shoulders visibly slumped. As a dog who adores his face, how could I bear to watch this? I glanced at the Taoist. It's your job to prevent me from experiencing any blood-related misfortunes. Don't slack off. By this point, I had already come to terms with the situation. Since it was already a haunted place, I might as well make the most of it and turn it into something big and spectacular. I could aim to make Guan in Ali's first haunted mansion a household name, striving to catch up with Japanese, Korean, and American horror phenomena, and even striking fear into the hearts of The Grudge and The Shining. The Taoist practitioner gave me a slight jab and said, matter-of-factly, life and death are predetermined. I thought he was just adding to my stress and replied, the store opens in a week. You can move in a few days early if you want. I'll pay you as usual, but for now we won't be contributing to your 5 insurances and 1 fund. You know what that means, more money in hand. Please don't stab me in the back. To be honest, my investment luck has been terrible. I've lost on every mutual fund purchase, and this is my 8th store. It needs to survive for at least half a year before any of us can hope to stay here long term. I came out and told the truth, expecting some objections from others. Instead, these 3 people immediately nodded in agreement, which felt suspicious to me. I instantly became wary. Do you really not care about the 5 insurances and 1 fund? Hansha shrugged. I am a freelancer, roving wherever I please, and I have flexible employment social insurance. He-Jian chuckled and said, just having a job after graduating from university is already great. How could I be so choosy? I turned to look at Song Nan Shire. While her original job wasn't exactly glamorous, it was a legitimate and stable government position, like a permanent contract. So why would she suddenly quit her secure job to come work for me? Wasn't she here to experience some kind of earthbound life? After looking at it for a while, Song Nan couldn't hold back and whispered, I was originally just a contract worker. My family wanted me to get a permanent position, but if I keep working like this, I might end up single for the rest of my life. Then it dawned on me, and the beauty looked deflated. I quickly comforted her, it's just that they lack good judgment, they only focus on appearance and ignore inner beauty. Now that you are here, your skills won't go to waste. Can you mass-produce the doll you showed me just now? To be honest, in the first 20-something years of my life, the woman I interacted with the most was Bai Liu, who is known for having 800 wits. I was already well accustomed to the fact that beautiful women often say one thing and mean another. Initially, I thought Song Nanshi would follow this pattern as well. But to my surprise, once I finished speaking, the girl's eyes lit up like a golden retriever that had just heard it was about to go for a walk. Song Nanshi nodded repeatedly, sure. I have plenty of samples on hand. If not enough, I can buy more. And my handwriting is very fast. Even if it's real people, I can draw a dozen or more every day without any problem. I shivered at the feeling. To put it plainly, it was like when your dog comes bounding in with what looks like a stick, only to reveal, upon closer inspection, that it's actually a human femur. I didn't know how to continue encouraging her at the moment, so I could only pat her and say, why don't you spend these 2 days coming up with a few different designs for me? After that, I'd like to give these dolls as gifts to our guests as part of the package deal. The internet-famous stores rely heavily on gimmicks, just like the century-old cool rice noodles shop I visited previously. The owner placed a massive model of the cool rice noodles at the entrance since the grand opening day, instantly turning it into a landmark of Guanianli Food Street. As a result, there's never been a shortage of people who have fallen for the trick. Since the day I took over this storefront, I've been brainstorming about what kind of gimmick to use. My mind was still a complete blank until this team that seems to have direct access to the underworld came on board. Suddenly, my meridians were unblocked. Bailey once said that opening a business in an eerie house has its advantages. At least, it won't suffer from the common problem of low turnover rates that plague typical new trendy cafes, where customers might only drop by for a short afternoon visit. To make customers feel assured and comfortable entering such a place, however, it shouldn't be too overtly ominous. The ideal scenario would be to have an offering like a cake that can instantly dispel evil spirits while also ensuring you have good fortune throughout the year, thus guaranteeing repeat visits. Well, I've run 7 stores, and the entire process is so familiar to me that it pains me. After setting everything in place, I spent a few hours handling the business registration and other documents. When I returned to Building 29, Hansha was already there, waiting for me with a small handbag by her side. Is that all you have? I was shocked. Lin Zhengying's setup is bigger than yours, right? Your peachwood sword can't be collapsible, can it? Hansha remained unperturbed. We are not dueling with Bennett's, so why would we need such a large sword? Peachwood is the wood of the 5 elements, and it's extremely difficult to obtain due to its curved branches. Additionally, it must be free from blemishes and insect holes. The better the peachwood sword, the more delicate the finished product. This one was passed down to me by my master, and I can show it to you later. Because a Taoist was standing by to cast buffs, I found myself with more confidence when I re-rolled into character 29. Hansha began taking out his magical artifacts from the box one by one, as if he were trying to prove His appraisal skills to me. The peachwood sword, the Sanqing bell, and these talismans are all prepared for you. Hansha put out the things one by one. At first glance, his guys are indeed more particular than what I know about selling in the small and medium-sized commodity market. The peachwood sword was wrapped and I picked up the bell and wanted to shake it. Hansha held my hand. The 3 clear bells can both exorcise demons and summon souls. Your horoscope is not as hard as that girl. If you bring anything unclean, it will be troublesome. I felt a chill run through me. Are these things still alive? Hansha looked at me seriously. Just because you don't have a girlfriend in reality doesn't mean that there aren't ghosts and spirits who fancy you. Given your constitution, you might be considered a very popular pretty boy among them. As the saying goes, how to insult 2 people in one sentence. I recited to myself 200 times that making money is the most important thing. Put down the bell and asked, can these talismans be mass-produced? Can I use them as freebies with my cakes? Hansha remained unperturbed and patiently explained to me, if I could mass-produce them, why wouldn't I sell 31 pieces and open a Taobao store? That makes a lot of sense. I quickly abandoned that idea and asked, so if we sell a more expensive set menu, would that allow you to perform sword dancing nearby, like in Huidlo's hand-pulled noodles service? The Taoist's gaze softened. I've already told you that these talismans can both repel evil and summon spirits. Do you want your guests to return home with a valuable treasure in their possession? I sighed and realized that Hansha had his professional ethics after all. I couldn't force him to change his ways, so I said, can you at least write some talismans for me to ward off evil spirits? You can put them on the first floor as decorations. In the meantime, during busy times when guests are numerous, you can double as a host and cashier. Would that work? Hansha thought about it for a moment and finally nodded. I knew that I couldn't expect a Taoist to be able to operate a cash register right away, so after the business training, we would still need to work together. He was sent upstairs to check if there were any lingering negative energies, while I stayed in the kitchen to start designing the first menu for Yellow Dream. For popular food stalls, the initial dishes should be few but exquisite, and most importantly, they must look great from every angle. I have tried many options before, ranging from faux mousse cakes to puff pastries that were huge hits. A couple of years ago, these items used to feature on my menu, but this translation maintains the original meaning while ensuring it flows naturally in English. If you want to add more context or refine it further, feel free to let me know. Since we are going for a haunted house theme, we should definitely broaden our perspective. For nearly 6 hours, I was bustling in the kitchen. Finally, at 7:30 p.m., I gathered everyone downstairs and placed a serving dish in front of each person. What is this? He-Jen stared at the long, rectangular cake in front of him, which was a pale yellow color. It was clear that he had understood the words requests will be granted written with chocolate pen, as they evoked an odd sense of familiarity. However, after hesitating for what felt like ages, he still didn't dare to utter them aloud. This is an experimental version of the yellow charm cheesecake. Alternatively, you could also say, this is our experimental yellow charm infused light cheesecake. The translation can be adjusted slightly based on the exact flavor profile you want to convey. I said for him, we should prepare a few versions like wishes fulfilled, flowers of fortune, and prosperity in every direction. That way, I can just stamp the cake with the custom designs when needed. They would be neater than the drawings I do now. Hansha's expression of shock was rare. Are you planning to let them eat this? In movies, aren't Taoists also said to give people talismans to eat? And if those are burnt, they can even cause cancer. Mine only leads to weight gain, but at least it has 0 calories. I ordered the small matcha cake in the shape of Sanching Bell next to me. The Angel Bell Kailuli is not as famous as a macaron in China, but it is a very classic French dessert. I added a 3-point chocolate handle to him. The outer layer is crispy and the inside is soft. So it looks quite like that, right? The response was a clear gulp. Song Nanchi spent the entire afternoon holed up in his room drawing dolls. As soon as he came down, he was staring fixedly at the cake, probably maintaining the last shred of a beauty's dignity when it comes to food. Seeing this, I quickly added the final item on the menu. The last item is the 89% chocolate-tipped wooden sword cocktail. The stirrer is shaped like a wooden sword and made from 89% chocolate. You can melt it in your coffee or milk to balance out the sweetness, then top it off with candy-shaped goblins for mocha or chocolate flavor. Are all of these ideas from just you, the boss? He twirled the chocolate tassel at the back of his sword, staring at me in disbelief. I thought to myself, as a holder of a sugar art certificate, these pastries are really just basic entry-level baking, mainly about presentation. If my teacher back in a foreign land knew that I was relying on this to fool customers, he'd probably want to strangle me and dangle me from the Eiffel Tower. I sighed, imagining the woman leaning against her hospital bed, blowing out candles and smiling at me. This is really the last time, Mom. I handed them the knife and fork, smiling and saying, the most important thing is the taste. Don't make it too amazing. I'm afraid you'll be unable to enjoy other cakes after this. Chapter 5, Business Launch Celebration. The opening time for Huangliang Meng was finally set for 10 a.m. next morning. The initial menu in the shop offered just 3 signature items: matcha chocolate and vanilla bean fillings. For the Yuluche light cheesecake, Sanching Ling gelato, and the peach sword special blend. I ultimately decided to keep the original 29th floor decoration, preserving its original flavor as a haunted house while customizing the slogan, a dream of red mansions. I intentionally had some electrical work done so that during the night, parts of the neon lights would flicker intermittently, creating an even more atmospheric effect. Regarding the division of labor in the store, the 2 main waiters for the front area were assigned to Hansha and Hejian. Song Nan, apart from handling the illustrations for the exorcism dolls as a promotional gift, proactively offered to help out in the kitchen. I asked her to make occasional appearances at the front desk so that people could see that even our dishwashers are skilled enough to star in 10 posts on Xiao Hongshu. With everything in place, I was already in a semi-paralyzed state after working tirelessly for half a week ahead of the grand opening 3 days away. Timing couldn't have been better, as Bai Liu invited me for a foot massage. There's no such thing as a free lunch, so without hesitation, I called in my 3 colleagues for a short break and headed straight to the Jiangbei side of Yuzhou. To be honest, my sister has a much better eye for choosing stores than she does for picking men. The foot spa she selected offers service that rivals that of Hudalu, a renowned service brand. While I was enjoying 20 minutes in the foot tub, Bai Liu pushed open the door, her scent of alcohol already overpowering her perfume. She entered without grace, kicked off her high heels, and tumbled onto the massage bed. Boss says if I keep giving you foot massages, I might have to go to the hospital, so I can only watch as you enjoy other services, ya yoy. Liu drank until her face was flushed and she seemed unsteady on her feet. I knew that with her tolerance she must have downed at least a caddy, about half a kilogram of alcohol. Sighing, I said, "Promise me you won't pass out, okay? You were the one who asked for a foot massage, remember? Don't tell me you'll need me to walk you home when you come to. Last time, you got so drunk that you attacked me thinking I was your ex-husband and chased me down half a street. That's an experience I'd rather not have again in this lifetime." Liu sounded like a corpse as he wheezed, "Relax. I already vomited once before I came in. This one at night is too tenacious. If it weren't for me saying I wanted to meet my brother, they'd still be forcing me to drink new wine until I was completely buzzed." I sighed and said, "Could it be that you're after my brother-in-law status again?" White Willow sneered and brushed the disheveled hair off his face. "He dares. I'll dissect him and use him to make wine." Given that she has tried this before, I immediately switched to a different topic. "You've been promoting it, right? My opening day is in 3 days. Would you like to come?" Liu stumbled and turned his face. "You shouldn't have thought I wouldn't know how many things I have on my plate. But you're pretty efficient this time, just a week to get it done. Where's the menu?" I couldn't possibly forget about that. I quickly grabbed a box from beside me, and inside were all the offerings I had prepared for my sister. She stood up and took a look, raising an eyebrow. "Not bad. This time you actually put some effort into it. Since my taste isn't objective, have you had anyone else try the cake to check the flavor?" I recalled the scene from a few days ago when we sampled the cakes, while Hansha remained relatively composed, eating the cake as if it were vegetarian food. The other two weren't as refined. Song Nan, told me that the last time she felt this happy was after finishing a body that had been cut into 23 pieces. He Jen, on the other hand, directly asked if I could offer any discounts on the staff card so he could buy more to share with his numerous aunts and uncles back home. He wanted them to know that he wasn't wasting his time anymore and was now aligned with Michelin-starred restaurants. I sighed. "If you haven't figured out my tastes yet, the import ingredients I buy are already stretched thin to afford instant noodles without extra additions. The blame for the cat cafe's failure shouldn't fall on my taste preferences. Just thinking about this matter sends my mind into a turmoil. Even the most hardened materialist would likely be suffering from PTSD after opening and closing 7 stores in a row, so it's no surprise that I fell for the manager's words today. As a result, besides giving foot massages, I also added a session of acupressure to expel evil spirits. White Poplar is a woman who always talks about millions of dollars in business, so how could she fail to see my intentions? She said helplessly, "You are still too honest in your business dealings. In a cat cafe, the main attraction is the cats themselves. As long as they are cute, customers will happily sip their cat milk latte without batting an eye. You're the exception. Not only do you charge more for your cat food than I do, but you also refuse to compromise on cake flavors, which keeps your costs up. Of course, when the rent goes up, it becomes unsustainable for you." She finished speaking and let out a sigh, collapsing back onto the bed. "Forget it. Telling you this might corrupt you. After all, the problem isn't with you. But don't worry, this time I've set up multiple channels for this. I also had a few marketing accounts talk about the haunted house, so there'll probably be quite a crowd of paranormal enthusiasts coming to check it out. Don't let me down. A few months ago, I never would have imagined that my timid nature could allow me to make a living from this. Thankfully, after that day, nothing strange happened. Again on the 29th, Hansha said that the objects in the house were wary of him and Xiao He. Therefore, he instructed He Jian to drink water on time and take care of his health. Every night, he also performed a small ringing bell ritual to help maintain the peaceful state of house. No. 29 now. I didn't tell Bai Liu about this because I wasn't worried she would be concerned. Rather, I thought that if Bai Liu was willing to sacrifice her own younger brother just to live in a haunted house, she could probably come up with something even more outrageous. In fact, my guess about this woman never fails. A few hours before the grand opening of Huangliang Weimeng, as more and more people began to gather outside the entrance early one morning 3 days later, a bad feeling started to stir in my gut. After all, it seems that there are just too many people showing up. Starting at 9:30, a group of young tourists began to trickle into the remote area where Building 29 stands. They would occasionally peek through the store's entrance, as if their faces were stamped with a waiting sign. I also know that it is normal for internet celebrity stores to be free of charge for 3 days of opening. The advertisements I asked my sister to send out before were also for free. The 2 signature cakes and drinks set prices were only set for 20 yuan. And they also gave dolls. Compared with my senior brothers and sisters who worked in Mitchell and Black Pearl, I am equivalent to Guojing Xinyu selling the 9 yin scriptures and making a knife. It is not just a drag, but it is really a low-priced sale that will be cleaned up. However, even those who came for the supposed free riding ended up far exceeding my expectations. I even began to suspect that Bai Liu had told people they could get shares in exchange for buying a cake. By 9:15, the entrance of Store 29 was surrounded by throngs of people in several layers, both inside and out. To be honest, this level of crowd control isn't just something I've never seen at other stores. Even the most popular internet celebrity stores in Guanyin would not attract such a large number of people. Is this really just about the publicity? I felt a nervous flutter in my chest as someone suddenly tapped me on the shoulder. By then, He Jian had changed into the store's uniform and looked incredibly excited. Boss, there are so many people here. I knew your shop would be a hit. Truly inexperienced with the intricacies of social interactions, I couldn't fathom the depth of Bai Liu's scheming. Sighing, I said, if you had stepped up now, even more people would have been involved. Thank goodness your sister hasn't met you, otherwise she might have told you to smear yourself with whipped cream and do a leg-shaking dance at the entrance to attract female customers. By this time, Song Nanshi had changed into new clothes and descended the stairs. Even in a trash bag, a beautiful person would still look good. After spending several days together, I realized that Song Nanshi was truly a beauty who could go without makeup. Despite today being such an important day, she remained makeup-free and still looked stunning. I hung the dolls she had painted in bunches at the door and suddenly felt curious. She's practiced painting so many dolls, why doesn't she try it on herself? Song Nanshi was taken aback. The baby is different from me. Different. The doll is hard, the corpse is hard, but I am soft. Song Nanshi carefully ran his hand over his face. A living person's skin is not only soft but also oily. When I try to draw it with ink, the chalk doesn't adhere properly, just like how frozen chicken is hard to cut. If I were to put myself in a freezer and freeze up, my skin would be much easier to draw. To sum up, Song Nanshi's situation is this: she is a beautiful girl who talks too much. At this moment, I am grateful that the girl suggested helping in the kitchen, otherwise, if she had continued to entertain guests on the front end, I would indeed have been concerned about the mental health of those guests. It was 5 minutes to 10, and the store was already set up and ready. The crowd outside had grown to an almost absurd degree. I took a deep breath and reminded myself once more that this would be my last shot. Naming it A Dream of the Red Chamber was meant for just such a moment if this attempt failed again. After all these years, everything I had done in the past 6 or 7 years would have been nothing but a grand dream. Ultimately, one must face reality. Get ready to open for business. I nodded to the two of them, and Jian and Song Nanshi pushed open the door on either side. In an instant, the dizzying crowd and flashing phones outside caught my eye. I had no idea how much investment Bai Liu had put into it, but the entrance for number 29 was so tightly packed that it resembled the peak of the spring festival travel season. Amidst the surging crowd, Jian and Song Nanshi struggled to place 2 opening ceremony flower baskets. Unlike ordinary ones, Han Shazha's orchid flower basket did not contain any blessings. Instead, it had only 2 talismans on it, which at first glance seemed like 2 wreaths. 3 days ago, Bai Liu's last suggestion to me was that we should really hype up the opening promotion. Given that our selling point is a feng shui haunted house, at the very least, we should perform a Buddhist ritual in front of people to drive out any evil spirits. Bai Chu said it might not be appropriate to conduct a ceremony in public, but since your shop is your private property, can't you do a ritual just for yourself? You can shut the door and perform it as if for an audience of one. These probe shoppers are like domineering CEOs. The more they can't have something, the more they are willing to spend to get it. Initially, I thought that if I asked directly about this matter, the Taoist would likely want to chop me into pieces with a peachwood sword. To my surprise, Han Sha agreed readily instead. This house really needs an official exorcism to prevent a bunch of strangers from showing up every day and disturbing the original occupants. Han Sha said seriously at that time and turned around and said he wanted to buy chickens. How could I have thought that I would still see such a scene in my life? I asked him tremblingly whether he wanted a male or a female. However, Han Sha said that it would be enough to buy a family bucket in modern rituals, mainly to help him replenish his energy. In the past, those colleagues who called for rooster blood basically ding. With the first chime of the 3 clarity bell, Han Sha stepped out wearing a Taoist robe. He was tall and thin, and with the wig, he had a strong resemblance to young Zhong Sanfeng. Instantly, the crowd started pulling out their phones. I knew the timing was right, so I nodded, and Jian and Song Nanshi abruptly shut the glass door, creating an immediate sense of quiet indoors. Let's get started. My palms were sweating, and Bai Liu had really pushed the boat out this time, creating a scene that was too big for my comfort. Even someone who has gone bankrupt 7 times like me couldn't help feeling tense. I thought Han Sha might be uneasy as well, but to my surprise, he truly was an experienced itinerant artist. His voice was as steady as that of an old dog, and After reciting a verse, the Taoist didn't even catch his breath. Instead, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Incense, please. After a moment, Hansha looked at me with a calm expression, as if she wanted me to take over the subsequent religious rites as the store owner. We had discussed the steps beforehand, so I didn't hesitate to step forward. However, just then, there was suddenly commotion outside the shop. A police officer in uniform struggled through the crowd and knocked on the door. He sized up the interior with a look that spoke volumes, but couldn't quite put into words. Used to be that only prostitution raids were assigned to this area, but I never thought you young people could engage in such activities during broad daylight. The police sighed, sounding rather helpless. Some customers have complained that you are conducting feudal superstitious activities which are disrupting public order. Could the store manager please come out to explain the situation? Chapter 6: The Great Scapegoat. Leaving the Guanyin police station, I stood for a moment at the entrance, where the afternoon heat was interspersed with the distant call of someone selling sour and spicy noodles. After a moment's hesitation, I found myself walking in that direction for no reason at all. To sum it up, the situation wasn't too serious. After a round of critical education, I was let off as the store manager. Just before leaving, the police officer patted me on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "We in the station know about your house issue. If you're truly worried, trust the local police officers around you. Don't dabble in these feudal superstitions. Remember to download that anti-fraud app when you get home. Don't become an old-fashioned victim at such a young age." At 2 in the afternoon, I carried the sour and spicy noodles back to No. 29. The early morning crowd had already dispersed, and this area once again transformed into a desolate and deserted place. Only the flower baskets set out earlier remained standing, alone on their original spots, with thin talismans fluttering slightly in the breeze atop them. Due to the morning opening ceremony farce, all personnel from Huanliang Meng, including the officiating monk and Shah, were taken to the police station for questioning. In other words, the religious ceremony, which had been prepared for 2 days, was never properly completed. By this point, I couldn't even sigh anymore. With a heart as cold as ashes, I opened the door and pulled out a chair that was meant for customers to sit on, and began eating the spicy and sour noodles I had just bought. I hadn't even taken 2 bites when Song Nan came in from the outside. I instinctively looked up, and our eyes met for less than 2 seconds before she hurriedly rushed over with a tissue, clearly flustered. "Don't worry, boss." The police didn't say anything. Song Nanshi frantically stuffed a tissue into my face, but then said with firm conviction, "They asked me if I came to the store to work out of desperation, and whether I had been cheated. I told them that if you pay us, even if we are being cheated, it's still you who is getting cheated. You're the one who's the big victim, not us." Truly, with her small cherry lips just opening, she spoke words that even a ghost couldn't bear to hear. My brain heated up in the moment, and before I could say anything, tears streamed down my face. Truly seeing ghosts. It's said that the spicy pot dishes in Yujiang are so unappetizing that even dogs won't eat them. However, as a genuine native of Yujiang, I'm a wimp who starts crying at the mere sight of hot sticks. From childhood. In elementary school, my sister tried to toughen me up by sneaking me into a hot pot restaurant. The next day, I was bedridden for half a month due to food poisoning. Since then, even Bai Liu, who used to be as unyielding as a rock dares not let me anywhere near any form of chili again. However, when things go south for me, even drinking cold water can feel like it's stuck in my teeth. I had only ordered the spicy noodle soup to vent my frustration, and at most I would have ended up crying from the heat of it. But this distraction threw me off, and before I knew it, a mouthful of chili directly went down my throat, leaving me instantly tearing up. Opening 7 stores, all of them failed on the 8th. I was reported and ended up in trouble with the law. Now, even eating a bowl of noodles can make me cry like a baby. Turns out, the big victim here is me. The more I thought about it, the angrier and more heartbroken I became. To make matters worse, the owner of the chili crisp shop was being excessively generous. He could have just given me a bowl of chili, but he insisted on adding some noodles as well. The more I cursed, the more I coughed, and the harder it was to stop crying. Eventually, I ended up sobbing like someone who had just attended a funeral. "Boss, are you really okay?" Song Nanchi fumbled as he patted my back, completely at a loss. How could I, a fanboy, endure such embarrassment in front of a beauty? I quickly grabbed half a pack of tissues and plastered them on my face. But before I could even react, my shoulders sank, and I was abruptly thrown into a warm embrace. "Sorry boss, I'm not very good at talking." Song Nanchi hugged me so tightly that I could tell she must have never held a living person like this before. It was truly her first time exploring the possibilities on my body. Actually, what I meant to say was thanks for taking me in. I'd like to keep doing whatever it is I've been doing here. Your cake was really delicious, and I'm sure others would love it too. Because she wasn't wearing any makeup, Song Nanchi didn't have any perfume on either. Instead, there was a faint smell of alcohol. I paused slightly as I thought of a person who used to embrace me in the hospital many years ago, also with this same scent. "I really crave a cake. She told me so at the time." The memory in my mind gradually became clearer. I took a breath, pushed away Master Song Nan, who was flushed, and wiped his face helplessly. "I'm fine. I just choked on spicy food. Do you just think that you didn't see anything just now? I'll treat you as a cake as a closure fee." In the end, with today's stock for the grand opening all unsold, I sighed and got up to fetch a cake. Instead of spending money on things I can't possibly finish eating, it would be better to come up with ways to consume what I've made. The cost could probably buy me about 40 bowls of sour and spicy noodles. By now, 15 yuan was a matter of survival. I mentally berated myself for my extravagance. With a resolute bite of my teeth, I placed the plate in front of Song Nan. At this moment, Hansha also returned, carrying 2 large plastic bags in his hands. I ran into a delivery person on the road who heard that this place is considered a haunted house. They were too scared to deliver the orders and left me the 12 cups of milk tea instead. After a visit to the police station, Hansha remained calm. He leisurely picked out a cup of red bean milk tea and inserted a straw into it. Then, he handed me a note written by the staff at the milk tea shop that had been left for him. "I've been in meetings, but I already know what's going on. Let me have something sweet to calm down. Later, I'll find out where the problem lies. If it turns out one of those brats is behind this, I won't spare him. Sister." After reading the note, my nose tingled with emotion once again. However, this time I absolutely could not embarrass myself in front of Hansha. With a vicious glare, I vented my emotions on the milk tea and stabbed 3 cups in one go. After gulping them down in a storm, I slowly calmed down and asked, "Old Han, did the police station give you any trouble?" Hansha shook his head. At first, they thought I was involved in fraud. But you only paid me my salary and didn't give me any extra money. The police who had dealt with similar fraud cases involving amounts over 10,000 yuan found it strange that I wasn't making a lot of money like them. Eventually, they let me go. Fortunately, no one was hurt. I let out a sigh of relief, thinking I had escaped unscathed. Little did I know that Hansha, with a sudden tightening grip, turned his face solemn. He suddenly looked up at the ceiling and scanned around, before fixing his gaze on the direction of the bathroom. Again. Oops. Hansha opened his mouth, and my big wronged soul radar immediately went off. What's the issue this time? Hold your position for now. Hansha stood up. With a furrowed brow, picked up the nearby peachwood sword and spoke as if facing an imminent threat. The ritual isn't finished yet. Early this morning, there was already a crowd of people here. It's only natural that something will happen next. You mean? I stared wide-eyed, wondering what kind of ridiculous luck this was. After spending the whole morning making all sorts of efforts, I ended up in the police station myself, and didn't even manage to get a single customer. But it turns out that everything else got a boost as a result. Looks like the 288 incense sticks I burned back then were still too cheap after all. Hansha didn't bother to explain, he simply grabbed his sword and went upstairs. For the next 5 minutes, complete silence prevailed on the second floor. Then, suddenly, a faint sound came from the direction of the bathroom. Upon closer inspection, I was instantly struck with cold fear. That was actually a woman's cry. My hand trembled as I asked Song Nan, seated beside me, "Did you hear that?" Song Nan, she nodded and whispered, "The most common sound in a funeral home is crying. I once heard sobbing coming from the morgue during a late-night overtime session. My master told me to ignore such situations next time, as it might be people who couldn't come for the funeral during the day sneaking in by bribing the security guards. It could also be something we shouldn't see." Hearing this, even though it was well past noon, and the temperature outside approached 35 degrees Celsius, a cold sweat broke out on my palms. What's the situation on the second floor? What is the Taoist dealing with again? I couldn't help but let my thoughts run wild. Suddenly, Hansha called out to me from the second floor. My glance met Song Nan's and we both stood up cautiously, making our way upstairs together. The woman's sobs continued, intermittent and faint, from the deepest part of the second floor. Just as we stepped onto the last staircase, however, the sobbing abruptly ceased. In that instant, I heard another sound, one that sent a chill down my spine. That was an extremely heavy gasp, clearly from someone I knew. I sucked in a sharp breath and ran 2 steps to the bathroom door. In the dim light, I could see the Taoist straight-backed on his knees by the bathtub, both of his hands submerged in the tub, holding the peachwood sword upside down, with the tips pointing towards his own throat. Hansha emitted a painful groan from the depths of his throat, as if strangled. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and beads of cold sweat covered his forehead. Despite this, the distance between his throat and the sword tip continued to diminish slowly. "Bro Han." Song Nan, she tried to pull him up, but his hand immediately retracted as if he had touched an electric Shock when it made contact with Hansha's clothing. I switched on the light and realized that there were two distinct bloodstains on Hansha's black cotton shirt, precisely located at his shoulders. At first glance, it looked as though someone was pressing down on his back from behind, forcibly pushing him toward the tip of a sword. It was as if something was pushing Hansha forward from behind him. A shiver ran through me, but it was clearly not the time for fear. With both of us pulling on either side of Hansha's body, the moment felt like a split second. Suddenly, that deadly force seemed to vanish. Hansha's body went limp, and the peachwood sword clattered into the bathtub with a loud asterisk-ding star. He then collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Go out first. There was no other exit in the bathroom, and I knew for sure that thing was still there. Without hesitation, I pulled Hansha up from the ground, and the three of us hurriedly retreated out of the bathroom. Then, I carefully untied the red cord from the Taoist's hand and directly fastened it to the door. Cough. How did you manage to come up here? Hansha gasped for a while, slowly recovered and helped me tie the red rope. The situation was too dangerous just now, and even I couldn't stop it. Fortunately, Xiaosong's horoscope was hard, otherwise it would be a big problem if you came up alone. I stared at him in confusion. What do you mean? How are we supposed to get up there? Didn't you just call out to me? Before I could finish speaking, the hairs on the back of my neck suddenly stood up. Recalling how Hansha behaved just now, how could he have called only me up the stairs? And why would he call us at the staircase entrance? Seeing that my expression was off, Hansha suddenly understood. Did you just hear me calling you? My mouth opened slightly, defaulting to his guess. Hansha made a disapproving sound and immediately had an unhappy expression on his face. He told us to go back downstairs first, and as soon as we did, I realized that He Jian had already returned. Did they keep you talking for so long? Song Nanshi didn't expect He Jian to be the one interrogated the longest by the police. You're just a college graduate. Could it be that they are worried you might have been tricked? He Jian scratched his head awkwardly and said, yes, he also asked me to install the anti-fraud app. But I've already explained it on your behalf. The area used to have some dubious businesses, so the police officer was worried that I might fall into bad company. He said they wouldn't interfere as long as you weren't involved in any illegal or immoral activities. He also mentioned that the stairs here are steep and advised me to be careful not to cause any injuries. Before he could finish his sentence, He Jian suddenly noticed the bloodstains on Hansha's clothes and shot up his eyebrows in surprise. No way, what you fear comes to pass. Did they haunt me behind my back while I was away? Young people, with their robust kidneys and abundant young energy, always seem different. They are typically more excited than scared about such things. One of them stepped forward to take a closer look at the handprints on Hansha's body, but just then, someone knocked on the glass door from outside. Two fashionable girls poked their heads in and asked cautiously, "Boss, is your situation serious? Are there still cakes available now?" Chapter 7, Boon and Bane Nested Dolls. Everything that happened after that was completely out of the blue for me. After 3 p.m., a steady stream of customers started flocking to the store, with lines stretching as far as number 70. The crowd outside was so thick that it blocked out everything else, creating quite the scene, perhaps even surpassing the early morning rush in intensity. Initially, I thought Bai Liu had used her wealth to comfort me, or perhaps people who didn't manage to grab the morning deals were targeting me like a sheep. After asking a few customers, however, I realized they had come because of news reports. After we were taken to the police station in the morning, someone posted a tweet about renovating a murder house into an internet-famous store. The owner was taken away by authorities on the first day of operation. After performing a ritual, the tweet quickly went viral with over 10,000 retweets. That afternoon, kind-hearted people came out of curiosity to see how this big rond boss fared. In just 1 or 2 hours, nearly 80 sets were sold out. To some extent, the alarm confirmed the rumors that the Yellow Rice Stream residence was a haunted house. Although I had received no training in this area, young Hao Jian seemed to know what he was doing. Whenever little girls would stop him to ask about the house, he would mysteriously nod up to the second floor, displaying a level of emotional intelligence that left me curious as to why he remained a virgin at his age. But before I could worry about the front court, I was soon occupied with other matters. Once the prepared inventory was sold out, the kitchen instantly plunged into hell mode. I was constantly switching between the oven and the mixer, barely getting a chance to catch my breath. Thankfully, Song Nan's hands were as swift as lightning. Who knows what kind of training he underwent at the mortuary. His dishwashing speed rivaled that of a dishwasher, and his stamina far exceeded mine. Despite being tasked with washing 40 minutes worth of dishes, he still managed to come over to help me pour batter and plate the cakes. In the end, he even went out front to serve customers. At 7:30 p.m., as the last customer left the store, I collapsed onto the sofa, completely spent, while He Jian handled a few love-struck couples who still clung to hope for one more chance to queue up outside. I remained sprawled on the sofa for about 5 minutes before recovering. It was then that Hansha came over with a calm demeanor, settling the final bill and reporting the total turnover for the day. 3,002. The 20 yuan freebie set sold an astonishing 160 units, and we kept it up until all the chocolate wand supplies were completely exhausted, forcing us to close down. I collapsed on the sofa, too exhausted to move even my little finger. But inside, I wondered, no wonder so many young people give up on effort. Clearly, it's all about service. Taking care of a wealthy woman for a day involves dealing with just one person, whereas I have to handle 160 in a day, and at that, still getting paid peanuts. Taking advantage of their busy packing, I quickly checked online. By the end of that afternoon, Huangliangyimu had changed from a non-existent store to something else entirely. Sisters, you absolutely can't miss this new internet sensation who got the boss's attention, literally. Police cars revolving light, although there's a tiny bit of creepiness given that someone has died related to her. The atmosphere is simply amazing. Apply this yellow talisman and you'll definitely find a boyfriend by the end of the year. Not trying it might leave you regretting it. I've personally tested it, and I'm currently safe for now. Updates will follow. Person raising both hands in celebration. Don't get lost, hit that subscribe button. Squared SOS. The cashier uncle is actually a Taoist. Face screaming in fear. I missed the morning ceremony with the handsome uncle. Sniffle. No secrets here. I'm recommending this treasure shop to the whole world. Globe showing America's, although it's in what people call a feng shui bad building, the servers are all handsome and beautiful. Smiling face with heart-shaped eyes. It's said that the owner is also very handsome but has been busy baking cakes all along, and I haven't seen him yet. Camera exploration guide for Yujiang's first vintage dessert shop with a dark past, must-know tips. The interior design is quite old-fashioned, making It perfect for a vintage aesthetic. We're white and you can take awesome photos. Note that the incident reportedly occurred on the second floor, while our personal test found the first floor to be safe. HH. Girls, give it a shot. Shaved ice. Wow, the hidden treasure. Desserts in the Guanyin cake. Sisters, I am completely obsessed with the taste here. The 3-flavored yellow filing cake is so addictive. It's super fluffy and solid, and I couldn't stop eating it. Slice of cake. I also tried the 3 pure ones bell cake, which is crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. The chocolate pocky on top is a perfect touch. Paired with their special wooden sword mocha, it hits just the right level of sweetness. Highly recommended. Chocolate bar sparkles. As they say, you can always count on modern people's speed when it comes to checking out new places. After flipping through a few pages, I was left exhilarated and thrilled. Coincidentally, by Liu called just as I was thinking about giving in to my excitement. The woman opened the door and got straight to the point. Congratulations, Yayoi. What a turn of luck. I've read the online reviews. It seems this time is for real. Hearing Bai Liu's voice, I was still in a dreamlike state and couldn't help but ask, sis, did you really send these people to help me maintain my dignity this afternoon? They ordered like there was no cost. Bai Liu hummed and laughed. I spent the entire afternoon looking for that snitch rat to help you, so I didn't have time to find someone to boost your status. But now it seems like I don't need to look anymore. This bastard actually managed to help you, making the trip to the police station worth it. There was so much happening that day. I rubbed my nose tiredly and asked, did you find what you were looking for? As expected, this place is completely desolate. There's hardly anyone around, just some stray dogs. I have no idea which neighbor thinks I'm disrupting public order. Upon hearing this, Bai Liu fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, she spoke in a serious tone, Yanzi. The most troublesome part of doing business is dealing with people. Other than worrying about you getting into trouble. When running the store, I have nothing to fear. Remember, if something feels off, tell me immediately. Don't try to handle everything on your own. Sometimes things can be much more complicated than they appear. I don't know if it was due to the PTSD from my previous mysterious business collapses, but Bai Liu's heartfelt conversation came as quite a surprise. Indeed, all the deadly blows I've faced before have been related to meeting the wrong person. Even after the closure of the cat cafe, I spent some time reflecting on whether my relationship with the landlord had been poor, leading him to unceremoniously hike my rent by $2,000. Had I given him a few cakes more often as a way of showing loyalty, perhaps none of this would have happened. Clearly, Mom also said, there's nothing that can't be solved with a piece of cake. If there is, then have 2 pieces. After hanging up, I sighed inwardly. In the kitchen, Song Nanshi exclaimed, Boss, you forgot to sell a cake in your fridge. Will this still be edible tomorrow? I couldn't help but laugh. You're asking me to pass off inferior goods on the very first day of business. These 3 cakes are for you. You've worked hard today, and it's not too late. If you want to go home, you can take these cakes with you. Really? Thank you so much, boss. I knew following you was the right move. He-Jen's face was filled with surprise. Youth is indeed a blessing. After all, he still looks vibrant and energetic after a full day of work, unlike me who's been drained from the strain. By this time, Hansha had already settled his accounts. I estimate that most of his previous business could be offered as group deals on Meituan and Jinping. Similar to exorcism services priced at 85 yuan per second or prayer sessions for 2 people at 140 yuan. In any case, Hansha's adeptness at redeeming vouchers on Mate 1 and Jinping left me in awe. On the first day of business, not only did he make no mistakes, but he even had time to take photos with several young girls after being recognized as the Taoist from the news. Seeing how weak I am, Hansha said coolly, weak bodies are easier to be invaded by evil chi. You don't need to rush and give us a holiday just yet. What are you planning to do about that thing upstairs? He spoke, looking towards the farthest point on the ceiling of the second floor. This is like dumping a bucket of cold water on me. I shivered and bolted upright. Yeah, I had been so busy all afternoon that I nearly forgot the damn bathroom door on the second floor was still shut tight. Misfortune may be an actual blessing in disguise, and fortune may conceal potential misfortunes. In other words, fortune and misfortune are like nested dolls. Now is clearly not the time to be savoring cakes or counting our money with a carefree heart. I nervously asked, Old Han, can you figure it out? Is that thing on the second floor still there now? Hansha didn't even need to count on his fingers. He got straight to the point. It never left in the first place. This thing, which harbored a significant amount of resentment during its lifetime, has been parasitizing this house. The more strangers come during the day, the more active it becomes. I haven't found a method yet to completely dispel it. I tried it this morning, and then you saw what happened. Driving out a ghost in reality is a long process. It's not something that can be solved simply by me facing off against a peachwood sword. I recalled the moment where he nearly stabbed himself with his peachwood sword, sending a chill down my spine, so it was calling me up at that time. You are the current master of this house, so it naturally hates you the most. Han Shajian paused. Don't you get it yet? Each time it appeared directly, it was trying to guide you upstairs. If I weren't here, your situation might have been dangerous. After all, every previous homeowner died in this place. Right? Instantly, I felt as if I had fallen into an icy pit. Now that I think about it, Bailu said something inaccurate. Dealing with business troubles isn't just a human issue. Moving bricks all day and then dealing with a haunted house? That's pretty much the ultimate hell for a 996 worker. We fell into a momentary silence, each lost in thought. After a while, He Jian spoke cautiously. Last time you mentioned that my constitution might have some potential use, right? Who would have thought that being a virgin in modern society could one day help avoid disaster for the boss? Such a requirement is likely too absurd for even the most out-of-touch HR to post on Boss Straight Hire. I wasn't sure how to react to He Jian's situation, and could only look at Hansha, hoping he would say that as long as He Jian was around, I would temporarily be safe from harm. After another moment of silence, Hansha reluctantly nodded. I have no idea how long this method will be effective, but we can only try it. He led us upstairs, with He Jian breaking the lead by untangling the red rope at the bathroom door. The process then followed the same steps as before. We watched intently as He Jian walked into the restroom. In this situation, I can only imagine He Jian pacing back and forth outside the building. I initially thought that Song Nanshi, being a girl, was really unsuitable to get involved in such matters. However, she seemed completely unaware of this. After He Jian went in, she stood there staring at the door in silence, lost in thought, without any idea what she was thinking about. Fortunately, He Jian performed well and emerged quickly Following him, Hensha rushed into the space with the Sanching bell in hand, circling around the small area while the Taoist recited incantations aloud. After each segment of the recitation, he would shake the bell. Unlike the previous nights, Hensha emerged after just a couple of shakes. This time, however, the entire process lasted 10 full minutes. The 3-pure bell's sound was particularly penetrating and echoed loudly in the small bathroom, making my head ring. I couldn't help but think that this was no wonder. The thing had such impressive uses, it seemed like experiencing an elder's suffering through 3 straight hours of doin on a high-speed train wasn't much better. After going through all of this, Hensha was already sweating profusely. When he stumbled out of the bathroom, he panted slightly and said, "I don't know how long I can hold on. Try not to stay in there for too long, especially you, boss. You mustn't let yourself bleed in there." I could tell Hensha was exhausted. The last 2 times this had happened, it nearly cost him his life both times. Feeling a twinge of guilt, I said with a bitter smile, "As long as no one dies, why don't you take the cake back and see your daughter before we go?" Hensha seemed caught off guard by my mention of someone in his family, and he paused before shaking his head. "My daughter isn't feeling well, she can only eat light foods. Thank you for your kind offer, though. Anyway, with the 2nd floor taken care of, we could finally call it a day." I was dragging my tired legs down to freeze more chocolate wooden swords for tomorrow when Song Nanshi suddenly pulled me back and said, "It didn't vanish, boss." "What?" I didn't quite understand yet. Master Songnan pointed to the bathroom door and said, "Didn't you notice it?" Brother had finished ringing the bell, but that thing, it didn't disappear. Chapter 8, Riches and Honors Await in Daring Ventures. My heart skipped a beat as I followed the direction of Songnan's hand, but all I saw was an ordinary bathroom lintel with nothing out of the ordinary. My first reaction was that the girl was teasing me. Reluctantly, I said, "I'm really scared of this." "Don't scare me like that. If you scare me into getting sick, your pay will be gone." However, Song Nansha's face was quite serious, and my heart began to cool down as well. After all, this girl is as straightforward as steel and cement. If she were a beauty and could tell lies, how would she end up working for me? He Jian didn't see any issue either and found it strange, asking, "Aunt Song, did you notice something? Didn't you say there was nothing?" Song Nanshi shook his head. "That's because you haven't noticed. It used to have gaps in the ceiling of the 2nd floor bathroom, and there were still some this morning, but now it's completely sealed." Now I suddenly understood what she was saying. Manager who had told me that after someone died from carbon monoxide poisoning in the bathroom on the 2nd floor, the homeowner had made the door smaller to leave an opening for ventilation, thus preventing a similar tragedy from happening again. I shot my head up suddenly. I had no idea when it happened, but the thin seam of light from the bathroom door had vanished completely. It was as if something were hanging over the ceiling inside the door, blocking out all the light entirely. We 3 guys really didn't realize this, after all. Even if we left a tiny gap, no one would take advantage of it. But Song Nanshi, despite being straightforward, is still a woman. She probably noticed the existence of that gap from when we first moved in. At this thought, a chill ran down my spine and I trembled as I asked, "When did you notice it?" "Just now. I was so busy today that I didn't even have a chance to come up. I only realized it when He Jian came in." Song Nanshi's expression showed no fear. She had originally thought that the thing inside the door could be dispelled by Hensha. Now, she found it puzzling that the obstacle hadn't moved, which is why she pulled me back. I couldn't help glancing at Hee-jin and Han-sha. While people might go blind, they shouldn't be this blind. If there really was something crawling on the bathroom ceiling, it's unlikely that neither of them would notice even when they went in. Jin, relying on his youth and rebellious spirit, burst into the bathroom before Han-sha could even speak. He looked around and then leaped up, effortlessly, knocking out whatever was stuck in the gap, causing it to roll onto the corridor. I walked over to pick it up and found that the papers were folded very thin. When I unfolded them, I realized they were from an issue of Yujiang Daily from 3 months ago. The second page started with a report about the accident at No. 29 Guanyanli. I shivered with dread. It's bad enough that someone is still reading newspapers in this day and age, but the article happens to be from just 3 months ago about someone attempting suicide by slashing their wrists on the 29th. Isn't this a blatant warning? Perhaps my expression was too grim, and Hee-jin took the newspaper out of my hand. Looking at it with a serious expression, he said, "Boss, I think I should hold on to this one for now. You shouldn't pile on any more buffs to yourself. I'll share some of the burden with you." Han-sha crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, showing no surprise but speaking in a low, serious tone. "The strange occurrences that have been happening in this room are a warning. Boss, you need to prepare yourself mentally for such incidents if you want to continue with your business. You're not alone in this, everyone here needs to be prepared." His gaze swept over Hee-jin and Song Nanshi, the implication clear as day. But all I could think to do was curse. Man, I've finally managed to make some money. Why do investors never run into my problems? By all logic, as a native of Yujiang who didn't even get to try spicy rabbit heads in the first half of my life, compared to my sister, who is a rabid rabbit eater, shouldn't I have earned enough good karma just by surviving? However, no matter how much I felt wronged, the legs were attached to someone else. I silently looked at the other 3 people in the room, but Han-sha made a gesture of shrugging first, and expressed it coolly. "Based on my knowledge of Taoist techniques, I cannot let such evil forces go unchecked. Moreover, since you paid me, there's no need for you to worry about me. All I require is for you to pay my salary every month. By 2022, who would have thought we could hire a bodhisattva on 58? I want to express my gratitude to Taoist Wang." At this point, Hee-jin chimes in, "Boss, you have no idea how fierce the competition is outside. My classmates who joined the big tech companies are working 996 every day. Following that logic, if these companies lose 2 employees to sudden deaths every few months, shouldn't they be considered massive haunted houses? Since it's all about risking our lives, your place seems better. At least we still get to enjoy some cake." The young man looked at me sincerely, and with his innocent and unpretentious face, he utterly melted my heart as a self-proclaimed face dog. When people hit rock bottom, getting 30 cents from a QR code scan on Alipay feels like a stroke of luck from heaven. Imagine then the thrill of someone willing to take the risk of working in what's considered an ominous house just to keep their job. Moved by his words, I patted him on the shoulder and said, "Next time you can just place your order with me directly, and I'll give it to you at cost price, so you can take it home." Now only Song Nanshi is left. The young lady has remained silent since the beginning, and for some reason, she doesn't appear to be scared or planning to leave. She just seems lost in thought. I asked softly. Xiao Song, do you have any ideas? Song Nanshi snapped out of his trance and saw the worried look on my face, suddenly realizing what I was concerned about. He panicked and said, Boss, I'm not leaving. It's just the reason why I noticed that crack is because something strange happened the night before yesterday, and I've been too afraid to say anything about it. Strange? The mention of these two words gives me an instinctive startle. Song Nanshi nodded, her face suddenly turning a deep red. Under our 3 pairs of eyes, she stammered about the night 2 days prior. Back then, despite still dreaming golden millet still being in the preparatory stage, everyone had already moved in. The 4 empty rooms on the 2nd floor were suddenly packed to the brim. My room in Song Nan's was next to the stairs, while Han Sha and Yi Jian lived on the other side near the bathroom. Around 9 p.m. that evening, Song Nanshi planned to take a bath early since no one was using the bathroom. I had actually established an unwritten rule with Han Sha and Yi Jian before, given that there are ladies in the house, to ensure they have a more comfortable living environment, she should be allowed to use the bathroom first every night so that we big guys don't mess it up by washing up afterward, which could be unpleasant for her to witness. That evening was no different. Song Nanshi, as usual, entered the bathroom first. She had actually noticed the gap in the bathroom door long ago. As a renowned carpenter from Yujiang City, she didn't think much of it and assumed it wouldn't cause any problems. However, on that day, when she was taking a bath, Song Nanshi felt unusually cold. Over the years working in the mortuary, Song Nan often encountered this subtle chill as if it were a commonplace. Whether it was the sudden opening of a cold storage in the morgue or an ice coffin being pushed down the corridor, both would bring a subtle chill. Strangely, this cool breeze had a wide-reaching effect. Sometimes, even when Song Nanshi stood 10 meters away, her skin would tremble slightly due to it. At the time, Song Nanshi, who was standing in the bathtub, felt a subtle chill. She found it strange but attributed it to cool air seeping in from the exhaust fan and quickly finished her bath. However, what she didn't know was that the truly strange thing was yet to come. After getting dressed, Song Nanshi felt grateful for the privilege of being allowed to take the first shower every day and decided to tidy up the bathroom slightly. As an embalmer, Song Nanshi had a deep-seated aversion to stains. She was already uncomfortable with the 2 water spots high up in the mirror and without hesitation reached for a cloth to wipe them away. As the fog on the mirror suddenly cleared, Song Nanshi caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye a pair of wide-open eyes staring straight at her reflection. Even Song Nanshi, who had seen it all, couldn't help being taken aback by such a sight. The mist on the mirror instantly condensed back into place. Song Nanshi suddenly turned her head and looked towards the gap, but the eyes pressed against it were already gone. Another chilly breeze swept through. Song Nanshi shivered, snapped back to her senses, and hurriedly threw on a jacket before chasing after someone. But in the corridor without lights, there was no one else to be seen. The egg beater in the first-floor kitchen continued to hum away, while the doors of Han Sha and Yi Jian's rooms were tightly shut, with sounds of short videos playing and video games being enjoyed inside. Those lifeless, heavy eyes vanished into thin air. After Song Nanshi finished speaking, goosebumps had already appeared on my back, although I was so frightened that my legs were trembling. Before this, I shot up and glared at Yi Jian and Han Sha. That night, I was tasting the cake downstairs on the first floor. There was no one upstairs at all. When she was in the bathroom, the second floor had only. He-Jen blushed upon hearing the implication in my words and waved his hands frantically, saying, "Boss, stop guessing. I was in the Summoner's Rift that night. If you're not convinced, I can find some of my teammates to vouch for me." Hansha crossed his arms and spoke with a faint tone. "Do I look like the kind of person who has mundane desires?" Indeed. I took a moment to gather my thoughts. After spending these few days with the two of them, their gaze towards Song-nan Sr. is entirely that of siblings. It's so pure and clear that it almost seems as if they had been cleaned with Lysol. They definitely don't seem capable of such actions. But then again, if it wasn't them, I couldn't help asking, "Xiao Song, why didn't you say anything about such a big matter earlier? Aren't you afraid?" Song-nan, she seemed a bit uneasy as he spoke. I was going to say something, but I also thought it wasn't likely that Han-ji or Xiao He did it because those eyes didn't look like they belonged to living people. I was afraid you might misunderstand them if I said anything. After all, if it's not human, there's no harm in me taking a bath, and he wouldn't suddenly burst in or record anything. The crux of feeling guilty turned out to be right here, leaving me at a loss for words. After holding back for a while, I blurted out, "Then why didn't you seal that gap as well?" Song-nan, she thought for a moment and said, "Because I was still curious about what that thing actually is. I wanted to see if it would appear again, but I never expected that this gap would suddenly be sealed today." Thus, it becomes clear why Song-nan, she noticed the anomaly. In truth, even during what I thought were peaceful days just a few days ago, this miserable place was far from quiet. However, even Kitaro couldn't bend a stick for the ghostly activity to target Song-nan. She was truly a case of self-inflicted humiliation. That's why they say I now have a team of the most suitable residents for a haunted house. We've recruited such a group, and it feels like we would be losing out if we don't live here. I asked Song-nan, "So you can still get by even if this place is haunted?" Song-nan, she said mysteriously, "Of course not. Ghosts aren't scary. Nobody has ever been killed by a ghost where I used to work at the morgue. It's always humans who kill each other." At this point, it clearly wouldn't be appropriate for me to back out as the boss. After all, it seems that the store isn't destined to fail financially. In fact, if we can maintain this momentum, there's even a possibility of making a substantial profit. Hell yeah, true wealth and status come from taking risks. I sighed and confirmed with Hansha, "So, the most dangerous thing in this room is me. I don't know how to master the law, I don't adhere to the male ethics, and my horoscope is not strong enough. The other party can't beat you, a few of you, so in the end I have to come to trouble me." Hansha nodded and said calmly, "Your self-awareness is quite accurate. So if I want to keep opening shops, I first need to make sure the dogs are safe." I nodded and finally mustered the resolve, staring at He-Jen with hopeful eyes. "So, Xiao He, I wanted to ask you something. Can I stay overnight at your place and sleep on the floor?" Chapter 09, Suffering the Consequences. On my first day of business, I checked into Jishen's room. He-Jen is so easy to talk to. The landlords even moved into the room. The first reaction was to give me the bed, while I was worried that he would be sold to someone. In the future, I helped count the money, while forcibly pressing him on the bed and laying a mattress on the ground. Hansha said that absorbing young energy does not exist. In reality, the reason why a child man has his special features is that he is not open to his desire root and lacks practical experience. Even if some evil things want to take advantage of the situation, what they want to do is beyond the rules for you, just like when you dream about something that you will wake up automatically when you are young. In other words, as a pure love warrior, he Jen's own magical resistance is high, but he can't distribute that young energy to protect his teammates. And my current arrangement of sleeping in his room is just for good luck, much like placing a lucky charm by the bedside. With everything ready for the next day, I had just gotten out of the shower on the second floor by 10:30. He had finished watching his parents return long before. When I entered, he was in the process of changing into his pajamas. It seemed that these college students somehow managed to cultivate themselves into living Buddhas despite their busy schedules for classes. He was lean and muscular, but inexplicably, he bore several injuries for his age. There were at least 3 or 4 prominent scars on his back. I just couldn't resist asking, could those marks on your back be from working out? My sister keeps telling me to exercise and I'm struggling to come up with a good reason to argue with her. Jen pulled down his clothes slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said with a bitter smile, "Boss, haven't I told you before? When I was young, there was an accident involving me and my father. These scars are from that incident. The doctor said it could have been worse if not for my good constitution, so I've been working out ever since." After he finished speaking, he saw that I was holding a towel, quilt and pillow in my hand and began to worry about the bosses sleeping on the bed. He wanted to snatch my things over and put them on the bed. In terms of strength, I was really no match for the young man, so I could only say helplessly, "You kid has never been to a big factory, so how could you get such a strong sense of superiors and subordinates? You see, Lao Han never would be polite to me. Believe it or not, if I change him, I might have to charge money to sleep on the floor." Jen still didn't let go of my blanket. He complained with a pained expression, he has work to do in his hands and doesn't fear being fired by you, boss. I'm just an intern with no experience. If you fire me, it might be hard for me to find another job. I nearly burst out laughing at the sheer audacity of this kid. It seems he has no idea just how much we dessert makers value our staff. Potential hires are a precious commodity, almost more valuable than a madam. With looks like yours, you're dreaming if you think I'd fire you without anyone stepping up to buy your freedom. Neither you nor Song Nan will ever step foot out of this shop. I thought for a moment and said, "How about this? If you're really worried I might give you a hard time, why don't I set up a double bed for us tomorrow? We can share the same bed, and that should help you sleep more peacefully, right?" With those words, Jen likely didn't expect his boss to be so cunning. His face immediately turned green as he slammed the light switch. "Boss, you should have told me if you thought the floor was too hard." The room fell silent immediately. To be honest, sleeping on the floor of an old house like number 29 for the first time is far from becoming second nature. However, if I had to choose between encountering ghosts and being uncomfortable, I would definitely pick the latter. Plus, after all the work I did that day, it wasn't exactly a walk in the park. I had planned to think about future marketing strategies before bed, but as soon as I lay down, my whole body felt like it had been run over Before 2 minutes had passed, I was already fast asleep and out of it. Looking back, I did underestimate the challenges this house would pose. As a result, I failed to realize at the time that the troubles facing Huangliang 1 Dream on its very first day were far from over. I struggled to open my eyes after what felt like an eternity, and when I grabbed my phone to check the time, it read 3 a.m. It had only been a little over 3 hours since I lay down to rest. Generally speaking, with my sloth-like sleep quality, sleeping more than 12 hours is a breeze. In contrast, waking up naturally after 3 hours feels utterly out of the ordinary. I was half asleep, wondering if it might be because the floor was too hard and was about to roll over and go back to sleep when a cold draft suddenly blew in, making me shiver for no apparent reason. Only when I focused my gaze did I realize that the door was actually open. A few hours ago, I clearly remember that I shut it off myself. I suddenly became half awake and sat up quickly to call He Jian, but when I turned my head, there was no one in bed. His towel was messy on the side, but his slippers were still on the ground. This guy doesn't wear shoes when he goes out at night to use the bathroom. Given the chaos caused by the pranks during the day, I was starting to feel a bit scared. When He Jian didn't return after a while, the hallway was pitch black with not even the sound of a toilet flushing. Something seemed off, and I cautiously got up from my bed, peering out into the darkness towards the door. The hallway was empty, and the bathroom door remained ajar. Only the mirror glowed faintly in the darkness, blurring my reflection. It was clear that He Jian was not on the second floor. This kid must have gone downstairs barefoot in the middle of the night. Thinking of the staircase where 2 people had died, I couldn't help feeling a chill run down my spine. I turned on my phone's flashlight and approached the staircase. Sure enough, I saw a figure dart past the corner on the first floor. Calling out Xiao his name in a low voice, there was no response. The person remained silent as they entered the first floor. What's going on? A chill ran down my spine as Hu Jian appeared in the light for just a moment. Despite being visible only briefly, his expression was stark and unemotional, with his eyes almost unable to focus. He seemed like a wooden puppet controlled by strings. Clearly, that wasn't Hao Jian's normal state, though. Perhaps was that Hao Jian? At that moment, I suddenly remembered Han Sha's words about the 3 purities bell. It can both repel evil and summon souls. He had even been worried that some chaotic spirit might possess me. So why did He Jian end up being the one to face the issue, rather than Junin transmission? After all, can it be that whoever I offend ends up suffering the consequences? At this thought, a chill ran through me, and I immediately rushed downstairs. I had wanted to turn on the lights and check his condition. But it is said that dreamwalkers should not be easily awakened. Given how unknown Genshin's current state is, it might be better not to startle him unnecessarily. How are you doing, Xiao He? I shone my flashlight and saw him standing dejectedly in the kitchen, turned away from me. No matter how loud I called out, he showed no response at all. Just as I was considering calling down Han Sha, He Jian suddenly moved. He slowly pulled open the drawer underneath the stove. In the beam of my flashlight, and from within, he withdrew a fork. My palms immediately began to sweat. Hido. Did you hear me? What are you doing with the fork? I was intensely anxious as I pressed on, but He Jian remained completely unfazed. He turned his back to me and slowly raised the fork. above his head, then grasped it with his left hand, pointing the tines directly at his neck. "Little How, what are you doing? Snap out of it." When I realized what he was about to do, it felt like I had plunged into an icy pit. Just a short time ago, Hansha had done the exact same thing in front of us, so I immediately lunged at him to snatch the fork from his hand while shouting, "Old Han! Time for you to start working." In the blink of an eye, I realized the significant gap in strength between He-Jian and me. Just a few hours ago, that brat was truly throwing everything he had when he tried to grab the blanket from me. Now, with every muscle in his body engaged, even though I am 1.8 meters tall, it's incredibly difficult to hold on to his arm. I had to cling to him like an octopus, wrapping myself around his back tightly just to prevent him from impaling himself with the fork. "You grew up eating golden earthworms, right?" I forced out the words through gritted teeth, my back already drenched in just a few seconds. Finally, as the light above me flickered on, Hansha shouted from behind, "Ring of fire exchange, extinguish evil." Before he could finish shouting, He-Jian suddenly went limp as if the electricity had been cut off. The fork in his hand clattered to the ground, and he collapsed quietly into my arms without making a sound. "Shao He." I felt his forehead was drenched in sweat, so I quickly laid him down and let Hansha come to check on him. "What's going on?" Hansha, dressed in pajamas and holding a peach wood sword, looked ominously threatening. It was unclear if she had been woken up from a deep sleep or not. I briefly described what had just happened, and Hansha's face turned gloomy. He felt for He-Jian's forehead and blurted out, "Bad luck, it really found him. Is he really possessing something?" I thought of He-Jian's strength just now, which was truly inhuman, flailing about like a wild beast. Didn't they say his constitution can repel evil spirits? How did this happen? This translation aims to convey the original meaning while ensuring it reads naturally and smoothly. In English, Hansha gritted his teeth. "As I said before, this house is too ominous and perilous. Even with a decade of cultivation, I nearly met my end twice here. Although he is a virgin, he's just an ordinary person. We can't rely on him indefinitely." He woke up. At this moment, Song Nanshi, who was trying to take Jian's pulse, interrupted us. As I lowered my head, I noticed that Jian's brow furrowed, and he let out a groan, struggling to open his eyes. "It hurts so much thinking about how it's my fault that this young man is in trouble. I feel as if my conscience has been hit twice." Quickly, I asked, "How are you feeling? Where do you hurt?" He-Jian complained bitterly, "It feels like someone hit me from behind. Boss, my back hurts." He reached back to touch the spot where I had just applied force with my arm. For a moment, I was at a loss for words, and it took me a while to ask, "You have no idea what happened just now? If you hadn't been so strong, I wouldn't have had to use all my strength to strangle you." Hearing this, He-Jian looked at me in utter confusion for a long time before saying, "To be honest, it feels like I was just having a nightmare. In my dream, there were guests in the store, actually. A young lady who said she needed a fork to eat her cake and asked me to fetch one from the kitchen. Then what happened after that? How does that girl look?" Hansha asked. He-Jian frowned as he tried to recall. She seemed a bit plump, particularly pale. Her makeup was rather heavy on her face. She was wearing a red dress, and for some reason, she still felt damp, like she had been rained on. A plump woman in a red dress with pale skin. The more Ho Jen spoke, the colder my heart became. And a fine layer of sweat broke out on my palms. It is obvious that the woman He Jen mentioned is very close to what manager who told me before, the previous generation of tenants who were soaked in blood. I turned to Hansha, whose expression was extremely serious. It really is her, the woman I saw at the stairway entrance the other day. She has been here all along, and she harbors deep resentment. I wonder if it's because Xiao He had previously offended her, which is why she came looking for trouble now. My heart sank. What should we do now? If Xiao He's constitution can't contain her, am I doomed? Upon hearing this, Hansha sighed and said, Boss, I've been saying since the beginning that this place isn't as suitable for a business as you think. To be frank, something like today could happen again. At any time. If you want to minimize your losses, why not look online now and see if there are any professionals willing to take over the space? Are you saying there are specialized people who handle haunted houses? I was taken aback. Hansha looked at me seriously. Of course they exist. And they are not like those who take on odd jobs. Here and there, masters of all techniques but experts in none. There are also Taoists who are exceptionally skilled at dealing with evil sights. I opened my mouth to speak, but Song Nan immediately pressed down on my arm. No way, boss. If it really is that serious, you can't be selling the house right now. Chapter 10, The Influencer Shouldering Humiliation. The next morning, with huge black eye circles under their eyes, the entire team of Yellow Dream faced another day of operations. Even though the dine-in package price had bounced back to $55 by the next day, business at the restaurant showed no signs of picking up. By 10:30 in the morning, all 6 tables were occupied, and by noon, the waiting list had already reached number 25. Although Hansha's cash collection was still as efficient as ever, her mood during photo sessions wasn't exactly good. She looked like she hadn't slept for days. Yet, she was quietly referred to as Master Dao's channeling by one of the girls working at the restaurant. In the kitchen, I couldn't help feeling a mix of emotions as I listened to the commotion up front. The yellow rice dream live streamer became infamous overnight, with news of the store being haunted and the boss ending up in jail spreading across Weibo. My social downfall brought a steady stream of customers. But the saying goes that roosters crow to chase away evil spirits, which means that these malevolent ghosts are less active during the day. As long as you don't go into that bathroom, there shouldn't be much trouble. However, vengeful ghosts like this one tend to dislike intruders more and more the more people come during the day, meaning they will become noisier at night. Recalling Hansha's words, I absent-mindedly placed 2 slices of cake on a plate. After hesitating for a moment, I pulled out an old photograph from my phone. In it, the woman was smearing cream on my 5-year-old nose, laughing heartily. Right? Mom, at this point, giving up would be such a waste. Isn't it? When I retrieved the photo, the last trace of the urge to give up in me subsided. Of course, there were reasons beyond this that led me to decide to keep running the store. Besides my big heart forged from 7 failed attempts. What happened last night also played a significant role. Song Nansha's opposition came as quite a surprise. For a moment, I even wondered if she had practiced Taoism, given how bad the wood was in this piece. After all, if someone claimed that this girl spent her previous life drinking dew on a mountain, I would have believed it. Hansha never expected Song Nanshi to suddenly speak up, and he was taken aback. What do you mean by That? Song Nancy said, in the past, when we worked at the funeral home, we would privately share some stories about experiences or hearsay. One of these stories was told by my master. It involved a cadaver he had handled when he was younger. And it was also considered an ominous residence. If someone else had told me such a story at 3 in the morning in an allegedly haunted house, I might have imagined pressing their head into a food processor to be pureed dry. Yet, this person is none other than Song Nancy. If Bai Liu has 800 tricks up her sleeve, Song Nancy is maxed out at 2. All the cats I've had before would be more deceitful than she is. Given the life and death stakes involving the yellow rice dream, we four still had no choice but to sit around the table as time became a mere afterthought. Song Nan immediately grew tense and spoke up. She said that her master, whose surname is Liang and can be referred to as Old Master Liang in the story, was already over 60 when he taught Song Nan. Old Master Liang, a retired staff member of Yujian funeral home who was rehired, is also quite famous within the industry as a tailor. Clearly, a embalmer who merely knows how to apply makeup cannot be called a tailor. Old Liang earned this prestigious title because he is exceptionally skilled at piecing together fragmented corpses. At around 40 years old, he even spent over 10 hours reassembling a corpse that had been torn apart by a wood chipper, which speaks volumes about the mastery of his craft. As a mortician, Old Li's bravery was naturally beyond question. Yet, if you were to ask Old Li what the scariest thing he had ever encountered in his career was, his answer would always be the same. Back in the 1980s, when Old Liang was just assigned to Yujiang Cemetery, one night he suddenly received a call from Damu Police Station requesting him to go to a civilian residence to collect a body. According to the police criminal investigators on the phone, there were 5 victims, the male and female homeowners, their 2 children, and the homeowner's mother. The records show that the deceased were not from Yujian. They had only recently moved into the house. The cause of death was hanging, and it is likely that they died in the early morning. From the very beginning, Old Liang felt something was amiss. After all, there are many reasons why an adult might commit suicide by hanging, but why would a child do the same? Furthermore, with 5 people in the family dead, no one had noticed anything amiss during the entire day, yet someone chose to report it only at midnight. With a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Old Liang followed the few night shift workers who were on duty that evening to the scene. As soon as he stepped inside, however, a chill ran down his spine, and he couldn't help averting his gaze right away. In the house, the bodies of 5 family members hung motionless from a beam in the living room, with all except the youngest girl having their hands and feet bound behind them with wires. This meant that when death came, they did not resemble ordinary suicides who might try to pull at the rope noose. Instead, unable to move their limbs, they could only thrash about violently. The intense struggle had left the wooden beam covered in black marks from the insulation of the wires, crisscrossing in a chaotic pattern. After seeing the scene, Old Liang's uneasy feeling became overwhelming. He couldn't help asking, "Are you sure this was a suicide? No need for an autopsy." The detectives on the scene shook their heads exhaustedly. 3 groups of people have already checked it out. We called you only after we confirmed it was a suicide. Old Liang pressed on, "So you're sure it was a suicide? Not something forced upon the child by their parents?" The detective sighed and said, "Master, we certainly feel something is off about this. But the fact remains that these two children were the last to die. The reason why the little girl's hands and feet didn't have wires is because she hung herself last. No one forced her. What do you mean? Old Liang felt a chill run down his spine. The detective's frown deepened, his expression equally grim. Based on the evidence left at the scene, the wires hanging from the ceiling were installed by the father. Given the difference in everyone's height, the length of the wires varied accordingly. Both the father and mother, as well as grandmother, had 13-year-old daughter's fingerprints on their wires, indicating that the eldest daughter helped them first bind their hands. After they climbed onto the stool, she bound their feet as well. The ropes around the eldest daughter's hands and feet only bore her younger sister's fingerprints, suggesting that it was the younger sister who helped complete the binding. Finally, it was the younger sister who climbed up onto the stool herself. A few words were enough to make old Liang shiver inside. He opened his mouth and asked his final question. So there's no trace of a sixth person? Who called the police? At that moment, the criminal investigator gave him a look, just a real estate agent. Due to the extremely late hour that night, all the police officers on site were exhausted. Old Lee didn't have many questions to ask and could only transport the body back first. Originally, it was agreed that the family would come the next day to discuss arrangements for the deceased. However, the next day, the funeral home received a call from the family saying that they were too grief-stricken after losing 5 loved ones all at once and could not make the trip. They requested that the funeral home send someone to their home instead to retrieve photographs of the deceased and assist with makeup preparations. Lao Liang was still a young boy at the time, so he naturally couldn't avoid running errands. For some reason, however, after the master who was overseeing Lao Liang took a call, his expression turned quite grim. As soon as he hung up, Lao Liang heard him say to someone nearby, "It's that house again." "Which house?" Old Li was taken aback. The master did not say much to old Liang and only mentioned that he would go with him. They left together and boarded a public bus which eventually took them to the area near Double Dragon Ridge in Damu district. This place is only about a kilometer or two from the peasant household where the bodies were collected last night. Old Liang originally thought the families lived close together, but his master informed him along the way that this was actually the old house of the family of 5 who had just moved out not long ago, with even old photos still kept in the original residence. Would anyone really commit suicide right after moving house? Old Liang grew increasingly puzzled, but his master's complexion was poor, so he didn't dare ask too many questions. They continued walking until they reached the doorstep of a modest house. Just as old Liang was about to knock on the door, his master suddenly stopped him and, bending down, picked up a stone from the ground, throwing it at the wooden door of the house. "Master." Lao Liang had never seen Lao Bagu's master do anything so outrageous, leaving him wide-eyed in shock. Before he could react, the master threw 2 more stones. Over. 2 knocks echoed. Inside the door, a woman's voice said, "Come in and speak. I'm not feeling well today, so I won't come out to greet you. The door isn't locked, you can push it open." Afterwards, there were 2 more coughs. Old Liang felt awkward and wanted to step forward. But the master stopped him once again. "You're not allowed to go in." The master spoke softly, "I brought you here so that you could learn from this. In the future, if you encounter a similar situation, and family members insist on having you enter their home, you must make them leave first without going inside yourself. What do you mean? Old Lee still didn't understand. At this moment, the woman inside the house spoke up. Again, Master, please come in quickly. I've already poured the water. If you don't come soon, it will get cold. At this point, old Liang finally sensed that something was amiss. The woman's voice was truly peculiar. Despite their visit being due to her excessive grief, there was neither a hint of sadness nor warmth in her tone. It sounded as if she was reading from a script throughout the entire conversation. Old Liang couldn't resist glancing at his master. The master's brow was furrowed and he threw another stone at the door before calling out, if you're not convenient, just slip the photo under the door. For us. We have other work today as well, so just call us to inform us of your specific requirements when you're ready. This time, no one spoke in the room. After a moment's wait, a leather envelope was pushed under the door. The master signaled for old Liang to go get it. Despite this, as old Liang approached and bent down, he couldn't help glancing through the crack in the door. This wasn't reassuring at all. Upon seeing it, Lao Liang's blood ran cold. Through the crack in the door, he saw a pair of intensely fixed eyes, bloodshot and weary. In an instant, old Liang was so frightened that he screamed and crawled his way back to his master. The senior master did not ask him what he had seen. Instead, he grabbed him and hurriedly took him out of the house. Only after getting on the bus to go back did old Liang still feel a chill run down his spine just thinking about those eyes. He couldn't help asking, Master, just now I saw. You should see someone posted at the door, just waiting for us to enter. The old master flipped through the photos in the cowhide envelope. They were a family portrait of 5 people. What should have been a picture of happiness now seemed oddly sinister as he looked at their smiles. Lao Liang didn't understand. Why does she insist that we go in? The old master gave him a faint glance and suddenly said, You know, this is the 3rd time I've come to this room. That's probably why the seller called the police. Old Liang was taken aback for a moment and then goosebumps broke out on his arms. In other words, the master said, I came here twice before. The first time was 2 years ago and the second time was 3 years prior to that. Everyone in the house had died suddenly. Some people said it wasn't a good place. People would die from time to time even when renting it out, so locals were afraid to live there. That's why the landlord was considering selling the house to outsiders. Do you remember the story of that family of 5? Old Lee swallowed hard. They moved to Yujiang a year ago. The master craftsman nodded. A family moving to this local area to make a living. After going through the trouble of buying a house, would why sell it so easily? Moreover, they actually hadn't even sold their old house before moving into the new one in such a hurry. By this point, old Liang could hardly speak and managed to choke out, so you think that the entire family of 5 died? Was the person inside just now a family member? The master craftsman reinserted the photo into the leather paper envelope and fell silent for a moment before asking him a question instead. Which is more terrifying, a person or a ghost in that scenario? Author's note. If you have any specific content you'd like me to include as the author's note, please let me know. Otherwise, I'll keep it simple and straightforward. Blind Spot. Author. May 5, 2022. This article on the Popular Influencer store isn't long, and I hope to keep it concise and to the point. Therefore, updating every other day will become the norm, with some posts potentially spaced even further apart. The relay race has its own set of rules, and if we want this article to go far, the initial votes are crucial. So, thank you all for following the series and voting daily. Each vote could help this article advance to the final round. Once again, I am very grateful for your support. Chapter 11: After Sales for Haunted Properties. When Song Nansha's story came to an abrupt halt, my heart rate almost did the same. Coming back to reality, I realized that my hand had involuntarily gripped onto He Jian's shirt. I swallowed hard, feeling the need for some sugar. I stealthily popped a chocolate wood sword into my mouth and dryly asked, "And then?" Song Nanshi blinked. Then, my master didn't understand. At the time. After going back, the family called again to communicate our needs. My master specifically asked about what happened during the day, but the family seemed unaware of this matter and couldn't answer who had delivered the photos. I broke out in a cold sweat, gnawing on a chocolate bar like a hamster, while Hansha said calmly, "Fiendish. She is always like this. If the place isn't clean, its contents will tempt innocent people to step inside." But why would your master's master say that there could still be a person inside? Hao Jian asked suddenly. Song Nanshi said, "My master asked about this again." Later, the old master explained it like this: for a family of 5 from out of town who are new to the area, finding a suitable house quickly usually relies on introductions from local relatives. So why would they end up living in an unfriendly home without knowing anything about it? Wouldn't the relative who helped them with the introduction be aware of any issues with the property? I paused for a moment before suddenly understanding her meaning, and sweat broke out on the palms of my hands once again. He Jian murmured, "They didn't even take the original items," clearly indicating they fled hastily. The method of suicide was also rather peculiar. It seemed almost like a ritual. Not for dying, but to expel evil. Song Nanshi nodded. My master shares this view. Since there was no autopsy, my master, as a funeral director, is the person who has the most direct contact with the body. In other words, if there is anything wrong with the body, they would be the last to notice it. In other words, if the suicide of this family of 5 was instigated by someone else, their relatives would be the primary suspects. Moreover, due to concerns that the undertaker might discover something, the instigators might. This translation conveys the meaning accurately and smoothly in English. I sucked in a cold breath and suddenly realized why the master craftsman from back then had asked old Liang what was inside the door. If it goes wrong, that trip for Lao Liang and his master would be a one-way ticket. In an instant, the entire first floor fell into a dead silence. After a moment, Hansha spoke in a calm tone. The existence of ghosts and spirits does not contradict the concept of human evil intentions. So, what similarities do our current circumstances share with this? Song Nanshi looked at me seriously. I'm not saying that there are no ghosts in this room either. I felt a twinge in my heart. This sentence doesn't need to be said. Song Nanshi's face turned slightly red, and he cleared his throat. What I mean is, based on the case my master mentioned, if there are indeed ghosts, moving won't help. Before addressing the problem of the haunted house itself, even after you move, these things would still follow you. But what if there are no ghosts? If there are no ghosts, why would you want to move as a boss? I stumbled for words when Song Nanshi asked me. I used to regard the lady in the bathroom as a stubborn tenant who wouldn't leave even after I moved in. But is it possible that she's actually just seeking some relief? Now that I still live in this house, at least it shows some sincerity and a willingness to address the problem. However, if I were to simply hand over the house to someone else, wouldn't that be equivalent to me directly turning my back on the woman in the bathroom when she's facing difficulties? I was taken aback and found Song Nan's words more and more convincing as I thought about them. After all, if so-called experts can handle the issues properly, that would be fine. However, I have vetted Hansha. What about when others do it? This profession doesn't have Yelp for negative reviews. Suddenly, the problem revolves around. When Hansha realized my shaking, he sighed, "Boss, if you want to bet, I will certainly find a way to get out of your money, but the problem is that if something like tonight happens again, being on the upper body is not a joke. Not to mention the harm that the upper body may have. At that time, the evil spirits of the evil spirit will have subsequent effects on his body and may even be out of the way." He turned to face He-Jian, but instead of looking away, He-Jian met his gaze as if there was some connection between him and me. Clearly, after listening to the two of them, even that boy who had always been fearless now showed a trace of apprehension on his usually bold face. My heart sank. After all, how could this have anything to do with me? I could certainly take a chance and bet on it, but this kid hasn't even gotten a girlfriend yet. If he doesn't get married after opening the seal, my guilt would be significant. This time, I started hesitating again. Jian hurriedly grabbed my hand and pleaded pitifully, "Boss, what Sister Song and Brother Han said is right. You have to solve the problem before you can leave. Otherwise, if something permanent happens to me in the future and this place has been sold to someone else, where would I even go to seek justice?" Man, this kid believed both sides. I opened my mouth. "So, you're not afraid of being possessed by a ghost again later?" He-Jian felt even more wronged. "I'm afraid, but even if it does manifest on my body, that would be a product with after-sales service. A haunted house is still a haunted house, right? Does having or not having after-sales service make any difference at all?" I was at a loss for words at that moment, but Jian wouldn't let up and grabbed my arm. "Moreover, since we'll be in the same room, won't you be able to help me if anything else goes wrong?" He-Jian pleaded with me. "Boss, this is my first job after graduation. You have to take full responsibility for me." So, to put it simply, I came to my senses and found that the room was still packed. Though He-Jian was young, he had dark circles under his eyes from last night's battle. At this moment, he deftly took numbers for new guests. Looking anything but battered, instead, he appeared vibrant and radiant, like a male bodhisattva who has just emerged victorious from a great ordeal. Although we didn't provide these individuals with the 5 insurances and 1 fund, the current situation clearly can't be resolved by that means. Last night, Hansha told me he could only try his best to suppress Auntie's nightly agitation, but it's uncertain how long he can last. To solve this problem fundamentally, it seems we need to trace back to the historical issues from the 29th. I resolved in silence that despite the issues with the base ingredients on the 29th, it was fortunate that he could still earn money during the day. The next day's sales surpassed 140 portions, and by the time I settled accounts at night, all I could think about was the money in my Alipay account. Crazy. You can really get away with it. If I could earn this amount every day, I'd splurge on building a grand villa for Big Sister. Clearly, Hansha had no choice but to respond to my greed. He extended the evening bell ringing session by double the usual time and added the burning talisman and sword dance service. Panting heavily, Hansha approached me and said, "Boss, this really will require additional payment. It's true that money makes the man, as I feel like a different person after earning 7,000 yuan today." Hearing this, I immediately sent him a big red envelope on WeChat. Hansha, after receiving the money, sighed and wrote the weakness of human nature on his face, but ultimately said nothing and went back to his room. Fortunately, the older sister didn't show up that night. Before going to bed, Liu sent me a message asking about how things had been these past couple of days. I hesitated for a moment and didn't tell her about the house situation. After all, my sister could use her financial muscle to help with people-related issues. But the current situation clearly falls outside Liu's jurisdiction. My sister has been worrying about me so much over the years. Now that there's some progress with opening the store, I really can't add to her stress anymore. With WeChat turned off, I immediately started searching for the history of April 29th on Baidu. It's rather peculiar how this matters turns out. Logically, a house where 4 people have died in succession should be at the top of the food chain in terms of haunted properties. But as a native of Yujian, why have I never heard of this particular case? To think that I'm generally afraid of scary things. But even my sister, who is a true horror fanatic, has never heard of the infamous events at No. 29, Guanin Lane. This feels particularly inappropriate for a house where 4 people have died. I tried searching with a few different keywords, but the real-time news that popped up was all about my store. The parts related to the haunted house were the rumors spread by my sister. Apart from knowing that 4 people died, 3 accidentally, and 1 by suicide, I found no additional information. Why is this the case? The more I searched, the more puzzled I became. Just then, He Jian walked in after taking a bath and pushed the door open. He glanced at my phone and suddenly said, "Boss, you're searching for April 29th, right? The police officers didn't tell you that day at the police station." What? I was shocked. I had only realized later that day when the boy had been detained for so long in the police station. "They were talking about this to you all that time?" He Jian nodded as if it were obvious. "I thought they had told you all about the history of the 29th day. The Guanyinli police station knew about it." I was curious and asked a few extra questions that day. Then, the big brother who came to question me said that while they could understand performing rituals, after all, as common people, 4 lives had been lost in that house and there would always be some lingering discomfort about moving in. But since someone called to report disturbances, they had no choice but to intervene. I never expected the clues to be right in front of me, waiting to be discovered. I couldn't contain my curiosity and asked impatiently, "So what did they say? How much do they know about the specific situation?" Here, He Jian wiped the water from his hair and said, "They first warned me that the steps on the 29th floor were poorly designed, very steep, and made of wood. The wood had even split due to moisture before, and the 3rd tenant had died after tripping and falling down the stairs because the wooden step broke suddenly. I couldn't figure this out. Didn't a previous tenant also die from a fall? If one person has already died, why wasn't the staircase repaired afterward?" He Jian shrugged his shoulders. "They didn't go into such detail with me either. However, after the first tenant had an accident on the stairs, the landlord probably did make some repairs. But it's possible that since Guanyin Alley is near the river and Yujiang often experiences heavy rain, leading to high humidity, the wooden floors still ended up having issues. I ran through the deaths in my head. The first one died from a fall, the second from carbon monoxide poisoning, the third again by falling, and the fourth by slicing wrists. While these methods of death don't share many commonalities, it's far from the typical pattern seen in horror movies. This just doesn't fit the trope at all. I felt a bit disheartened and asked, what else did they tell you? He thought for a moment and said, the officer at the police station told me that they were also puzzled by all the incidents happening in this house. However, everyone involved had always considered the deaths as accidents. The owner of the house believed it was due to bad feng shui. After 2 people died, everyone seemed to lose hope and fully entrusted the management of the house to someone else. And that's when I became the one who paid twice. I rolled my eyes inwardly and couldn't help but snap. Did they tell you anything about what happened before that? In my memory, Guanyin wasn't this large, it only gradually expanded to include this commercial area. In the past decade, this place must have been residential. Before. Well, I have lived in Yujiang for 28 years and I still have some memories of old Guanyin district. Back then, my sister and I never ventured into the area around number 29 when we went clubbing in the wild. Hearing this, he thought for a moment and suddenly said, seems like they say the developers who built the houses in Guanyin district also believe in this. After the incident at number 29, the homeowners didn't initially connect it to anything strange. However, after the developers sent someone to inquire about the situation, they immediately had a ritual performed. Chapter 12, Escalating Warnings. In the following week, the store's business improved to an almost absurd extent. Not only did I sell out all the packages I prepared every day, but some customers even made reservations in advance. Under these circumstances, my dream of entering the top 500 companies in Yujiang catering seemed like a mere moment away. So, after Hansha calculated the daily earnings on Sunday evening, I placed an order for another stand mixer right there and then. Song Xiao, it's time to focus on beautifying something other than the cadavers. Worn out as I was, I patted Song Nan's shoulder and said, you're meticulous in your work, so you can help me out from now on. I'll teach you how to make these cakes in the shop. Song Nan's eyes immediately lit up. The more I get to know her, the more I feel like this girl is a big dog, retired from searching for bodies. She excitedly said, will you personally teach me? Boss? Could anyone else in this shop teach you? I carefully removed a small bubble of dish soap from her hair with a smile. There are only 4 of us in the store, so we can't rotate shifts. Everyone has been working pretty hard, so I think it would be good if Monday is our store's day off. Everyone should take this time to relax and recharge, catch up on some rest or go home if needed, and then come back refreshed on Tuesday to work harder. I pulled out 2 gift boxes from the refrigerator, one with Bass cream and one with fresh cream meringue. Boss, how do you know I like cream? Jen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. I couldn't believe that I actually managed to figure out his taste preferences. I thought to myself, this guy always frowns whenever a customer doesn't eat the fresh cream alongside his croissant. It's written all over his face. If I couldn't pick up on something like that, I probably shouldn't be in business. I smiled and said, this cake would sell for over 200 yuan if it were on display in the store. I'm bringing it back to treat your parents. An 8-inch piece should be enough for the 3 of you. As I said, I handed another portion of the basque to Song Nan. Seeing her face turn red instantly, I quickly added, "It has a high calorie count and you're eating it alone, so I didn't make much and didn't spend too much time on it. If you like it, I can make it for you again next time." "Thanks so much, boss. You're the best." Song Nan. She bowed politely and, carrying what seemed like a precious treasure, dashed up the stairs. Just as I was about to stop him, Hansha gave me a cool glance. "Her destiny is as firm as steel and concrete, there's no need for you to fuss over it." Clearly, Hansha's tone was not particularly agreeable. And he wasn't trying to hide the reason why. I sighed, thinking that the stereotypical image of a Taoist in novels as ethereal and otherworldly was not to be emulated. The one in my shop is truly a en-AU working Taoist, embodying both idealism and realism. While collecting payments with all his might, he never forgets to advocate for basic employee benefits in front of the boss. "Could I ever forget you?" Reluctantly, I handed the last huge box in the fridge to Hansha. "You mentioned that your daughter isn't feeling well and can only eat light food, so I made 3 types: yogurt basque cheesecake, yogurt chiffon cake, and chocolate banana brownie. I've taken care of patients before, and I know they often get a sweet tooth. These won't be too sugary or fatty, but at least they can satisfy their cravings." "You?" Hansha looked at me in surprise. "When did you?" I sighed and said, "When else would it be? Of course, I'll squeeze in some time whenever I'm swamped. Get the little girl to taste it as soon as possible. And then ask her what she wants next time. I'll try my best to accommodate her." Still, this week big sister didn't cause any trouble. While the underlying reason for this calmness is mainly due to my occasional red envelopes, it was Hansha who did the heavy lifting. I smiled and said, "Why don't you go back to see your daughter tonight? Even if the little girl isn't living with you all the time, it's hard to justify not seeing her dad for a whole week. With things stabilizing here for a week, she probably won't jump on me the moment you leave." I patted him, feeling too exhausted to continue, and preparing to go wash up before sleeping. At this moment, Hansha, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly called out to me. He removed the red cord from his wrist and said solemnly, "I won't be here tonight, so you can keep this. Don't wander around the house at night. Just because I performed a few rituals doesn't mean there are no evil spirits in this room." I shuddered, and my sleepiness vanished almost entirely in an instant. Does she really think I'm the only one she can bully? Could it be that this big sister has taken a liking to me? After all, I'm not the most delicate-looking among us, right? Hansha stared at me for a moment before saying, in a calm tone, "I calculated it last time, and your physical condition turning out this way might not necessarily be your problem. It could also be due to issues within your family. After all, those who deal with money frequently are often by the river. How can they possibly avoid getting their shoes wet?" Then, the Taoist really didn't mince words and went straight out to see his daughter. I glanced at the red thread he had left for me. It was hard to tell how long it had been worn, as the color of the thread was already dull. In the middle of the thread hung a copper plaque inscribed with a small "Wen" character. That night, even though I held the red string the entire time, I still couldn't sleep soundly since no one was conducting a ritual in the house. Clearly, as long as the issue with this house remains Unresolved, I'll have to operate on eggshells, fearing that auntie might dance right into my face at any moment. To address this problem, I'll need to delve into the historical reasons behind number 29's frequent accidents. The next morning, Hansha didn't come back, and Jian had gone home to visit his parents. Song Nanshi, as usual, prepared her beloved spicy sauce stir-fried rice for breakfast. I pulled her back and disdainfully put the jar of spicy sauce back in the fridge. They both like this. What's so good about it? Let me take you out to eat something nicer. With just the two of us left, even if this girl has a very strong horoscope, I dare not be overly confident. We two single individuals went into the coffee shop under the pretext of having breakfast, lunch, and afternoon tea together, but in reality, we were trying to investigate the 29th post with Song Nan as our guide. Since Huang Liang's dream became a hit, the rumor that No. 29 is a haunted house spread like wildfire, with various articles and analyses flying everywhere. After fattening up for a whole week, I finally get to indulge in a good binge read. Wang and Song Nan divided the work, and they quickly found a lot of dubious scientific articles. These were much less credible than the ones by Liu had previously released, with some even claiming that under number 29 was a mass grave. Please, back when my sister dragged me around and we passed by this area filled with elderly people who were thoroughly enjoying themselves playing mahjong. How could it have been as tough for me as it is now? Everywhere you looked, these seniors would be chatting and relaxing, while I find myself in such a difficult situation now. After searching for a while, Song Nanshi called me over and said, "Boss, take a look at this." I went over to take a look, and an anonymous response said this: "Nowadays, young people really have no fear. They open a place and others dare to patronize it, especially if it's trending on social media. As for me, an old-timer from Guanyin, I wouldn't even consider it. The house is so ominous, witnessing the previous tenant being dragged away in a bag right before my eyes still haunts me. At that time, the brother of the deceased was chasing after the ambulance, crying and running. I have no idea how long this one will last. It's said that 4 people have died in this house, but there are actually many more. When it was still a residential area, a fire broke out, killing several people. Today, all that remains at number 29 is a pile of ruins." My back chilled. Compared to those vague and mystical responses, this one stands out for its credibility. Like in a typical horror movie, an old house with a history of incidents likely has its problems rooted in the foundation itself. What can I do in this situation, though? If Alipay becomes sentient, are you going to stop using it? It's quite good at making money. Am I supposed to just dig up my house instead? My heart sank as I tried to find more people online to verify the fire rumors, but inexplicably began running into obstacles. By mid-afternoon, I still hadn't obtained any more useful information. It seems I'm destined to bear this great injustice. On the way home, I was overwhelmed with emotion, and Song Nanshi kindly bought me a milk tea. But by now, sugar can no longer save China. Searching for information cannot save number 29 either. Just thinking about going back to face another day of working during the day and enduring the big sister's torment at night filled me with despair. Everyone returned for dinner. I told Hansha about the fire, but he seemed unsurprised. I was shocked and asked, could it be that big sister had a dream about you? Hansha took a bite of the takeout small noodle dish and said indifferently, does it still need a divine revelation? The first 4 tenants in this house, 2 died in the bathroom and 2 on the stairs. Based on my past experience, common accidental deaths usually hold grudges against just one area of the house. Since there are 2 points for the 29th tenant, that means they had to flee at some point. Either they were being chased or encountered an unexpected situation. They had no choice but to run up from the stairs to the 2nd floor and were eventually trapped and suffocated to death. With that, I immediately recalled the article I had read today. After Guanyin was completely transformed into a commercial district, it actually retained the style of the original residential building's 2nd story Western-style houses. Even the internal structure on the whole did not undergo significant changes. The old buildings were demolished purely for aesthetic reasons and to address some electrical and drainage issues. In other words, building No. 29, as it originally stood, should have been a 2-story structure. I felt a chill run through me. So, it could be that the person was burned to death because they couldn't escape to the 1st floor via the stairs and ended up trapped and dying in the bathroom on the 2nd floor. This explains why the Guanyin authorities immediately sent someone to perform a religious ritual after learning that something happened on the 29th. Hansha seemed to be able to read minds as she said, "If we had properly performed a ritual before the renovation, this wouldn't have happened. But with the vengeful spirits continuing to commit atrocities, it's now much harder to put an end to it. The more I thought about it, the more it gave me a headache. It seemed that among all the business owners in the world, few faced such a dilemma where I could only choose between my life and money. I had intended to ask Hansha if there was any way to salvage the situation, but suddenly, a vague woman's voice came from above us. My heart sank. Again, number 29 was haunted right under my nose. This time, even before Hansha had a chance to sit up, he snarled, "I want to see what the hell is crawling on me." And then he leaped up the stairs with the agility of an agile leopard, his movements swift and sure. Hansha, don't act impulsively. I got carried away. Last time we faced this situation, it was entirely thanks to Hansha's nasal blood temporarily holding things together. Now that the figure on the 2nd floor has clearly undergone a super evolution and can even overpower a child, the trouble they cause is completely incomparable. Hansha pulled off the red string from my wrist. "Hold on, you'll just cause more trouble if you come up now." He then ran up the stairs. I was about to follow when Song Nan, my mentor, firmly held me back. "Boss, let Han handle it. If anything happens to you, we won't have jobs anymore." I must say that I've never felt the weight on my shoulders quite as tangible and specific as I have in recent times. The weight downstairs was agonizing, akin to sitting through a childbirth experience. But the surprises this house had in store for me went far beyond just at the boy ball and at the girl ball. My mind was racing with scenes from horror movies. Finally, He-Jian shouted from upstairs, "Boss, come up here. But you need to prepare yourself mentally." My palms broke out in a cold sweat. Truly, as the saying goes, if there's no discipline for 3 days, tiles will be stolen. Just a few days of peace and quiet, and trouble has already cropped up again. Under immense pressure, Song Nan and I made our way up to the bathroom. We found Hansha standing there with a grim expression, facing away from us toward the bathtub. He was holding a burning yellow talisman in his hand, drawing symbols in the air while mumbling the sutra for the departed. Song Nanshi glanced at me cautiously and said, "Boss, do you want me to check the situation first before you let me do it myself, brick by brick? These are all my hard-earned dollars. How else can I get closer?" I was mentally prepared for what lay ahead as I approached the bathroom door. The enclosed space was immediately hit with a pungent, metallic odor. Just as Jen emerged from the bathtub, having retrieved something, he turned around, and at that moment, my hair stood on end in a sudden chill. Number 29 was born, and it was a bloody mess with hair. Author's note. Unclear vision. Author. May 10, 2022. The first leg of the journey is coming to an end, and I would like to express my gratitude for everyone who joined me until the very last day of the first segment and supported Huanglai meeting with your votes. If you enjoyed this piece, please continue to accompany me until the very end. Chapter 13, Still Worth Rescuing. Problem 29 has become serious. Due to the presence of hair in the bathroom, Jen accompanied me to report the incident to the police. However, the officers ultimately determined that the blood overflowing from the bathtub was not human blood. They speculated that it might have been caused by daytime guests out of curiosity who had entered the basement drainage system on the first floor. The police also noted that due to continuous rainy weather in the U River area for several days, coupled with issues with the drainage system in the old house, the overflow from the second-floor bathroom may have backflowed and caused this situation. But still, this couldn't explain the woman's voice on the second floor. Given my previous encounter with the police over feudal superstitions, I decided not to mention the voices this time. As I was leaving, I tentatively asked the officer, "Officer, did similar strange incidents occur before the 29th? The police officer glanced at us and said, "You make your living from such strange things, so you're afraid of something strange?" I got a bit choked, and immediately after, Jen started to play the victim. "Officer, could you tell us about what happened with that house? It would help us understand if you could share some details with us." As they say, a fan of handsome men holds the truth. Even the police officer's attitude towards Jen had improved noticeably. Regretfully, he said, "To be honest, despite the many unexpected incidents on the 29th, you're the first to actually report it." "Am I the first one?" Although there were objections raised by the family after the fact, the truth is that this translation maintains the formal tone and structure of the original Chinese sentence while ensuring it reads naturally. In English, the ellipsis at the beginning can be used to create a sense of pause or introspection before stating the facts. The police officer looked at me seriously. "The previous residents never came to us until the accident occurred. In this way, reporting the incident proved to be futile. As soon as the evening shift ended that night, I immediately went to Hansha's room and pestered him relentlessly, hoping he could come up with another solution. People are such weaklings. After closing down 7 stores, it took me a lot of effort to finally get one up and running smoothly. Now, facing the daily turnover, I simply can't easily give up on saving number 29. At the very least, I need to fight for it a bit more." Hansha was left with no other choice and sighed. "Boss, why don't I read your fortune again? It's possible that you were just not meant to be in this kind of business from the start." I never expected that he would bring up mysticism to persuade me to give up, so I said helplessly, "It's the 21st century. My fate is in my own hands, Mr. Han. What exactly did you see last time? Isn't the reason for your disagreement with your father because of his numerous flaws? All of a sudden, Henshaw coldly interrupted me. Your father incurred debt due to greed, and the victims were people very close to him. Shouldn't you already understand clearly why I say that your debts came from within the family and that you might be inherently unsuited for starting anew in business? You. Realizing what Henshaw was saying, I broke out in a cold sweat immediately. Henshaw's expression returned to a calm demeanor as he looked at me with a sense of compassion. Ever since I first showed you your palm, I knew why you would close 7 stores and fail each time. In our line of work, there's a saying about private debts, where parents' debts are often the hardest to untangle. The more they owe, the more you have to repay. Isn't it strange, boss? Your cakes clearly taste good, yet you've experienced so many failures before. This might not have been your problem from the very beginning. He finished speaking, and my mind went almost blank. Since I started my business and left home, I haven't really thought much about the past. After all, no matter what I do, Mom won't be coming back. All I can do is fulfill her wishes with everything I have and ensure that more people get to taste her cakes. Henshaw whispered, Boss, I understand that you feel very disappointed. You've come so far, only to face this setback. But in my view, many things in the world have their predetermined path. When you keep hitting walls time and again, your destiny is already laid out before you. I opened my mouth, intending to argue, but the fact that I had hired her to close 7 stores previously couldn't be denied. At this moment, Henshaw seemed to read my stubborn nature and sighed softly, You are paying me to do this, so I can only say as much as that. As for this house, I'll try again, but I sense that I won't be able to control it for long. Henshaw eventually agreed to perform a religious ritual within his capabilities and give it another try. This time, it was clear that he meant business. 3 days after business hours ended, Henshaw climbed the stairs early, exuding an aura of deadly intent. That was quite imposing. Afterwards, I also gave the matter considerable thought. And from many perspectives, Henshaw did have a point. My dad is not exactly a paragon of virtue, and my sister and I agreed on this long ago. However, it's precisely because of this that I resolve never to follow in his footsteps but to take the path he forbade me from taking. So, even if this store can't sustain itself, I have to earn back what I originally invested. After all, when it comes to the next place, I can't rely on my sister's money anymore. As I calculated the business receipts, I couldn't help making grand aspirations. At this rate of wealth accumulation, perhaps I could move to Guanyin Street soon and compete with the cool rice balls there. To be honest, adult happiness is all about indulging in pleasant daydreams. After counting my money and feeling a sense of ease, the moment I went up the stairs, that sense of contentment quickly evaporated. Henshaw was in the bathroom, holding a dagger and gesturing to slice his own hand. Before he could do it, I leaped forward and pinned him down. What are you doing? I was shocked. Didn't you say that we couldn't have any bloodshed here? Henshaw glanced at me with a faint expression. How else can you control it if you don't summon it out? Since it enjoys blood, the fastest way would be to let some blood directly. I was stunned for a moment, and Henshaw's knife was about to greet him again. I thought to myself that I would pay the other person a 200-year red envelope to make me do this. I gritted my teeth and said, You have to go home to see your daughter every week. Why do you explain to her that you have an injury? It's not your turn to bleed. My outburst seemed to have caught Hansha off guard, and I took the opportunity to snatch the knife from his hand. I then called out, "Xiao He, come up here. You." Hansha's eyes widened in surprise. He clearly didn't expect me to be this shameless. Before he could react, He Jian leaped forward like a big wolf dog and stood by the bathroom door. I stretched out my hand, handed over. "Great." He Jian obediently held out his hand and I took a deep breath, pulling out the recent business earnings, and boldly placed it in the palm of his hand. "Go to the old hotpot restaurant at the front and ask them to pack 2 portions of fresh duck blood. Fresh, right? The fresher the better, don't bring it back if it's not bright red. Got it?" As He Jianfei disappeared like a flash at the staircase, Hansha couldn't help rolling her eyes. "Do you think these vengeful ghosts and evil spirits are idiots who can't distinguish human blood from duck blood?" I shrugged and said, "So what if the bathtub isn't filled with human blood either? If it can't pull off such a grand spectacle on its own, why should we go to all this trouble?" It was quite rare that Hansha left me speechless, and after a long pause, he said helplessly, "I never guaranteed any results to begin with, and now the effects will be even weaker. You really need to prepare yourself mentally. The little I can do now is limited." Soon, He Jian returned with 2 bowls of duck blood soup. Hansha instructed him to place the items in the bathtub. As we retreated to the doorway, he ignited a talisman and began mumbling, "Among all living beings, many are entangled in grievances. Deep grievances are hard to resolve. In one life, grievances form. In 3 lives, they continue without rest. Now I transmit this marvelous method to dissolve these karmic debts. Listen with sincere devotion as I recite the sutra. Enemies will disperse and vanish. Even though I'm no expert, I can tell this time that Hansha's religious ceremony is different from before." He closed his eyes and spoke in a low voice, repeating it over and over until a layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. Reefs of unresolved grievances lie among the myriad beings. By the end, Hansha seemed to be enduring some pain that I couldn't see, his voice trembling more and more until, in the end, his knees gave out and he collapsed onto his hands and knees in front of the bathtub. Old Han. I was startled and recalled how he had nearly been impaled by the peachwood sword last time when he was pressed down. I wanted to go and help, but Hansha waved me off. "Far from over, don't come in." Hansha's voice sounded hoarse and he struggled to pick up the 3 pure bells. With each shake, he recited the same incantation 3 times. After repeating the chant thrice, Hansha tried to stand up, but just as he bent one leg, it seemed like something heavy pressed down on his back. Cough. Hansha stumbled, and the bells in her hand clattered into the bathtub. Her face turned as pale as a sheet of paper almost instantly. By the time I realized what was happening, my heart sank considerably as well. Big Sister smashed Hansha's bell gun. The ritual for that evening concluded with Hansha burning a total of 10 exorcism talismans. As the ceremony drew to a close, Hansha tightly bound the door to the 2nd floor bathroom with red string and instructed us not to use it for bathing tonight. We would have to wait 72 hours before opening the door again. Hansha looked very weak, and Huang Lianyi also faced their first night that required getting a room for a bath. I booked a 3-hour room at a nearby budget hotel and had just finished when it was already 11 o'clock. Walking back to Building 29 under the night breeze. I sent White Willow a voice message and attached a photo of Hensha's exorcism ceremony today. Now that things have come to this, it's clearly time to tell her the truth. Sis, there's a big problem. The Taoist I hired came to the house and had a 1v1 session with the elder lady in the room. He broke all the ritual tools because he said this place is too sinister. He suggested we need a more specialized person to look into it. Do you know anyone who could help us? After waiting for a moment, Bailu's voice message arrived just as I was approaching the door. What's going on? What do you mean by saying the house is too ominous? Didn't you tell me your business has been doing well recently? I thought it was already bad enough that my business was doing so well, but still, the house is haunted. Sighing, I said, the place is haunted, sister. You know, these spirits are people-loving. The more people there are, the noisier they get at night. In just 2 weeks, not only did one of my guys experience it, but the bathtub had a visit from Aunt Flo as well. And today, our Taoist even broke his ritual tool. Taoist. The same one who left in the middle of the ceremony last time and showed up with the police. Otherwise, he's my long-term employee and is pretty worn out from working all day today. In this case, the 3 dots are commonly used to indicate an intentional pause, trailing off, or unsaid words in speech or writing. They are often used when a character or narrator is thinking or when dialogue trails off. If you need more context or a specific scenario for these ellipses, please let me know. The phone connection was interrupted for half a minute, and Bailu said succinctly, how about you change the decoration? Renovating the place. I was taken aback. Baichu said, many so-called houses with bad feng shui are actually problematic in their construction. For example, poor lighting, steep staircase angles, and other such issues can lead to psychological problems or accidents for the people living inside. With this in mind, I suddenly realized that the overall structure of the 29th one didn't quite add up. The second floor was cramped, with steep stairs, and both the hallway and bathroom lacked windows, making it almost pitch dark even during the day. Everything was dimly lit, to the point where a person standing silently could give one quite a fright. Not only that, but manager who mentioned that no one has made any modifications to this house since the first homeowner. Bailu continued, the 4 people who died before were tenants. Tenants wanting to renovate the house need to obtain the landlord's consent and spend a lot of money. Many small business owners simply cannot afford this wasted expense and have no desire to go through such trouble. As a result, the issue with the house is left unresolved, leading to more problems. Truly worthy of the title, Dong Mingzu of Yujian. All at once, hope surged in my heart as I entered the house with the key. Even before I had a chance to change my shoes, an eerie sensation crept up my spine. I suddenly looked up, and in the dark corner of the first floor, a shadow flickered and headed upstairs. Chapter 14, Psychology of the Self-Sabotaging Protagonist. What is the first reaction a person should have when encountering a ghost? A few weeks ago, I would have definitely turned and run, but right at this moment, I suddenly understood the feeling of the main character in a horror movie, trapped in a mansion out in the boondocks. Would you be able to run away if your house, which brings in $7,000 a day, was haunted? I gritted my teeth and grabbed an umbrella directly from the entrance, slowly making my way up the stairs. The only obstacle to my current path of making money is this thing. Desperate rabbits can bite, and I've only been open For 2 weeks and it's already causing such a ruckus. Really going too far. They don't even bother to ask me what sacrifices I've made to get to this point. Since the last cat cafe closed down, I'm basically living like Boogaloo by Young now. With one final step, I took a deep breath and peeked out. The corridor was eerily quiet. Since the shop's business picked up, everyone at Huang Liang had significantly improved their sleep quality. Even Songnan's room, which used to stay lit late into the night, was now dark. It must be that the beautiful lady went straight to bed after her bath for a beauty nap. Where have you been hiding? I don't know where I got this boldness from, but at this moment, I'm determined to dig until I find that thing I just saw. After all, Henshaw went through so much trouble. The bathroom door is still sealed, so the main lady of this house shouldn't be wandering around at midnight. She even managed to gather up all these little pests. One by one. I can't believe that if it's just a minor thug, I wouldn't be able to handle it. The second floor was cramped, and the red rope securely tied to the bathroom door suggested that whoever was involved wouldn't dare storm into Hanshaw's room. After a moment's hesitation, I decided to search our own room first. After all, according to Hanshaw's words, whoever owns this house would become the target. I opened He-Jian's door as quietly as possible. The young man seemed to have crashed his game mid-play, with his phone pressed beneath his hand and showing no reaction to my action of pushing the door. Of course, it couldn't be expected that his vigilance alone could keep the other items in the room from causing trouble. Reluctantly, I checked the only closet in the room that could conceivably hide someone. However, the flashlight beam ultimately illuminated only a small patch of He-Jian's clothing. For some reason, this kid's desire for material possessions seems as tame compared to mine back then as that of a monk. When I was around his age, I was practically bringing boxes and boxes of baking equipment home alone. I bought more than 20 rubber spatulas. Fortunately, He-Jian had few items, so I quickly went through them and concluded that there was no way the missing item could be in either of our rooms. The wardrobe could thus be easily ruled out. One could say that humans can't withstand pressure after repeatedly being stumped by the paranormal occurrences. In this room, I felt like a player losing 20 consecutive games in the Midnight Summoner's Rift. After that, continuing to play until dawn relied purely on instinct and sheer willpower. The wins and losses no longer mattered. I returned to the corridor, planning to check on the empty room I had previously occupied. However, as I approached under the bright lighting, I suddenly noticed that Song Nansha's tightly closed door was slightly ajar, without a sound. In an instant, a chill ran up my spine. This brat is actually using guerrilla tactics against me. Master Songnan's room was quiet. I thought that He-Jian had an extraordinary physique before, but he still couldn't escape the fate of being on the upper body in front of this room. In comparison, even if Master Songnan's horoscope is hard, it is not necessarily invincible. Now I can't let this ghost thing have a beautiful girl's body. After all, if I have to fight again, it is impossible for me, a handsome dog like me, to attack Master Song Nan. With this thought, I hesitated not for a moment as I pushed open Song Nansha's door. Yet, deep down, I silently prayed that the girl, despite her seemingly conservative appearance, didn't have any habit of nude sleeping, otherwise, I really would be in a world of trouble. No matter how much I jumped into the Yellow River, I wouldn't be able to wash myself clean. Fortunately, the light from his phone illuminated Song Nanshi's neatly dressed figure, which was curled into a small ball under the towel blanket, exposing only a slender and pale arm. At the time, we three guys unanimously decided to offer our slightly larger room to the pretty girl, which made Song Nanshi's room not only bigger but also immaculately tidy. Everywhere in the room were half-finished dolls that she was currently letting dry. During the day, it wasn't too disturbing, but at this hour, the handheld flashlight shone on these small objects, giving them a pale and eerie glow, making it hard for anyone to avoid feeling a chill run down their spine. Apologize for any offense. Reasonably and emotionally, it wouldn't make sense to barges into a girl's room in the middle of the night and start rummaging around. After a moment's hesitation, I decided to wake Song Nansh first. I tiptoed over to her bed intending to shake her awake. But right as my hand was about to touch her arm, something peculiar caught my attention. No matter how you look at it, her movements feel a bit awkward. Son Nanshi slept with his back to me. Normally, when people relax, their elbows naturally bend. However, Son Nanshi's elbow was straight and unnaturally tilted to the side, allowing me to see his palm from my perspective. It looked almost like a puppet. I was taken aback. Given the current situation, if Song Nanshi doesn't have some special abilities like sleeping and doing yoga, then this translation aims to convey the original meaning in a natural and fluent manner. The ellipsis at the end is left as is, suggesting that more information or reasoning could follow. The one sleeping on the bed with their back to me is not really Song Nanshi at all. Die already? I gasped in shock, feeling a bizarre breeze brush against my ankle as if someone was gently blowing air at it from beneath the bed. My scalp tingled with fear as this strange sensation washed over me. If the one in bed is not Master Song Nan, could the real Master Song Nan be underneath the bed? Is she reminding me? At this thought, I didn't bother with the motionless figure on the bed and immediately crouched down to check on Song Nan's safety. However, as my flashlight beam illuminated beneath the bed in that instant, a hollow-eyed, pale face was suddenly bathed in bright light. In a state of immense terror, I didn't even have the chance to scream before my neck was roughly pulled back. Unsteady on my feet, I tumbled directly onto the bed where Song Nanshifu lay. There's also some on the bed. By the time I reacted, a cold arm had pressed down on me, sending my whole body into spasms out of fear. I tried to scream, but a soft hand clamped over my mouth just in time. Following that, a towel blanket was pulled up over me, completely enveloping me. Hush! The phone landed haphazardly to one side, illuminating Song Nanshi's face in the darkness. She was wearing a thin nightgown and, with her hand tightly pressing against my mouth, she mouthed the words, "Boss, don't make a sound, just hide under the bed." By this point, I was thoroughly drenched in cold sweat. After staring intensely at Song Nan for half a minute under the towel blanket, I finally realized that she might have been awake for quite some time already, and had likely noticed the strange object beneath the bed long ago. The question was, where on earth had that thing just on the bed gone to? Only later did I realize the hand on the bed and found myself looking around nervously. At that moment, Song Nan was covering my mouth with one hand while holding a towel blanket with the other. However, as my gaze fell on her back, I noticed another pale hand attempting to crawl under the towel blanket. Actually, I instinctively blew into Song Nanshi's palm, my head throbbing from the intense fright in just 2 minutes. However, Song Nanshi merely glanced back and, without Hesitation pulled that hand towards him. Oh no. Can't you be a bit less brave? I was so numb that I desperately pinched my own thigh. But even then, the hand in Song Nan's teacher's hand did not disappear. In fact, she even used that hand to pat my face. This is fake. Song Nan, she mouthed. I bought a silicone prosthetic hand just to practice with. I stared at her in silence. In this situation, Song Nan was making me feel a bit embarrassed, and I couldn't help looking away awkwardly. Actually, before, I had also thought about trying my hand at manicures. My brain slowly started processing what had happened. I realized that the Song Nan she had placed on the bed was intentional, designed to make everyone believe it was hers. As for what she was trying to protect against, thinking of that big face just beneath the bed, I broke out in a cold sweat and silently asked, "Did you see the one under the bed as well?" Song Nan she sighed, explaining, "I feel a bit cold, just like when I touched it while taking a shower. That day, I felt something was wrong, which is why I took out the fake hand." I asked, "Did you just think I was that thing?" Song Nan she nodded. "It's happened before. The dolls in my room sometimes get moved during the night. I know something comes in at midnight. What on earth is that thing?" The more I thought about it, the colder my back felt. But now, hiding under the quilt blanket forever wasn't a viable option. We needed to find a way to get off this bed. I tried to peek outside from under the towel blanket, but everything in the room was as silent and unchanged as it had been when I first entered. The door remained wide open, and outside, darkness enveloped everything. Isn't it still hiding under the bed? I quickly realized with horror that the situation we were now facing was actually the most terrifying one from my childhood. I couldn't extend my hands or feet out of the bed at all, let alone touch the ground, for fear that something beneath the bed might reach up to grab me. Who would have thought that in 2022, someone would still be stuck in bed? I hesitated for a long time and couldn't bring myself to get out of bed, but it wasn't in my nature to put the beauty at risk in such matters. Just as I was torn, Song Nan she seemed to read my mind and whispered to me with a calm expression, "Boss, if it didn't hurt you when someone came in during the night before, why don't I take care of it this time?" Song Nan she was indeed charming and fearless as always. As soon as she finished speaking, she began to move toward the bed. Before I could react, I impulsively tried to pull her back. Unfortunately, Song Nan's center of gravity had already shifted, and my sudden tug caught her off guard. She tumbled into my arms, landing unsteadily against me. Oh. Originally quite calm, Song Nan's hands and feet were pressing against me through the thin nightgown, and I could even sense her temperature rising rapidly, her face flushing as if she had been thoroughly cooked. Before I could react, Song Nan let out a piercing cry of pain. "Sis, if you're not afraid to find someone under the bed, why would you scream over something like this?" My mind went blank in an instant, and none faster than Jen's. Just 5 seconds later, the light in Song Nan's room was turned on. Her Jen rushed to the door. "Sister Song, what happened?" His words suddenly cut off, and so did Hansha's footsteps behind him. The three of us stood facing each other at the doorway of the room. Before I could react, Hansha rolled her eyes and said to me, "Boss, are you next going to ask me to share a bed with you?" "No, not. I've already told you that sleeping with someone just gives me emotional comfort. Even if Sha Song has a strong personality, there's Nothing we can do about it, it's yours now. Wait a moment. Previously, when accompanying my sister to watch dramas, I often scoffed at those romances where characters could easily fall in love just by interacting loosely. Little did I think that I would encounter something even more outrageous. Scaring off ghosts, but only one bed. Help. At this point, I could only call for help by looking towards Senior Song Nan. However, the young lady had already turned red, hugging her body and burying her face in her knees, still holding onto her silicone prosthetic hand as if it were a toy. Song Nansha's voice was so soft it sounded like a mosquito humming. It wasn't the boss coming over to sleep with me. I actually dragged him onto the bed. My vision went black, and I tried to struggle one last time to clear my name, but at that moment, Jian suddenly seemed to notice something. He turned his head slightly and looked at the bottom of Song Nansha's bed, asking in surprise, "There seems to be something white down there. Sis Song, is it yours?" Chapter 15 Gentle Reminders. Heg Jian mentioned it, and I suddenly remembered the troublesome object hidden under the bed. I frantically pointed to it for Han Sha to see. I chased this thing here just now and came in through it. Is it still down there? He Jian didn't waste any time and directly pulled out the item from under the bed. And you guessed it, more newspapers, this time 3 of them. I took a look, and the 3 newspapers recorded 2 cases of falls from heights and 1 gas leak incident that occurred after the area was renovated into a commercial district on the 29th. So is it just here to deliver the newspaper? Han Jian wondered. Have you ever seen someone deliver newspapers to people's beds at midnight? Just reading the brief unexpected content on the newspaper, I couldn't help getting a chill down my spine. In addition to the ones found in the bathroom cracks. Last time, it's incredibly mysterious how all the newspapers related to the 4 accidents on April 29th have ended up in this house. I turned to Han Sha and asked, why would a ritual just finish tonight? This translation maintains the original meaning, while ensuring it flows naturally in English. If you need any further adjustments or additional context, feel free to let me know. Han Sha pinched her a bit and then sighed. Among the things that linger in this room, there are those that want your life, of course, but there are also some that are relatively friendlier. Don't call this friendly. My face turned green. With the degree of my face, it is hard for me to imagine that the thing I saw under the bed would be my fucking friend. Thanks to the hard work I have lived in this room these days, otherwise with my courage in the past, I might have lost people. Han Sha glanced at me indifferently. I didn't ask for your blood, nor did I intend to harm your life. I just wanted you to leave this room. Isn't that friendly enough? I was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you telling me that it's sending these things to me repeatedly just to make me leave? You just can't hear what they are saying, so you find it hard to believe them. Han Sha said it with a faint expression, crossed her arms and leaned against the closet. Then she told us a story. That was 10 years ago, following the successive blows of his wife's death and his daughter's severe illness. Han Sha ultimately chose to embark on a path of religious life. On one hand, this decision helped him adjust his mindset. On the other hand, he hoped to accumulate good fortune for his daughter, with the hope that her illness might improve in the future. The year the disciple obtained his license to leave the mountain, his master bestowed upon him a magical artifact and introduced him to some contacts who had demands in this regard, allowing him to help suffering individuals. And it was in that very year that Hansha, who was just starting out, came across a house that left a deep impression on him. No. 172 Chiangguan Road. 10 years ago, No. 172 Yiqiangguan Road was a private bookstore owned by an elderly couple who both suffered from weak eyesight. They lived on the second floor and mainly served students from nearby Chiangguan Middle School. Although they didn't make much money over 15 years of operation, their simple life managed to carry on. However, this calm was soon disrupted by a car accident. In early summer of 2012, a tragic accident occurred on a small side street near the entrance marked No. 172. A junior high school girl, who had just finished her classes, was run over by a dump truck transporting construction waste down a back road. The driver did not immediately realize that someone had been hit, and the girl's body, torn apart by the wheels, was dragged for nearly half a street before the truck finally stopped in front of No. 172. One can imagine how severely this accident has affected business 172. For a long time thereafter, both the nearby residents and students from the school would detour around this street. Although the couple's business at their shop declined, they both inexplicably developed a sense of unease. Though there were no guests, something else seemed to have taken up residence in room 172 ever since the car accident on that day. Hansha received the commission already a month after the car accident. The intermediary didn't reveal much, merely mentioning that the owner of Unit 172 had been experiencing some strange occurrences recently. While these incidents hadn't yet escalated to a life-threatening level, they were already starting to affect their daily lives. The couple had even been managing just 3 to 4 hours of sleep per night for several evenings now. Then, one day in May, Hansha arrived at this quiet path where not a soul could be heard. Due to a car accident a month ago, several withered flowers still sit at the intersection. Although door No. 172 is open, the door itself is tightly shut. At the time, Hansha cautiously pushed open the door. A crack. A peculiar chill swept over him, and as he shuddered involuntarily, he almost immediately realized there does seem to be something that doesn't belong to this side over here. He soon met the elderly couple. Due to prolonged fear, the two appeared similar to many of Hansha's previous victims, with dark circles under their eyes and pale, haggard faces. According to Hansha's master, they were already plagued by evil chi entering their bodies. The husband said they couldn't sleep because there was noise in the room. It was a sound that they found difficult to describe in words, like rapidly moving their lips without producing any clear sounds, merely emitting some breathy noises through their teeth, truly not resembling human speech at all. For several nights in a row, this sound emanated from behind the bookshelves on the first floor. With such a large inventory, the store was already cramped for walking space, even from upstairs by the second floor stairs. There were many blind spots. Additionally, neither of the couple had particularly good eyesight. Unless one walked up close, it was impossible to verify whether anything was actually there or not. So for the entire night, they could only listen. Both in their 60s and without their children around. The couple dare not be complacent when faced with such situations. They had to tough it out through the whole night. It wasn't until the next day, when they went downstairs, that they noticed some books in the store had been moved from their original positions, and a few seemed to have even vanished mysteriously. At first, the husband had considered reporting the incident to the police. However, on the same day he was preparing to go to the police station, another strange occurrence took place in the store. It was a bright daytime, and after hearing strange noises all night long, the husband was cleaning up the bookshelves. He was about to leave when suddenly an odd sound echoed from deep within the bookstore. Like a sharp tongue click, crisp and clear. In an instant, his husband broke out in a cold sweat. His wife was on the second floor doing laundry, and he could even hear the rumble of the washing machine. No matter what, there shouldn't have been anyone downstairs. Could there be someone in the corner? Thinking about the strange noises that had been heard for days, the husband picked up a pair of scissors from the cash register and slowly made his way toward the source of the sound. Soon enough, he found that no one was there. Snap! Another sound echoed, this time from behind me, as if a book had fallen. The husband went over again, but no one was there. Snap, snap, snap. Several times, the book would fall to the ground for no apparent reason. Each time the man reached out, he found nothing. Finally, he realized there was a problem. The book always lands behind him. In other words, that thing has actually been following him in this narrow space, circling around him. In that instant, goosebumps erupted on his husband's neck. He took a deep breath and suddenly turned his head away. This time, he finally caught a vague glimpse of it. Behind the gap in the bookshelf lurked a death-white face. It was that girl. The husband was exhausted from that day on, and they gave up reporting the incident to the police. He said the girl who was involved in the accident was one of our regular customers. She was supposed to come to browse books that day, but something went wrong. So she might blame us. Hate you. This is a direct and natural translation that maintains the casual tone of the original Chinese. Question. Since Hansha's debut, he had resolved a few cases of wrongful grievances, but he had never heard of such absurd reasons for enmity. Why do you think it was that girl? What was your relationship with her? Her face was somber as she said, it's because neither of us has good eyesight. In the past, our business often relied on students' sense of responsibility. We later realized that when these students came to visit in the past, they would quietly find books for us in the bookstore and let us know after some time. Similar to how the book kept falling off that day. At this point, the husband added, moreover, I double-checked those books that had changed positions or disappeared, and they were all novels that the young lady used to love reading. There's no mistake, it must be her. The couple spoke with such conviction, but Han Sha grew increasingly puzzled as he listened. To the best of his knowledge, vengeful spirits that remain on Earth rarely stop at such superficial retribution. Most of his previous tormentors already had something to fear for their lives. One could say that this was the first time Han Sha had encountered a ghost that had been causing a ruckus for nearly a month without actually harming its victim. He thought for a moment and asked, so, what do you want me to do? At that moment, the wife gingerly brought out a small pile of books from behind the cash register. They were neatly tied with red ropes, while the husband produced a large bag of paper yuanbao. Inside, there were also some specially bought paper school bags and paper dresses for their children. The husband sighed, she's a good child, Taoist. We hope you won't make things difficult for her either. And let her pass on peacefully. We don't know what she likes, so we just wanted to burn some of her favorite books for her, hoping that she can depart in peace. I understand. Although he had never performed such a ritual before, Han Sha was now determined to clarify everything. thoroughly before sending the girl on her journey. After making a round of the store, he quickly chose a small empty space in the deepest part of the bookstore. His top priority was to find an appropriate way to communicate with the other party. Hanshaw entered the bookshelf, set up a fire basin on the spot, and burned each of the written talismans. One by one. He recited silently, "Wandering spirits, where do you reside? Listen to my command, gather your essence quickly." After reciting the passage dozens of times, Hanshaw rang the bell 3 more times, each time with increasing weight. And just as the final chime echoed, a stiff figure appeared outside the shop. Surprisingly, the person seemed short and resembled a child. Wait. Hanshaw did not expect the other party to arrive, so quickly and hurriedly rushed out. However, when he pulled open the door, there was no child to be found outside the store. The narrow path was deserted, save for a tattered piece of paper that lay by the door. Written crookedly in red ink were the words on it: "Escape." By the time Hanshaw finished speaking, goosebumps had erupted on my back. I subconsciously wanted to reach for He-Jian to scratch. But since all I had nearby was Song Nan, I could only awkwardly shift half a position towards her and cautiously speak up. "Old Han, I've gone through so much tonight. Just come out and say what you want to say already. Will you stop scaring me?" Hanshaw crossed his arms and looked at me in confusion. This story is still so warm and heartwarming up to now. What's the big deal about it? Warmth. I don't understand, but I am profoundly shaken. For some reason, Song Nanshi even seemed a little touched, so the child was actually being kind. She hoped that the couple could leave. Hanshaw nodded. "I haven't finished telling this story yet." After following my advice, the couple temporarily moved out of that house. About a week later, their bookstore was ransacked. The police found reconnaissance marks at the door and identified the perpetrator as a habitual criminal who had committed similar crimes in another province. This person targeted vulnerable groups for robbery and kidnapping, tormenting them before eventually silencing them. He-Jian thought for a moment and said, "So, if they are still in the house, they might die." Hanshaw said with a faint expression, "Because there were very few people on the street after the car accident, and even other businesses had closed down. The other party chose them precisely because of this." He sighed again. "I always felt that the house wasn't haunted by a malevolent spirit, at least it didn't seem intent on harming them. Later, when they moved back in, the house never had any problems again, not even the noises at night." Hanshaw looked at me throughout his speech, and I realized what he was trying to say. So there are also spirits that communicate in human language and perform human tasks. The one who has been delivering newspapers to me all along is like this. Hanshaw nodded and was about to explain when Jian suddenly interrupted him, hesitantly saying, "But is it possible that there could be another explanation for this matter?" Chapter 16, Special Complaint Mission. Jian's interruption was sudden, and Han Sha with Macron paused for a moment before saying, "You go ahead." The young man thoughtfully ran his hand over his chin. "Didn't they have a recon mission? I've heard that many cases around schools involve gangs sending underage kids to scout the area. Many of these kids might be disabled or even mute, unable to make normal sounds. Considering the couple's poor eyesight, maybe the kids were hiding nearby all along and kept giving them subtle reminders because they couldn't stand it anymore. I didn't expect this young man to be so pragmatic. I laughed and said, "If you can't stand it, why bother?" to stop the couple from reporting it. Jen said if I reported it, my husband might not make it to the police station alive. I got a chill down my spine and I didn't find this explanation particularly comforting either. Taking a deep breath, I said, after all, whoever delivers the newspaper to me might not necessarily be a bad guy, right? Hansha looked at me meaningfully and said, they also hope you will leave. In the end, things always come back to this. I gave a wry smile and said, Old Han, if I really don't want to give up this store, do you think a new renovation might help? Hansha sighed and said, if I told you that you have cancer, do you think that a facial treatment would make you feel better? At this point, it's about being scientifically minded, I said reluctantly, let me think about it for a bit. It's not easy to earn some money, and the difficulty of making such a decision isn't much less than having a knife cut into flesh. Hansha understood, saying in a calm tone, boss, I'm just giving you some advice. Don't worry, I always start and finish well. As long as you stay in this room and pay me my salary on time, I'll find a way to ensure your safety. This is also for my daughter. After ensuring that the room contained nothing else, I returned and lay down with great difficulty. That night, my sleep was anything but restful, and even in the dead of the night, I dreamed of sitting in a bathtub eating cake. I had only taken a tiny bite, but the cake was gone in an instant. Looking up, I saw that the bathroom wasn't just me, it was 4 pale faces staring back at me. Imagine my dismay. Not only did I fail to enjoy the cake, but I also encountered a ghost. Under this nightmare's torment, I woke up before 7 o'clock to ensure the young ones got enough sleep for growth. I moved silently down the stairs to freshen up. However, I was surprised to find Hansha not only awake earlier than me but also leaning against the door, smoking. Does everyone get like this when they get older? I pushed the door open and stepped out. Even though it was the height of summer, the temperature at this time was quite comfortable. Hansha, with his long limbs and otherworldly appearance, seemed even more so when dressed lightly and exposed to the breeze. He offered a cigarette case. Want one? I shook my head and smiled bitterly. No, my sister said that if I find out I smoke, I will let my nostrils drink hot sauce. If it is a lollipop, I can consider it. Hansha made a humming sound and chuckled. To my amazement, he really did pull out a lollipop from his pocket. Is this what you calculated? I exclaimed. You were right the last time you said it. My daughter has been craving sweet foods ever since she fell ill. We do keep our diet light and bland most of the time, as per the doctor's advice. To satisfy her cravings, I stock up on these sweets for when she just can't hold them in anymore. Hansha exhaled smoke, speaking with a calm tone. She really liked the cake you made last time. I didn't dare to let her eat too much, but she was very grateful to you. You don't need to thank me. I found some low-fat and low-sugar recipes later. I'll try giving her something else next time. With a gentle breeze and the sun on my face, it's one of the few times this 29th that I can truly appreciate life. I asked, you mentioned before that prolonged exposure to these things might have an impact. How are you feeling after all these days? After all, you're not without responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Hansha's gaze wandered to the distance. After a long silence, he said, everything I do now is for my daughter. Back then, my wife passed away due to cancer and left me with a final request to take good care of Wen. But just as I turned around, my daughter had already been admitted to the hospital. At that time, I was also having some business troubles, which made things even harder on her. Ever since then, I've been wondering, how can I make it up to her? In the morning breeze, Hansha's voice was soft, as if questioning himself, yet also probing my conscience. As the saying goes, heavy rewards bring brave warriors. But to be honest with myself, that meager salary I pay to Hansha would not motivate even me to act with such courage. Therefore, for Hansha to go to such lengths for no 29 truly amounts to doing charity work. My heart warmed as I instinctively said, I used to think about this a lot when my mother passed away. In the end, I realized that living my life to the fullest and honoring the legacy she left me is what truly matters. Is that so? Hansha exhaled his last puff of smoke, extinguishing the cigarette and leaving a brief trace of confusion that quickly vanished from his face. He said, to live well, you shouldn't be in this house. And so, the unremarkable day turned into a money-making frenzy very quickly. I'm just grateful that no 29 was sensible enough to keep its business open during the daytime, even with the hauntings happening at night and allowing it to earn some money. After all, for me, as soon as the Alipay notification sounds, my previously feel-laden courage gets recharged. And I feel like I can pull it off again. With the addition of a new stand mixer and Songnan now able to pitch in, production has increased, naturally, leading to more sales. In the evening, after reviewing the day's earnings, I felt that there was nothing I couldn't forgive. My mood lifted immediately and I booked a more expensive hourly room so everyone could take a shower. After all, as long as one's mindset doesn't collapse, more solutions can always be found than problems. In the worst case, we could just keep the bathroom on the second floor sealed off. After all, I can still afford to pay for the rooms where my employees take showers. In the future, once we earn more money, I can even treat them to foot baths and full-body massages. At 10 p.m., I double-checked with Hansha before bed. The lady in the bathroom on the second floor seemed relatively calm and well-behaved, although Hansha no longer has leaned to suppress her. Now, he was still on the safe side by stuffing yellow talismans into every gap in the bathroom, with red threads crisscrossed haphazardly around it. The visual effect was so eerie that even Lin Zhengyin would probably comment on how off the chain it looked. Hansha said that if they were lucky, the issue might just fade away, but there was also a significant risk that it could become more resilient and persistent. After all, a house where 4 people have died is practically unheard of in his career. To handle such a high-profile haunted house, as we general workers might say, is essentially equivalent to landing a position as one of Jack Ma's secretaries at Alibaba. By now, I can only pray that number 29 will just leave me alone. However, reality has shown that nothing withstands constant mention, especially for someone like me, whose luck seems to be inversely proportional to the frequency of my prayers. At 3:30 a.m., I knew something was seriously wrong the moment I opened my eyes. It could only be one thing for me to wake up at this point, neither urgent need to urinate nor natural awakening. With the psychological shadow from He Jian's previous dream, I shot up in bed like a rocket. Fortunately, little Hao was sleeping soundly on the bed, and the door of the room was closed as well. However, for some reason, just then, there was an odd chill that seemed to seep through the bedding and abruptly wake me up. Can it be that thing again from last night? Just thinking about that big face sends a chill down my spine, and I peer nervously under He Jian's bed. With half-closed eyes, it's empty. And just then, another gentle breeze brushed past my spine. I turned my head sharply towards the direction of the door and realized that this wind was coming from outside. Song Nan. She also mentioned the intermittent chill in the room. According to logic, there were no windows on the second floor hallway, so where could such a cool breeze be coming from, especially during the late night when all the doors were closed? Once such thoughts arose, there was no going back to sleep. I rose once more quietly and cautiously, intending merely to check if the bathroom door was still securely closed, but what I saw next proved disastrous. A few hours earlier, the red cord that had been tightly wound up was now silently scattered on the ground. Moreover, the bathroom door was wide open and the yellow talismans that had been stuffed into the cracks were scattered all over the corridor, extending from the bathroom to the stairs. Oh, come on. I sucked in a cold breath. Although it's only one day left until the 72-hour mark, it's clear that the lady on the second floor can't hold back any longer. Given the situation, I couldn't keep my thoughts to myself and immediately got Hansha riled up. Consequently, room 29 was once again illuminated well into the night as everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Upon seeing the state of the bathroom, I still couldn't control it. After a moment, Hanshan let out a sigh. He wasn't particularly surprised by the situation, but appeared exhausted as he stepped into the room and drew out a peachwood sword. With a knife, he cut his right hand and let the blood drip into the bathtub. Old Han. I truly didn't want it to come to this, but Han Sha was resolute this time. I've said before that what you're suggesting won't work. I'll try one more time. If it still doesn't pan out, then there's nothing else I can do. He finished speaking and Hansha ignited the talisman paper. After pulling 2 consecutive all-nighters, everyone's complexion wasn't good. Hansha was particularly pale after the relentless fatigue, and I feared he might collapse in the bathroom while practicing swordsmanship. After much consideration, I decided to go downstairs and grab some of the chocolate reserves for the next day. After all, using it on our own team wouldn't be too much of a loss. It seems we really need to make a decision quickly. Still seething as I reached into the refrigerator. Life had dealt me a streak of bad luck with this run of good fortune. Why was it so unfavorable? Couldn't even the heavens be aligning to help that scoundrel of a father convince me to go back? To be honest, I can be a pushover for anything in this world, but when it comes to this, I absolutely won't budge. Grinding my teeth, I viciously shut the refrigerator door and took a big step up the stairs. But halfway up, I noticed a cold glow from the kitchen. Out of the corner of my eye, seemingly, the refrigerator door wasn't properly closed. When someone has really bad luck, even the refrigerator seems to oppose them. I rolled my eyes and turned back around. Sure enough, I saw the fridge door cracked open a tiny bit, a serious matter for someone who runs a bakery, as this contained the next day's bread supply. If it were to melt away, I'd be looking at half of tomorrow's sales gone. Thinking this through, I had to restrain my anger as I carefully reclosed the refrigerator door, making sure everything was in order before picking up the plate and heading upstairs. But before I could make it halfway there, once again, that faint blue glow lit up the kitchen. I hope not. This time, a sudden chill ran down my spine and I froze right where I stood on the staircase. From this vantage point, I could even faintly hear Hansha reciting the incantations. Who would have thought that while this ceremony was taking place on the first floor, there were actually people jumping to electronic music at the gravesite? Sweat broke out on my palms and I hesitated for a moment before eventually putting down the tray and slowly retracing my steps. I wonder how many of them in this house really have it in for me. I stepped into the kitchen and abruptly turned on the ceiling light. As expected, the small space was empty of any figures. Only the fridge door had been slightly ajar, revealing a thin slit, and there seemed to be nothing missing from inside. It can't be that guy who delivers the newspapers just coming to scare me again, can it? I tried to understand the mindset of these holdouts with as much goodwill as possible. For the third time, I closed the door and took a deep breath before speaking with righteous determination. I understand that you may have your reasons for holding out. You can help yourself to eat and drink, but I have business to attend to. So, could you please close the fridge door when you're done? No need to make me beg on my knees. Those who understand the times are true talents. Refusing to go along can only make you seem like a sycophant. Once again, I hesitantly made my way up the stairs. Just as I was about to reach the top, a faint chill brushed against the back of my neck, causing me to shiver. From the darkness below, an eerie voice echoed up at me. Here. Author's note. Impaired vision. Author. May 20th, 2022. There are 2 or 3 more chapters to set the stage, and by the start of the 3rd segment, we'll begin peeling things back layer by layer. Chapter 17, Direct Provocation. The moment I heard the sound, my scalp prickled as I instinctively turned to look. There, in a corner of the dimly lit first-floor hall, stood a silhouette. As I stared at him, he slowly poked his head out with an unusually eerie posture, as if he were looking back at me. Another chill ran through me, and my thighs were trembling. For some reason, I had a feeling that if I dared to call out to Hansha and the others right now, this thing would immediately charge at me. After all, in every horror movie, the rule is clear. Don't make the first move. But as soon as you do, the enemy leaps right at your face. There are 5 more steps left. I slowly regulated my breathing, preparing to charge forward in one swift movement. However, before I could make up my mind, the thing in the darkness couldn't contain its laughter and cackled aloud. Grass. Before, I had only heard this thing cry, but who would have thought that its laugh would be even more devastating? My back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Who the hell wouldn't run right now? I admire him for it. My body moved instantly, and sure enough, the creature in the darkness lunged at me. I barely managed to make out its pale, ghastly face before I couldn't contain myself any longer and began a desperate scream. I'm just in the business of running a store. No one ever told me that I would have to go through this kind of hardship every night as an internet famous shop. I started running upstairs with both hands and feet. And it was only at this moment that I deeply realized that my sister was right. The feng shui of a haunted house is definitely not good, and I'm convinced it's due to poor renovation. I don't know if the deaths on the stairs were related to any ghosts before, but now I understand that their accidents must have had something to do with this staircase. This damn thing is going to kill me. The moment the idea popped into my head, my feet followed with a slight tilt. The steps closest to the 2nd floor on staircase 29 were designed with such an unreasonable height that, under normal circumstances, my foot barely touched them. In my panic and rush, I misstepped and was about to fall down the stairs head first. Suddenly, my front suddenly tightened as he grabbed me With a swift upward pull, he lifted me up like a small chicken, actually pulling me up to the second floor. "What's going on?" Song Nanshi rushed back to ask me, and before I could even finish saying someone is downstairs, He Jian had already dashed down, his movement so swift that I couldn't even manage to stop him. "Young man, have you learned your lesson after experiencing one loss? Can't you be a bit more cautious?" I had no time to catch my breath and was immediately back on the perilous steps that nearly cost me my life. As He Jian switched on the main light on the first floor, Hall 29 was bathed in bright lights. Not to mention the shadows, this time even the newspapers were gone. He Jian, despite his youth and impulsiveness, seemed to still harbor resentment from their previous encounter. He immediately charged into the first floor, thoroughly searching every nook and cranny. He pushed open the bathroom door and opened up the storage closet and kitchen beneath the stairs. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Again, the thing that just locked eyes with me in the darkness vanished into thin air. Completely overwhelmed with a sense of survival, I suddenly went weak at the knees and sat down right on the stairs. Han Sha, who had rushed over, asked, "Did you see it again?" I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead and was very much tempted to deny it, but my mouth opened and closed a few times before I could actually bring myself to utter those words. My own eyes saw it all, so I couldn't wake up even if I were to slap myself hard. After all, what I witnessed just now is reality playing out in the very house I bought. It was clear that Han Sha's incantations had been sufficient to keep everything at bay for at least 2 days when they first entered. Now, however, it had clearly escalated to the point of direct provocation. Master Han's abilities wouldn't have regressed in just a month. The only possibility was that the original text seems to be cut off at the end. Would you like me to complete this sentence or continue with the translation? Number 29 had become increasingly rebellious after receiving so many setbacks. By this point, even my usually optimistic self can't console myself. The issue on the 29th can be resolved with a new renovation. After all, doing business is like a gamble, but it's certainly not a blind roll. If the ritual for the renovation by Han Sha fails as miserably as before, I fear I might end up losing even the money spent on the renovation. At this thought, my heart sank. I saw that Han Sha's wound was still open, and I sighed. "Let's treat your hand first. You don't have work injury insurance, so if you need to go to the hospital later, I'll cover the costs for you." Fortunately, dealing with wounds is Song Nansha's strong suit, and he quickly tended to Han Sha's hand. In no time, knowing that tonight's matter would be hard to avoid, we gathered around the table once again for another session of Yellow Dream Team, the atmosphere hanging heavily as if it could freeze solid. Although I have shut down 7 businesses in the past, even the shortest-running cat cafe lasted for half a year before it had to close due to poor management. I was utterly discouraged, thinking to myself, if I had known that making money would also mean closing down, I might as well have relied on those 2 undescended kittens and their harem to continue the cycle. By the time I found good homes for the little kitten pups and earned enough money, I could have started a new investment. Why should I be willing to give it up for such a silly reason when Mingming Huanglang Meng is at its peak right now? I really can't bear it. If we moved out, I gritted my teeth and still wasn't giving up. If you can accept it, I could rent an employee apartment nearby. That way, I wouldn't have to live in constant fear every night. I don't have any problems. Song Nanshi nodded vigorously. Boss, you can count on me. Beautiful lady, but she's a big dog. I felt a surge of emotion, but upon looking at Han Sha's expression, I realized that things wouldn't be so simple. Surely, he sighed after a moment, this isn't a sustainable solution. Due to the stimulation from humans during the day, the situation here is gradually worsening. It's not just the second floor, the first floor will also start to have issues. Boss, don't mind my blunt words, but if we continue to ignore this in the future, it's only a matter of time before we end up with ghosts haunting us during the daytime. Haunted during the day. I sucked in a cold breath. This was finally the genuine article of Sister No. 29's prowess. Has she become this arrogant? Not only is she not afraid of you, but she's even not afraid of the sun. Unbeknownst to him, whether it was due to the bloodletting or something else, Han Sha's complexion was quite poor. He reluctantly said, to be honest, in 10 years of my career, I've never encountered a house as sinister and evil as this one. The red-robed woman Shao he saw earlier was likely not just the previous inhabitant who bled to death. Rather, she represents a confluence of evil spirits from apartment 29. There are other spirits here too, but none can match her. Since we are being completely open already, let's just ask everything so I can put my mind at ease. I asked further, what if we stayed there forever? Han Sha thought for a while. I have never been in such a vicious place, but my master told me in the past that the more vicious the house, the more violent people live in the house, the more fierce the people will stay in place, because the more people die, the greater the evil thoughts. If you stay here, you will be the reserve grain on No. 29. Once you are eaten one day, you will never be able to leave here. Reserve grain. The first time I heard this notion, I broke out in a cold sweat. I wondered why these underworld entities didn't just directly sponsor humans to act as their pawns. After all, it would be more sustainable than killing them off one by one. What if, down the line, they find this place too strange and end up tearing down the entire structure? Song Nanshi expressed concern. What if the boss just moves out and these problems keep following him? I think the boss's luck really is terrible. Spouting plain truths. I sighed and quickly fed Song Nanshi a peachwood sword to shut her up. Yeah, I've already marked her as someone with a reserve supply. Does that mean she'll let me go once she moves out? Now that you can't deal with her, if she comes after me in the future, won't I be toast? Me? He Jen interjected hastily. I've been having nightmares lately where that woman in red keeps coming to find me. What if she really has some inappropriate intentions toward me? Now that the boss is moving out, won't I have to keep dreaming about her for the rest of my life? I'm not even married yet. Take it easy, one at a time. Han Sha rubbed his nose tiredly and asked He Jen. First, after being subdued, there might be some after effects on your body. I'm going to ask you a few questions, please answer them honestly. He Jen nodded. Han Sha, do you feel a bit weak lately? He Jen, not bad, everything else was pretty good. Except for the nightmares. Han Sha, any leakage of the Dan pill? He Jen choked for a moment, and when he saw that Han Sha didn't seem to have any intention of explaining further, he quickly pulled up his phone. His face gradually flushed as he spoke in a barely audible whisper, I'm not at the point where I think everything is cute. Just because I've been single for too long. Han Sha said calmly, not being able to influence Your essence while trying to enter your dreams means that your fundamental strength is still intact. If this was the case even when you were in this room, how could she have harmed you after you left? I had already looked up the meaning of Ludan, and I felt that I was truly doomed from the start. Whispering to myself, I said, so he will need a girlfriend. Eventually, right? Can't expect someone who works for me to stay single. Just in case he changes his mind later. If the store closes down, it wouldn't be fair to ask them to remain unmarried. With Song Nan, the bewildered master, sitting on the table, I had already spoken rather delicately. However, Hansha rolled her eyes upon hearing me. What are you thinking, boss? Just because these items in the store can't be subdued by my own efforts doesn't mean they'll continue to cause trouble. But have you ever seen a firefighter save people before putting out a fire? The top priority right now is to ensure your safety. We don't even need to consider whether it might harm you in the future. Today, it's already targeting you. You might not make it out of this house. This translation aims to convey the original message with naturalness and clarity while maintaining the context and tone of the dialogue. I sighed again. Since we've gotten this far, the most important question is next. After all, every time in the past when I opened a store, it was rented property, and if it failed, it meant losing both the business and the rental. There's nothing for me to worry about. However, the 29th is the one I bought. To be sure, the price I paid back then was outrageous. But that was still money. Given my misfortune, every 3 yuan Meituan coupon feels as precious as 300. Let alone a large sum like what I spent on buying a house. It could well be considered tantamount to my entire life savings. I took a deep breath and eventually asked the question I really didn't want to ask, so, if we involve the relevant parties to handle this, it won't be for nothing, right? If there is Jinping, the haunted house will be selected as the top 3 in Yujiang haunted house in 2022. It cannot be sold at a low price just for this title. Hansha hadn't said anything yet, but Song Nanshi looked at me with hopeful eyes. Boss, you're really not going to run this store anymore? Then what about us? If you're willing to follow me and help open a new store, I'd be happy to have you on again as helpers. Thinking about how my sister's startup funds have been entirely depleted by me, and considering that the money I earned in these past few weeks might only be enough to rent another haunted house, a wave of sadness washed over me. Just as I was about to ask how much the other party was willing to spend on buying a haunted house, Jian suddenly slammed the table and stood up, glaring at me with anger. You are not allowed to sell it. Little How? I was startled. For some reason, Hao Jian's voice suddenly became very sharp and high-pitched, complimenting He Jian's naturally refined features. It's as if a woman is speaking. The idea struck me, and I started sweating on my back. Hansha said, something's wrong, and tried to grab someone, but He Jian moved even faster. He took a quick step backward and then sneered. Not one of you is going anywhere. He Jian said softly, whoever moves first, dies. First. Author's note. Unclear vision. Author. May 22nd, 2022. The next update will mark the start of stage 3, which signifies the end of the build-up and the beginning of the decryption phase. I hope you can continue to vote for the internet famous store these 2 days to help Boss Buy achieve entrepreneurial success. Chapter 18, When All Else Fails, Seek Help at Luo Hansha Temple. The next morning, after completing the basic inventory checks, I temporarily handed over the shop to Hansha and Song Nanshi and set off with He Jian. Straight for Luohan Temple. After sleeping for a few hours, Hu Jian must have felt fully charged. Seeing me in such a half-dead state in the taxi, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss, so what happened last night?" I rolled my eyes and said, "So you don't remember at all, right?" He Jian felt a bit guilty. I know the part after that." Brohan pointed his sword at my nose, "and then you and Sister Song pressed me to the ground." I sneered, "You damn beast, don't pretend like we are the ones who've been bullying you. Do you know that it was you who got the better of me last night?" To be honest, before last night, the most unfortunate mix-up in my life was when Bai Liu, drunk, mistook me for her ex-husband. However, compared to He Jian's possession by a female ghost, Bai Liu's drunken state was merely that of a tipsy kitten, hardly worth mentioning. It's hard for the average person to imagine that a guy over 180 centimeters tall behaves like a woman in speech and demeanor, yet moves with the strength of a lion. Hansha had already resorted to the idea of using the foldable stool as a weapon, and in order to prevent either of us or that kid from suffering more severe injuries, I was forced to make a reluctant but accommodating response. The person on whom I agreed to remain would be with me permanently. Taking advantage of their momentary relaxation, the three of us finally managed to subdue He Jian. Afterward, it seemed that He Jian was as cold-hearted and callous as a bald man who abandons his lover. He Jian had no memory of what happened, and Hansha did not expect the issues with this young man to be so severe. She suggested that I take He Jian to a bustling temple or Taoist monastery the next day to ward off evil spirits and also check if he has any aversion to statues of deities to determine whether Big Sister was still present within him. As the saying goes, when in doubt, head to Luohan Temple. This time, as soon as I stepped through the door, I bought an 888 incense stick thick and resembling a Gatling gun designed for igniting fires. I comforted myself that while we hadn't provided them with work injury insurance before, this money was still due, and there was no escaping it. The Luohan's temple wasn't particularly large, but I dragged He Jian through each hall consecutively, paying homage to over 500 Luohan statues. However, instead of showing any unusual reactions, He Jian seemed genuinely excited, even going so far as to insist on taking tourist photos with me. I wonder if this kid is really that carefree or has just come to terms with things. In comparison, I seem like the worrywart parent. After all, Jixian was just too young. His parents were also disabled. If he really ended up bearing some mysterious burden for the rest of his life because of working for me, I wouldn't be able to live with myself psychologically. After burning incense in front of the great heroes hall, I asked cautiously, "Did you feel anything uncomfortable during our journey just now?" He Jian sent a photo of him burning incense to his family and said innocently, "It's just a bit smoky. I've never been to Luohan Temple before and didn't realize the incense smoke would be so thick." I was taken aback and asked curiously, "Hey, you used to be so enthusiastic about studying. You haven't even dated before, and you've never visited the Luohan's temple in your hometown of Yujian. That's a waste." Upon hearing this, He Jian scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Actually, I was supposed to come before. But since my dad's legs aren't very good, there hasn't been a chance. When I was just burning incense now, I wanted to burn some for them too, hoping that my mom would get better sooner." "Sure, please provide the Chinese text you would like translated. Can you not say such things with that face in front?" Of me? The guilt in my heart, which Jen said had exploded, was indeed justified. This kid came to work at my store precisely so he could frequently go home to see his parents and show his filial piety, which was clear for all to see. Now, things have gotten so chaotic that his gender is even changing occasionally. If I don't take responsibility for him now, I wouldn't be human. I instantly understood the mindset of those mom fans online and waved my hand broad-mindedly, patting him on the back. Buy. You can buy anything. Go pick out some beads for yourself, don't worry about the price. Today, the boss is covering it. I pushed Jen into the department responsible for logistics, fully prepared for a major financial outflow. Who would have thought that this kid spent a long time choosing and finally settled on 3 relatively inexpensive strings of camphor wood rosary beads, which he said he wanted to bring as gifts for his parents too. Needless to say, my conscience was instantly shot to pieces. In the end, I had no choice but to forcefully swap them for 3 strings of smaller leaf sandalwood beads to put an end to it. Boss, you're too nice to everyone. I used to think that business people were all hard-driven capitalists. I'll definitely work harder when I get back in the afternoon. After coming out of Luohan Temple, Jen was very moved and kept pestering me to thank me. With the blessing of this face, I had already forgotten the matter last night. I took a look at it and it was just 11 o'clock. It's still early, why don't I treat you to a meal? Jen blinked and said, Boss, you don't have any side jobs on the side, do you? I haven't seen you this generous in the store. By now, this kid has been dragged down by me to such an extent. It's time to be honest about some things, so I smiled and said, saving money is a virtue, but it doesn't mean you have no money. Let's get straight to the point, what do you want to eat? As expected, Jen and I ended up in a hotpot restaurant. Before he could even ask for the menu, I ordered everything on the house specialty list, saying, you're still growing, so you should eat more. Old Han also said that if this keeps happening repeatedly, no matter how good your constitution is, it's impossible to keep taking hits forever. Jen stared at the total price on the menu, frozen in place for a long time before he cautiously said, Boss, are we going to be washing dishes here later? I've only ever dared to order 1/3 of the portions you serve me. I poured him some Eagle tea and said, you must be worried I'll put the boot on the other foot. Don't worry, if they really make me wash dishes here, someone will rescue me and maybe even get you out too. Jen carefully examined my expression, and since it didn't seem like I was joking, he felt reassured enough to start adding the intestines into the pot. He then remarked with a sigh, well, I won't be so polite with the boss here. I haven't had a proper hotpot meal in ages. Before, when I shared a dorm with those guys, the good stuff like the intestines were always snatched up quickly. I laughed and asked, you have time to enjoy a hotpot with your roommates but no girlfriend? You don't look bad either. What do you do in university all the time that keeps you single and without anyone you like? Jen forced a bitter smile, not exactly. I'm not without someone I like, but with my family situation, even if I did have a girlfriend, she would feel like a burden. I have to take care of my father and work at the same time, leaving me no spare time for her. At best, I might be able to share a pot of hotpot with the people in my dormitory. This ellipsis in English can be used to indicate trailing off, hesitation, or unsaid thoughts, similar to its use in Chinese. I sighed. To be honest, at my age like Jen is, with my sisters. Financial support, I've been living a rather extravagant life. When I was abroad, I would often travel for 3 to 4 hours by train just to taste a new cake that had come out. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call me a wastrel. I picked up another piece of intestine and placed it on his plate. You know, your parents don't seem too worried about it. It's a shame that a college graduate like you is working in a small restaurant instead of doing something more substantial. My dad would be heartbroken if he knew. That's because the boss hasn't had anything happen to your family, so they have such high expectations for you. My parents only hope that I can live a safe and healthy life. He Jen wiped a sweat from his brow and suddenly smiled. When I was young, my father used to tell me that nothing is more important than living a peaceful life. Speaking of which, boss, have I ever told you about the accident that happened to me and my dad? I shook my head, but in my heart I thought that this kid was lucky to have met me. Otherwise, a plate of 68 yuan duck intestines could have emptied his pockets, and I really would have worried about him falling for some other capitalist's tricks in the future. He Jen said casually, when I was in middle school. One day my dad took me to school by car. On the way, we suddenly came across a woman chasing after a minivan. She was crying as she ran, saying that her daughter had been abducted by the people in the minivan. At the time, everyone on the street could hear her cries for help, but no one dared to step in because it was going so fast it seemed like it was out of control, running through red lights all the way. I opened my mouth, and sure enough, the story's ending had already given me a hint. It felt as if something was stuck in my throat, making it difficult to speak. He Jen subconsciously reached back, as if the pain from a wound was still searing at the time. My father only hesitated for a moment before he drove after them. It was the first time I had ridden in such a fast car. My father pressed down on the accelerator a few times and quickly caught up to the vehicle. Before I could react, there was a loud crash, followed by the car flipping over. At that moment, I was hanging inside the car, seeing someone in the minivan holding a child trying to escape. But this time, several people rushed forward and managed to subdue him. So that's it. He Jen shrugged his shoulders and didn't continue to say anything about what happened next. Who knows which comes first, tomorrow or an unexpected event? Just staying alive safely is enough. It's clear that the boy has inherited his father's thick skull. He Jen spoke with a casual tone, but every time I thought about how he could now be considered the biggest victim of the ghostly nightmare, my conscience felt like it was being beaten repeatedly. Who knows if that lady will try to do that to him again? If my shop doesn't open, this kid can't be stuck with such a bizarre problem for the rest of his life. The more I thought about it, the more frustrated I became. Finally, I couldn't hold back and blurted out, I wish I hadn't moved in and slept on the floor in your room. Who knew this thing was so cunning? At least I wasn't as merciful as you, binding it with just a little effort. Boss, what are you thinking? He Jen said with surprise. My luck isn't as good as yours. But still. This translation maintains the hesitant and incomplete nature of the original Chinese phrase in English. After a moment of hesitation, I made up my mind and stated seriously, you were worried about not having any after-sales service if we lived in this haunted house, right? Now you can rest easy. Even if I sell the house, I won't abandon you. If Rohan Temple doesn't work out, I'll take you to look at other places. Worst case scenario, I'll donate more incense money. To build a temple, I have no doubt that we can deal with this demon or spirit. At this point, He-Jian finally sensed something amiss and looked at me with considerable shock. Boss, why are you suddenly being so generous to me? Don't tell me you have some ulterior motives toward a simple college student like me. I thought to myself that this kid might not have much practical experience, but had a lot of random thoughts instead. Rolling my eyes, I said, "What are you fantasizing about? Didn't you tell me about your family matters? So let's reciprocate and talk about my family as well." He-Jian nodded his head in confusion. Truth be told, I should probably have a beer or a cigarette right now. Unfortunately, neither of those options is available to me, so I ended up ordering some shaved ice and said, "Actually, I'm not as broke as you think." He-Jian blinked. "So you do have a side business, boss?" The youth's heart was still pure, so I smiled and said, "What I meant is that my family isn't actually in such dire straits. To be honest, if you really have some issues, there wouldn't be any problem with me taking care of you and your family for the rest of their lives. My family could afford to cover this expense." Jian He slowly began to understand, his eyes shining as he said, "Boss, your sister is so powerful." Aye. Boss, you might not be able to do it, but I should be able to." He burst out laughing at my response. "You can't charm my sister, but you might have a chance with my dad. After all, my sister is just another worker for the Bai family. I ran away precisely because I didn't want to work for them. Who would have thought that making some money on my own would be so difficult? Not only did 7 previous businesses fail, but this one can even haunt people. I really don't know if I'm paying off some karmic debt from a past life." I sighed as I concluded, having intended to assure him that the Bai family would certainly hold them accountable. To my surprise, the young man ran his fingers over his ring finger thoughtfully before murmuring to himself suddenly, "In which case, it's possible that the real ghost might be following you after all." Chapter 19, Daytime Encounters with Great Spirits. He-Jian's words came as a surprise, sending a sudden chill down my spine. "What do you mean? What does it truly refer to?" The young man said seriously. "Brohan didn't say that the entity in room 29 is a collection of evil thoughts? The police officer last time also mentioned that it wasn't as intense before. I wonder if our situation is related to your physical condition, boss. For example, maybe the entity in room 29 wasn't this troublesome originally, it might be because of some variable you brought that intensified the issue. Now, let me try to recall what happened last night." The young man's entire face contorted in response, and I feared that he might lose his temper again under the bright sky, causing a bigger hassle. Quickly, I held him back and said, "That's enough. I'll handle this. If it's due to my constitution." I mumbled to myself, but soon realized his words were like a bucket of cold water dumped over my head. If you believe in this, how can you still invest and keep going after 7 failures? A haunted house with 4 deaths might not be as unlucky as you are. Boss, I can handle this more safely, so you don't need to keep adding buffs to yourself. Let me share some of the burden with you. Many things in the world have their limits. When you keep running into obstacles time and again, your limit is right in front of you. I suddenly recalled something I had heard before. And now it seems that almost everyone had warned me that the series of events on the 29th might not be just its own problem. It's possible, too, that I am part of the problem. My heart sank as the phone on the table began to vibrate, frantically signaling a call from Hansha. 40 minutes later, I rushed back to the store with Jian by air taxi. At this moment, the situation on the first floor was relatively stable. Although today's menu wasn't complete, there were still quite a few customers in the restaurant. Upon seeing me return, the chatter inside instantly exploded. A couple of young lovers whistled at me and pointed upstairs nervously, saying to the boss, "Boss, there seemed to have been some issue up there just now. It really scared one of your girls." The young people, with their indifferent expressions, suggesting they were eager for a good show, probably wouldn't have felt like eating cake if they knew just how serious the issue on the 29th was. After all, who would have expected that at precisely noon, when the sun was at its brightest, the second floor of Huangliangyi Meng would be haunted? On a bright day, Big Sister finally came out to challenge the KPIs. When I found Hansha in the kitchen, his expression was quite grim. He only said to me, "I think I have managed to handle things on top, but Xiao Song isn't doing well. You guys should really go up and check on her." In my conception, Song Nanshi's courage is such that he wouldn't have any problem playing a blood battle poker game with 3 onesies late at night. However, the exact words Hansha just said were. Song Xiao screamed in surprise as he realized something was wrong on the second floor, and he accidentally knocked over some objects. The noise even reached the downstairs guests. What kind of shock this would be, I really find it hard to imagine. Before going upstairs, I couldn't help asking Han Sha one more time, "Are you sure there's nothing on the second floor?" Xiao Song, with his notoriously tough luck, still managed to run into something, and now both Xiao He and I are in high-risk groups. Upon hearing this, Hansha merely looked at me with weary eyes and said in a soft voice, "I can no longer guarantee anything to you now. At this point, there is actually no one in this room who is safe. Not just us, but also the guests." My heart skipped a beat. Who would have thought that in just a month, by the 29th, it would have evolved to such an extent? It's really turned upside down, causing chaos even during the day. Looking at the dim entrance to the second floor, my heart began to race uncontrollably as I led He Jian slowly upward. Just as we reached the second floor, I heard Song Nan shudder slightly as he took a deep breath. "Hey." Or "Hello," depending on the context and tone you wish to convey. If you meant it more casually or as a greeting, "Hey," would be appropriate. If it's more formal, "Hello" might be better. Let me know if you need any adjustments. More dangerous than terrifying a beautiful woman is making her cry, which is unforgivable in our face. Dogger world. Instantly, a fury welled up inside me as I strode into the room. There, I saw that Song Nan's meticulously crafted doll had shattered into pieces on the floor. Upon seeing us, she frantically wiped her face, but her eyes and nose were still red. "Boss, be careful not to cut yourself with the ceramic." Song Nanshi's voice carried a thick nasal accent. As soon as he opened his mouth, and I couldn't help feeling even more irritated. Even though Bai Liu bullied me every day in the past, it was unforgivable if any happy dared to make her cry in front of me. During Bai Liu's divorce, my brother-in-law cried her to tears so many times that as soon as they got their divorce papers, my first act was to punch both of us into the police station. I sat on the edge of the bed cautiously. "What happened?" "Old Han said you were scared. Was it because of that bathroom?" Song Nanshi crossed his arms and said very formally, nodding slightly when he heard the question. There aren't enough dolls. I wanted to go get some more. One doll rolled under the bed, and when I tried to reach for it, then she spoke, slowly relaxing her right hand that had been tightly pressed against the other arm. In an instant, I could see 5 purple and blue marks on her fair arms, as if they had been gripped forcefully. I sucked in a cool breath. This is Song Nan, she mumbled. I was caught when I reached under the bed. It scared me so much that I couldn't help it. I think I even scared the guests downstairs. Sorry, boss. Jen asked again. When were these things in the house broken? Song Nan, she curled into a tiny ball. After being scared, I desperately tried to pull my hand back. And then somehow some dolls fell off. Luckily, I managed to pull my hand back before too many broke. The rest were stuffed under the blanket and didn't break. She lifted the blanket, and sure enough, all the talisman dolls that had been drawn remained undamaged and piled inside. She whispered, fortunately, not too many broke. I'm sure they'll be enough for today. I should be able to redraw the broken ones by tonight. Why worry about that now? The important thing is that you're unharmed. The sight of the beautiful woman slightly reddened eyes was too much for me to bear, so I took a tissue and wiped away the remaining tears. Don't stay upstairs anymore. Go down first. I'll discuss with Old Han later about how to handle it. If that doesn't work, I'll arrange rooms for you all tonight and send you off to sleep. Mom once said that no matter how delicious a cake is, if nobody eats it, it's useless. Similarly, if this house really causes the people around me to suffer and lose everything, then even if it makes money, I can't keep it. Determined to drag Song Nan downstairs, I didn't expect that a series of loud crashes from breaking dishes suddenly came from the floor below just at that moment. Old Han. My heart sank as I rushed downstairs. To my surprise, all the guests in the house were also in a state of confusion. A few brave souls had attempted to run into the kitchen to check on what was happening, but they were shouted back by Hansha. Do not come in. Hansha's voice seemed to be laden with immense pain, almost distorted upon first hearing. Before I could react, the kitchen suddenly erupted with a shrill woman's laugh, causing my blood to chill by half immediately. Is it really seeing a ghost in broad daylight? The moment the voice rang out, not only did my expression change, but most of the guests' faces turned pale as well. The boy who had just been whistling at me cowered next to his girlfriend and said tremulously, "Honey, let's go. If we don't leave now, it might be too late." Just as he finished speaking, the woman's laughter rang out once again in perfect timing, and this time it was even stereophonic. If not for having cultivated a strong heart over these more than a month, I might have gone weak in the knees by now. Not calling out doesn't mean that no one else will. After a brief pause, the more damning fact immediately popped into my mind, but it was clearly too late. The boy shuddered, and his sand value plummeted to 0 right before our eyes. Before his girlfriend could console him, he let out a short scream and bolted out the door without looking back, scaring people during broad daylight. This translation conveys the shock and disbelief at seeing something supernatural or frightening in wide daylight, which is a common expression used to describe such an extraordinary and unexpected occurrence. The boys' voices echoed through the narrow street, instantly plunging Building No. 29 into chaos. In just a few minutes, the first floor, which had been packed with people, was completely empty. Even the customers waiting outside at the door vanished. Number 29 returned to its desolate state from over a month ago, following that loud scream. In the end, all that remained were my 3 employees. And me. Old Han. Are you all right? I lunged toward the kitchen door, desperately pounding on it. Things had escalated to this point during broad daylight. They were coming after me like this. Such evil forces would likely make even Ling Zhenyin cower. By this point, I no longer felt any regret. After all, it was just 2 days. I had watched helplessly as Yi Jian and Song Nanshi both suffered losses, and I absolutely could not allow Han Sha to suffer anything further under my watchful eye. After breaking the dishes for a while, Han Sha's weak voice could be heard from inside the door. "Boss, I'm sorry, but I couldn't save all of your plates." At this point, I no longer bothered to pretend to be poor and retorted unhappily, "I'm a rich second generation. Yeah, don't you think these 2 cheap dishes are worth anything? I didn't hire you to sell your life to me. Even if I don't open a shop, it's no big deal, I can still manage in the second half of my life. Open the door for me." After waiting for a while longer, there was finally some movement from inside the door. And when Han Sha opened it, my entire back went numb. Han Sha's half-face was covered in blood, as were his clothes and the floor. The entire kitchen looked like a scene from a murder. Yet Han Sha's pale face made him appear more like a resurrected corpse than a killer. "What on earth are you doing?" I sucked in a sharp breath, my gaze falling on the broken bamboo sword lying on the ground in 2 pieces. "You just fought with someone using swords. You haven't done it yet." Han Sha leaned against the stove and said softly, "Boss, listen to my advice. This house really isn't suitable for business, and you're not cut out for it either. In the future, keep your distance from your family. And don't get involved with them. If you do that, perhaps in 2 years you can open your own shop." In the end, Han Sha seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, his expression as if he were delivering his last words. I wasn't sure where exactly he was injured, but I pulled him up and said, "Let's not talk about this nonsense anymore. You've lost so much blood, you need to go to the hospital for a checkup right away. After all, you have a daughter." The more I thought about it, the more frustrated I became. I instructed Song Nan and Yi Jian to tidy up the store and go on holiday while I dragged Han Sha out to catch a taxi. "Boss, I failed to save your business, and I apologize. I didn't want it to turn out this way either." At the door, Han Sha looked like a bloody mess and was still spouting off nonsense to me. While I was calling a taxi, I had to reply to the flood of messages in the customer group chat. So occupied, I couldn't help but roll my eyes. "You don't usually treat me with such politeness. Don't pretend like you suddenly care so much that it's like I'm in my final days. Just so you know, after this, you still need to introduce someone to take over my place and my house. You can't let anything happen to me now." "Really?" Han Sha gave a bitter smile and said no more. I had repeatedly refused to hail cars that wouldn't take the detour through Guanyanli's back gate, and was considering whether to call Bai Liu's driver directly when, just then, the sound of a car brakes screeching came from not too far away. High-heeled footsteps grew closer and closer as they approached. As I looked up, the gloomy expression of Bai Liu was right in front of me, and she had come all this way without even bringing her driver with her. "Sis?" I called out, but Bai Liu paid me no heed at all. She walked directly behind me and whispered to Han Sha, "Old 3, you really shouldn't have come looking for my brother. After saying this, Liu slapped him across the face. Chapter 20, Primetime TV Dramas. Before Liu's hand could touch Hensha's face, I grabbed it. It's not that I've figured out the situation, but since Liu pulled me out of the police station last time when I got detained for hitting someone, this time if she ends up in there, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to get her out too. Facing Liu's menacing gaze, I said helplessly, "Big sister, hitting people results in detention. And this person is my employee. If you must hit someone, it should be me. My strength comes from practicing with boxing gloves." Old Han-san. I heard those 3 words clearly, and even with my pinky finger, I knew they were a nickname. To be honest, my heart sank immediately. After all, according to the typical plot of primetime dramas, my sister, this domineering CEO, suddenly striking someone would either be her thoroughly despicable ex-boyfriend or my dad's long-lost wild son. In those few seconds, my mind raced through a series of terrifying conjectures, none of which ended well. Fuck, am I really supposed to call Hansha Big Brother? Damn, if my dad can have a 40-year-old son, is he even human? Fortunately, before I could start wondering if Shah and I looked alike, my sister calmed down and sneered, "The blood on you isn't your own, is it? You're not the kind of guy who would let yourself bleed so much. So there's no need to go to the hospital to check up on me and make sure my brother is okay." Hansha didn't say anything, but his expression returned to its usual calm and indifferent state. "If Miss Bai doesn't mind, you can speak to me like this. Come in here and talk to me, or you'll be speaking to my lawyer right away." White Poplar pulled her hand away from mine and looked at me again. "You can come in too. I'll give you a chance later, and you can decide for yourself whether you want to beat him up." We were back to the Chinese idiom, a dream of empty joy, where Song Nanshi, seen by Liu in a state of shock, unexpectedly moved quickly to offer her a chair with a respectful demeanor, as if hosting a distinguished guest. Why you? Please sit." Liu was tickled into laughter and sat down with a meaningful look at me. "I never thought that one day I could still get pretty girls to like you just because of you." I rolled my eyes and said, "Just get to the point. I don't have any business right now, and I'm in a really bad mood. I've noticed that the ghost stories about this place being haunted during the day are spreading everywhere. I'm already reaching out to media contacts for help, but I doubt we'll be able to contain it." Liu crossed her arms and gave Hansha a cold glance. "Old 3 Han, have you achieved your goal? From the moment you applied for the job, weren't you trying to sabotage my brother's business?" My heart gave a jump. This accusation was far more serious than me calling Hansha Big Brother. "Sis, make your words clear. I need to beat him up once you're done." Liu forced a smile that showed only his teeth. "You're not the first to end up with a bad apple. So I did a basic background check on your employee for you. Yang Zi, do you know that this Taoist in your shop is no ordinary character? Old Man Han was one of those he scammed, and that's why he was given such respect. Speaking of which, although he did have some business dealings with our white family 10 years ago, though not directly with me, the essence of the deal wasn't exactly something to be proud of." The more I listened, the colder my heart became. Having fallen into so many traps, though I remain mostly oblivious to them, the biggest improvement I can say is that when I look up at the sky from the bottom of a trap, I have an intuitive sense of how I fell in. I could guess what came next when Liu started to speak. After all, Indeed, Hansha did reveal the details of my family. Before, including many things that I had never disclosed. Even to outsiders. Why would he know that Mom is no longer here? Why would he know that my relationship with my father is bad? Why would he know about the sins my father used to commit? If these things can't speak for themselves, is there perhaps a simpler possibility, say, that he knows my dad? Hansha not only knows my father, but is actually after me. Gradually, this sentence was stirred in my brain like cake batter, and then reorganized into another sentence. Yi Bai Young, are you a fucking idiot? Only a fool would fall for such a elementary scam. The air on the 29th floor seemed to tighten and thicken. At this moment, looking at Hansha with a blank expression, I thought about how I had just made a cake for his daughter not long ago. All I could hear was a buzzing sound in my ears, sis. I feel like my luck might not be suited for business. Wouldn't it be better to just stay home and be a golden child? Bai Liu frowned and looked at me. Don't even think about coming back to compete with me for business. I didn't want to talk anymore. I closed my eyes and rubbed my brows. After a while, I felt something was placed on my hand. When I opened my eyes, I found that Master Song Nan handed me 2 chocolates and said timidly, "Boss." I took them from the customer's table. The packaging is still there. Thank you. I shoved the peachwood sword into my mouth, but my mind was telling me that right now it was the brain that needed exorcism. How could I have come to believe in anyone if it weren't for my damned mental illness? If Hansha was out to ruin my business, then the presence of ghosts for so many days on the 29th wouldn't be surprising. After all, if you scare away the boss, how can you do business? At this thought, I gritted my teeth and snapped the peachwood sword. Looking up, I saw that Song Nanshi still had a look of total confusion on his face. By now, I suspect that this girl is the only one who doesn't know what my family does. With a sigh, I said, "Don't worry, Xiao Song. Even if we close the shop, I will still make sure to pay you your first month's salary. And after that, if you can't find another job, I'll try to help you get connected with something. Although it may not be directly related, our family has quite a bit of connection in the catering industry. Go directly to me." Bai Li interjected appropriately, "Although the boys' store will definitely need to open. If you don't want to work with him, why not become my assistant instead? Bai Family Hot Sauce is quite well known, right? As the executive vice president, I still need a pretty secretary. White Family Hot Sauce." Song Nanshi widened his eyes. "You don't mean that one, right?" She instinctively looked towards the kitchen. Clearly, in most people's minds, there was no such thing as a second BAG chili sauce. And there's nothing more cringeworthy in the world than revealing oneself to be a second generation rich kid. Yes, that's the one. I hung my head and revealed the thing I had always hated others knowing. Our family runs a hot sauce business, those competitors you use every day for your meals. You know, the ones that challenge Lagan. Ma. To be honest, I can end up in the hospital just by taking a single bite of our own sauce. Don't talk as if there's something wrong with Mom's pickles. After all, it's her homemade recipe. You know better than anyone what that means. Ba Liu rudely interrupted me and then turned to Hansha, saying, "That's true. My father didn't employ entirely above-board methods when he started the chili sauce business back then. But that's not a reason for you to cause trouble for my brother. After all, it's me who runs the family business now. Not him. You should be targeting me instead. Liu's tone had become increasingly unkind. In my experience, when she spoke like this, it meant, "You're already dead." By the 8th store, they actually had to rely on my older sister again. My eyes involuntarily grew misty as I asked, "Sister, what really happened back then?" In novels, characters who seek revenge usually have a grudge so deep that they change their names and hide away. From what I understand of my dad, he doesn't exactly excel in terms of character. He swindled his mother's skills and never came home, even neglecting her cancer diagnosis to drink and do business with others. For her last birthday, there wasn't even a cake. My brother Liu and I had vowed from childhood that we would never forgive him. But even so, I don't think my dad would have the guts to commit a crime. I took a deep breath and said, if he had done anything illegal or disciplinary, I should have turned him in a long time ago. Why would someone be retaliating against me for that? Yanzi, calm down for a moment. The situation isn't irreparable yet. About that, Liu heaved another sigh and looked at Hansha. Since it's all out in the open anyway, why don't you give him a little talk? Honesty might not guarantee leniency, but resistance. Trust me, it won't be pretty for you. For a moment, the room fell silent. Anxious and distracted, I gnawed on the peachwood sword, torn between whether to punch him in the face or ram my head into his after he finished speaking. Before I could even decide, a familiar laugh rang out unexpectedly. It was the woman just now who was smiling. I sucked in a cold breath as Henshaw pulled out a long, slender recorder from his pocket and gently pressed it. The pen then emitted a sharp, mocking laugh that sounded almost like a woman's. You. Although I had expected it, the satisfied smile on Hanshaw's face still made me feel a surge of blood rushing to my head. You fucking did this just to scare off my guests. Hanshaw heaved a deep sigh and, right after, pulled out a shriveled bag from his pocket. Although it had a large tear, the inner lining could still be seen stained blood red. Hanshaw exhaled and the bag floated gently to the ground. He let out a low chuckle. Boss, you really are too easy to fool. I never thought Bai Yiming's son would be so naive. No wonder you've failed in investments so many times before. You don't seem as adept at taking advantage of others as your father was. He used to do business differently. Hanshaw's smile was cold, and with the bloodstains on him, I estimated that if there were young customers in the store at this moment, they might think he had fallen into the realm of evil. Stay calm, Liu reminded me softly, even if the truth is explosive, you still need to hear it out. I thought to myself, given that you are such a domineering CEO who demands the whole world on your first appearance, how do you scold me? Suppressing my anger, I replied, go on. What else did you do? What else did I do? If you still can't figure it out now, you're really dumb. Han Shui smiled and took out another cigarette from his pocket, lighting it up. The problem really lies with the poor foundation of this store. Boss, I'm telling you the truth, this place isn't suitable for doing business. I snarled, when did you start deceiving me? From our very first meeting. Hanshaw exhaled smoke lazily. Yeah, I've used this bleeding trick a few times already. Do you remember the nosebleed on the first day? That wasn't even my blood either. I was really worried at that moment whether you were as perceptive as your father. But it turns out you're not at all like someone surnamed Bai in this regard. Since we are tallying up the total, I can only force myself to recall from our very first meeting He convinced me of his sincerity by referencing our family matters, and then strange occurrences began to happen in the house one after another. Ghostly eyes appeared to Song Nanshi, Xiao he was possessed by her upper body, there were strands of hair in the bathroom, and I even saw ghostly figures. Could all of this really be the doing of Han Sha? The more I thought about it, the more my scalp tingled with fear. I stared at Han Sha and demanded, "You didn't drugged us, did you?" Drugged? Han Sha was taken aback for a moment, but then burst out laughing. Don't you think that only I am struggling to keep these strange events going? After all, with no one else performing the double act, it's hard to sustain this play. Han Sha squinted her eyes, but her gaze gradually shifted to Song Nanshi, who was standing beside me. He hadn't even spoken, but my heart had already grown cold by half. Yes, at least for today's performance, it takes two to tango. I was shocked to look at Song Nan, and Bai Liu immediately realized what Han Sha was hinting at. Frowning, she pulled me back. "Yang Zi, don't fall for his tricks. I've checked everyone in your shop, and none of them have any issues." However, Song Nanshi before me had already dodged my gaze in a state of obvious panic. Indeed, how can someone who never deceives others deceive anyone in the end? The clown is none other than myself. Is the wound on your arm for real? I spoke in a voice devoid of emotion. Author's note. Blind spot. Author. May 30th, 2022. Every hour of the night is important. Chapter 21, The Pitiful Rich Second Generation. I've always had a bit of a contentious relationship with chili peppers. When I watched my sister devour bowl after bowl of spicy soy sauce rice, I couldn't bear the thought of her monopolizing all the yummy food Mom made. I tried countless times, but every attempt ended in tears from being too spicy. Finally, after I had another meltdown and cried myself into a state where I didn't want to talk to my sister for goodness knows how long, Mom tried to cheer me up by making me a cream cake for the first time. Now looking back, that might have been the only time chili peppers brought me genuine joy. After my father stealthily took my mother's recipe and claimed it as the Bai family's, I have felt a great shame in associating with Bai family chili sauce ever since I saw my mother crying secretly on her sickbed. From childhood to adulthood, I have never felt the need to mention it to anyone, let alone consider taking over this enticing business from my father. Who would have thought that one day, Bai Jia's second son would bring me trouble? Master Song Nan broke down before I could even ask further questions and cried, "Brother Han told me that we should make this place more like a haunted house to attract customers, and he was afraid that you would disagree, so he didn't tell you so." Take a deep breath, and I waved her off, asking her not to say any more. Who else wants to confess and be dealt with more leniently? It's better to speak up now. Otherwise, I really don't know what I might do next. To be honest, when one reaches a certain level of anger, the pain felt is similar to that of eating chili peppers. Reason loses its grip, and one feels dizzy and disoriented. For several seconds, I even felt like I couldn't speak, for fear of spewing out a raging torrent of fury. At any moment, I had to lean against the counter for a few seconds before I could speak. "Sis, if I'd known, I would have used the money you gave me to become a legitimate rich kid and left. By now, maybe you would even have a sister-in-law. Now, what do you think I gained by doing this? Is it so I can live in a haunted house every day, always scared for my life, or so I can be constantly fooled? After I finished speaking, Song Nan's face turned pale, and his sobs became even more sorrowful. I wonder why you're crying when I'm the one who should be weeping. Apart from not being missing a kidney, my current situation doesn't differ much from being cheated of both money and affection. The beautiful woman who tricked me made my heart ache, and the trusted subordinate who deceived me added insult to injury. The worst part is that they were hired by me to deceive me in the first place. Could there be a more miserable capitalist in the world than me? Sis, I might really be unable to fulfill Mom's wish. In the end, all I could see in front of me was my mother's pale face. When she passed away, I couldn't even manage to whip cream properly, and the last birthday cake she ever tasted was half-cooked, sunken in the middle, and even had a hint of rawness, far from what Mom used to make for me, yet she still finished it all. Then, by the time I learned to make even better cakes, Mom was no longer there. When I returned from France for my first startup, I thought that B.A. White had already stolen Mom's chili sauce, but this time, no one could steal Mom's cake from me. Just 6 whole years have passed, and no matter what I do, it seems I can't get more people to try Mom's cake. So I really do hate chili peppers with a passion. When I was a kid, every time I ate something spicy, I would cry. So much so that as an adult, whenever I start crying, I feel like I'm eating something spicy again. It's only when my sister consoles me and holds me tightly that I get the sensation of dipping into a hot pot of chili sauce, sniffing loudly and saying, "Sis, why don't you help me sell cakes? I'll try selling chili sauce for a few months at home. After all, it's still a form of suffering. At least with chili sauce, I might make some money. You wish my business is worth millions and I wouldn't treat it like street vending." B.A. Liu patted my back and whispered in my ear, "You're just as bad as this. Is there really any difference between crying halfway through a fight with someone and immediately kneeling down to beg? Sis, I even treated them to cake that I made myself. All right, I get that you're really upset. I've already ordered you a milk tea, though from now on you need to calm down and listen to what I have to say, because, believe it or not, the next one getting a lenient confession is me. HM. I forgot to breathe as I pulled her away, shocked and exclaiming, "Sis, even you did something that's not right by me. Brat, you're spending my money and relying on my connections. When something goes wrong, you expect me to back you up. And now you dare to say that I've wronged you." B.A. Liu slapped a tissue on my face and let go of me. "It's just that you look too miserable. There are some things I shouldn't keep from you anymore. Might as well settle everything today." She then pulled out a box of cigarettes from her pocket and walked over to Hansha with one extended. She said in a cool tone, "You've clearly seen my brother's character. To be honest, you've picked quite a soft fruit from the Bai family." Hansha lit the fire using the lighter Bai Liu was holding and coldly stared at her. "What do you want to say?" B.A. Liu lit a cigarette for herself and narrowed her eyes, saying, "I just think you lack class. Honestly, I really want to press this cigarette on your face so that everyone who meets you afterwards knows you're a fraud." Hansha scoffed, "Try it. Forget what your brother said. Assaulting someone will get you detained. Don't you think I'm not afraid?" The very next second, Bai Liu yanked at Hansha's hair and spoke with a cold tone, "My brother genuinely cared for you, yet you dare to mess with him like this? Han family, since I could dig up all your assets over the years just from photos, do you really think I don't know that you have a daughter in the hospital? Right now. You. Hanshah's expression changed, and I was so startled by Liu that I stood up right away. Sis, we don't go to the police station for family team building activities, okay? Of course, I just wanted to let this Taoist know that I'm not as easygoing as my younger brother. When speaking to me, you'd better be careful. Don't flap your wings right at my bottom line, otherwise I might have you drinking chili sauce through your nostrils. White Poplar smiled and let go of Hanshah, exuding the air of a true big shot as he took a drag on his cigarette. I'm quite curious about your real intentions. I've thoroughly investigated, and I know that you have some history with my father. I imagine you're not so lacking in dignity that you'd accept your father's terms to sabotage your own brother. That doesn't fit the image you've built for yourself. Indeed, Liu's single sentence contained such a vast amount of information that not only did Hanshah's eyes widen in an instant, but my brain also shut down for a moment. What does it mean to accept my father's conditions and deal with my brother? Huh? I don't understand it, but I am profoundly amazed. I stared at Liu. Sis. What did you say? The white willow was emitting smoke, seemingly having found the answer in Hanshah's stunned expression. With a helpless sigh, it said, so I overcomplicated your stance. You're not on my father's side, and you really are just here to squeeze the softest target. At last, Liu even laughed out loud, pressing her hand to her forehead. Old Han, I really don't know how to scold you. You really went to great lengths only to end up with the wrong person, nearly fulfilling your real enemy's wishes. Now, our expressions finally matched, looking as bewildered as a question mark with a black background. Before Sister Han could say anything, I couldn't contain myself and blurted out, Sis, what do you mean? What does Dad have to do with this? Liu sighed with a bitter smile. Yangzi, at the very least you're my brother. Do you really think you have no business acumen whatsoever? And can just open up stores that close down after 7 days? They say you can't change your fate by spending money. But look how much you've spent. With the locations of your first few shops combined with your taste, if nobody had messed with you, you should have already dominated WeChat Moments by now. Now even Songnan. She stopped crying, with everyone staring straight ahead at Liu in shock. Even I was left speechless and dumbstruck. She was saying, what on earth? I widened my eyes as the words stir up, torment, and conditions gradually connected in my mind. In the end, it formed an obvious answer. Does he really have to go this far just to get me to come back? I got carried away and never expected that in the end it would turn out to be a family issue again. I had never gotten along with my father, but I never expected him to go as far as to turn on his own child. Liu rubbed her eyebrows with a headache. Don't you think of him yet? She stole his wife's hot sauce to do business but refused to even give her the title of founder. How could she be assured to hand over the brand to me now? I frowned. You've been working under him for so long, and he still doesn't trust you. This translation maintains the original meaning and tone while ensuring it sounds natural in English. Liu sighed. Yangzi, here's a bit of trivia you might not know. I am also a woman. In our so-called father's eyes, no matter how hard I try, I can never live up to the expectations he has for me and my mother, meaning we can't support this brand either. To put it bluntly, from start to finish, the rightful heir to the Bai family name has always been you. She then gave a self-deprecating, bitter smile. I almost instantly saw my mother lying in bed from back then on her face. A wave of anger surged to my head. He still has the nerve to treat you like he did Mom. Where does he get off? Without a second thought, I reached for my phone to settle the score with this fraudster. However, Liu came up and pressed down on my hand, laughing as she said, "Little brat, you can cry over arguing with a con artist. Can you really expect to tough it out against our big boss? Save your breath, kid. Why don't you focus on running this store properly instead of pleasing him so he doesn't have an excuse to send you back?" I took a moment to compose myself and asked, "So, sister, you knew all along that my previous store was my dad's doing?" Liu shrugged and said, "Of course. Since you're spending my money, I naturally need to conduct a survey if it results in losses. But if I were to openly tell you this, wouldn't that be directly going against senior practitioner? So, of course, I can only drag things out for now and let you try it. After all, as long as we get him to give up after the trial, we win." Facing Liu's helpless expression, I finally understood why my sister hadn't killed me even after 7 consecutive business failures. I confessed with a guilty conscience, "So this time, just tell me directly. If I don't tell you now, that stinky brat might really give up. I can't afford to let you come back and compete for the CEO position with me." Liu pinched my cheek and whispered, "Remember what we agreed on. I'm going to get Mom's chili sauce back, Yaoi. You have to help me. As long as I can keep this store running." I bit my lip and thought about the mess in my hands. Who would have thought that running a trendy shop could turn out to be such an intricate mix, part ghost story, part family drama, and part legal education campaign? I took a deep breath and looked at Hansha. "You just said he's not my father's man and that he has a grudge against my father." Hansha's expression was incredibly complex at that moment. Clearly, Liu had just spoken to everyone in the room, not avoiding anyone. Or perhaps it was meant for them all along. Liu smiled and said, "Master Dao, I've been honest with you. You should now have a clear idea of how filial our old BA family is. There's no need for you to be so stubborn about it. Right? I'm still not sure what exactly is the beef between you and my dad that brings you all the way to me. Couldn't it be that you have a secret crush on my Mom?" Spouting nonsense. Liu didn't hesitate to give me a good whack with a hairpin. "I bet this Daoist thinks that Bai family has been footing the bill for you all along. After all, even though 7 of their stores have closed down, they keep opening new ones. This looks like someone who is apparently at odds with their family but is actually a wealthy second generation spoiled brat being coddled by their dad. Fucked." I rolled my eyes. Was I really such an unlucky rich second generation? Not a bit of cheapness was gained, but all the troubles ended up on me. Thinking about how I had been tricked for so long, I grumbled, "And you still call him Daoist? Aren't you giving him some face? He is a con man, but a genuine one at that. For instance, he did indeed cultivate for 10 years. Which he didn't deceive you about." White Willow crossed her arms and leaned against the table. "Hans Daoist is a smart person. You should know by now why I haven't turned you over to the police station yet, even though he said his piece." Upon hearing this, Hansha fell silent for a moment. After a while, he suddenly asked me a question in a matter-of-fact tone. "Boss, do you believe in ghosts?" Chapter 22, Daoist Master of New Century Materialism. I never expected that, after all this time, he would have the nerve to pull this face and talk to me about it. I couldn't help letting out a cold snort, still not satisfied with fooling me. Hansha smiled and said, actually, when I was younger, I was just like you, easily trusting people. As well as ghosts. It's not your boss's fault that I fell for tricks. The only thing to blame is that I haven't been tricked enough times yet. How can there be such shameless people in the world? I wish I could stick the whisk directly into his head. On the highest setting, so, do you expect me to pay your tuition fees? Boss, I've already received enough red envelopes from you. Why don't I tell you a story about a cultivator instead? Hansha said this as he lit another cigarette. Liu didn't stop him when he spoke, and I immediately realized that she also hoped I would hear Hansha's reason. Since they were all on the same side, Hansha didn't bother to make up friends and simply started talking about the events 12 years ago. That year, Hansha's wife passed away due to stomach cancer, leaving her with a 3-year-old daughter named en-AU-WilliamNeural. Like many anxious mothers, just before her death, the wife instructed Hansha to take good care of their daughter and ensure she didn't fall ill like herself. Yet, this seemingly ordinary precaution turned out to be a self-fulfilling prophecy in the not-too-distant future. It seemed as if there was an unchangeable destiny at play. After a year from his wife's departure, en-AU-WilliamNeural stumbled and fell after visiting an amusement park. Soon after, when Han-Wan's mother took their child for a medical checkup, they received a call from Hansha one morning several days later. After switching hospitals 4 times, the diagnosis for her daughter's condition was finally confirmed. en-AU-WilliamNeural has been diagnosed with a rare disease of which she had never heard the name before. Although there are currently no symptoms, it may soon affect her ability to walk and could even require tracheotomy, necessitating her to wear a ventilator 24 hours a day. Clearly, this phone call was like a bolt from the blue for Hansha, who was enjoying smooth sailing in his career at the time. He rushed to the hospital, but his mother's calm demeanor on the phone instantly turned to uncontrollable sobs as soon as she saw him. Worried that their daughter in the ward might hear, Hansha pulled her mother to a corner and finally managed to piece together a bittersweet message from her. It was both heartening and heartbreaking. As a rare disease, effective medication has been available since 2007. However, not only does the medication require lifelong use, but its exorbitantly high cost makes it daunting for many to afford. $2 million for 1 year. A special medication that requires an injection every 2 weeks could allow your daughter to live a completely normal life, able to do everything except exercise, and even potentially lead a normal lifetime if she can continue taking it. However, through the small window of his hospital room, Hansha saw his daughter sitting high on a chair, swinging her legs carefree. For an instant, all he wanted to do was curse loudly. He wanted to yell that the saying, "what goes around comes around," is just a lie. He had worked hard for 30 years, but now destiny had taken away his wife and was slowly withering his daughter before his eyes. How could there be any justice in this? On that day, Hansha broke down in the hospital stairwell for 5 minutes, but only 5 minutes. As a business person, Hansha would typically spend at least an hour or two considering deals worth millions. However, when it came to his daughter's seemingly bottomless medical needs, he made his decision in just half a minute. Treatment, of course, must be administered. The doctor said that only 5% of the world's rare diseases could be treated, and at least en-AU-WilliamNeural was among those 5%. No matter what, they had to try to treat her. After the collapse, Hansha calmed down and returned to the hospital to comfort her daughter. Without a moment's hesitation, she then headed straight to the company to start gathering the first batch of funds. Hansha wants to sell the house. In the early 2000s, Hansha, sensing market opportunities, purchased several commercial properties. He sold one when his wife fell ill, and now, with his daughter's health issues, it seems he will be unable to keep the remaining ones. Special drugs abroad would still require time, even if an immediate application was made. Hansha didn't have the luxury to consider this and immediately approached an intermediary with whom he had previously collaborated. He informed them of his situation and hoped they could help dispose of the 2 properties under his name. At the time, with his daughter needing to be hospitalized and his wife unavailable to handle things at home, Hansha's schedule became extremely tight. After entrusting the house to someone else, he worked around the clock to mobilize the company's funds. For several consecutive days, Hansha managed to get barely a few hours of sleep. Just as he was in a desperate situation, the real estate agent called. The manager said that the national real estate market has been unstable recently. The properties in Wencheng, which had been overheated and soared to unprecedented heights, are now experiencing a significant drop as the bubble bursts. He advised Hansha to lower the prices even more to avoid potential market fluctuations and to prevent the houses from going unsold if conditions worsen. While Hansha was on the phone, he was still discussing matters related to applying for an experimental drug with experts from Hong Kong. He had already relied heavily on cigarettes to keep himself going. Hearing this, he didn't even hesitate to say, "I'm in a rush because I need money, and most importantly, I need to sell the house." Okay. The real estate agent quickly switched to a more assertive tone and quoted a price that was much lower than Hansha's original one. As a businessman, Hansha instinctively wanted to decline, but at that moment, the intermediary interrupted him. The intermediary said to Mr. Han, "I understand that your daughter is sick and in a hurry, but several other parties have told me they are hesitant to proceed at this price. If you really need the money urgently, I suggest we lower the price further. Otherwise, I fear it might not sell in the market, and it could delay your daughter's treatment." Hearing his daughter's name, Hansha suddenly found himself unable to speak. Normally, he would never have accepted such a price. But now his daughter's condition is such that every day without the medication causes irreversible harm. His daughter's life is essentially being traded for money right now. Thus, Hansha could only respond with extreme exhaustion. He said, "You know about my daughter's situation. There will be other places where money is needed later on. Just sell it for the best price you can." In just under a week, Hansha's 2 houses, which were crucial for his survival, each found new buyers. On the day he signed the contracts, Hansha met the buyers, and one of the business cards they handed him bore the name of one of them, Bai Yiming. The buyer, who was also in the midst of starting a business and urgently needed the apartment for commercial use, heard about Han Wan's illness and wanted to give the young girl some extra leeway. Therefore, he went as far as he could to reduce the price offered by the intermediary by several $1,000s. This was already the greatest help he could offer Hansha. 10 years ago, Bai Yiming had a rather gentle face, and given his age, Hansha didn't give it much thought. Merely expressing gratitude, he held on to the life-saving money to get his daughter into the hospital, settling her in. As Han Wan's condition stabilized, Hansha finally had the energy and peace of mind to focus on other matters. By the way, Hansha too went to ask about the whereabouts of the two houses, but was shocked to find that Bai Yiming, who said he was in a hurry to open a store, did not use the two stores at all. Now, the bright investment advertisement is posted at the door. Bai Yiming sold them to someone else. With Hansha's experience, he immediately pieced together the sequence of events. The intermediary colluded with Bai Yiming to undervalue and take his house away, then resold it at a higher price for personal gain. The thought that the other party had precisely pinpointed his desperation to sell the house urgently for his daughter's treatment made Hansha's anger flare up even more. He checked the transfer prices of nearby shops, and the massive discrepancy in price nearly left him breathless. In her anger, Hansha also tried to contact the intermediary and Bai Yiming to seek an explanation, but received a cold response from them. Now that the transfer is complete, Hansha has no choice but to proceed with it. In a word, Hansha was sent back, while the pharmaceutical company's response and the hospital's billing statement were placed in front of her. Money, nothing but money. Every step of her daughter's future will require money. But Hansha only realized recently that she had been cheated out of nearly a year's worth of rare disease medical expenses. He lay awake next to his daughter's bed, wide-eyed, for the entire night. When dawn broke, Hansha could no longer hold back his anger and contacted a lawyer, preparing to sue. Little did he know that this decision would plunge both him and his daughter into an abyss. Here, Hansha's story comes to an abrupt end. His smile turned cold, and he stared directly at me. You want to know why I went into cultivation, boss? By this point, I had begun to suspect that in the early years when my father started his chili sauce business, he could betray my mother, so it was even less likely that he would be faithful to anyone else. Hansha said coldly, your father stole the second-year medication fee from my daughter when she most needed it. And that wasn't all. After I decided to sue him, his first move was not to apologize but to hire a group of journalists to camp outside the ICU and report on my daughter's rare disease. This almost forced me to transfer her hospitalization, caused my mother to develop serious psychological issues, and lost my investors' confidence. Within less than a year, my company went bankrupt, and I still have to pay $2 million annually for the medication. All of a sudden, Hansha left me speechless. I had considered many ways for the Bai family to have a grudge against them, but my limited understanding of my father genuinely constrained my imagination. I never expected him to be shameless to this extent. Hansha looked at me with a calm expression and said, the day I decided to go into cultivation, someone was standing right below your house. I knew you were almost done with school that day. In my hand, there was a knife. I thought it didn't matter if the medicine wouldn't last long, my daughter would die anyway. There's no way I could let his family go unpunished. Now, if you ask me to recall it, I'm pretty sure. I've never met Hansha before. My lips trembled as I managed to force out a few words. Then, I ultimately didn't make a move because I saw that you were holding a cake on that day, crooked and uneven, obviously something you made yourself. Hansha said calmly, I figured it out. My daughter was begging me on her sickbed that she wanted to eat the birthday cake. If I killed Bai Yiming's son, I'd have to go to prison. And maybe my daughter wouldn't get to eat that same cake again. That's when I realized I needed to make some changes. I wondered if there really were ghosts in this world. If there are ghosts, then why is it not a fair punishment? Why does someone like your father still live? I'm afraid that if I keep going down this path, I might go crazy before my daughter gets well. After that, I could have guessed what happened. Even if Hensha didn't say anything. He must have thoroughly investigated our family, even uncovering secrets like Dad taking Mom's hot sauce. In the end, Hensha decided to come find me. It was probably similar to how it was back then, because my father had wronged his daughter, and in retaliation, I became a scapegoat for him. So, Yenzi, I said I'd give you an opportunity to hit him. Now you can do it if you want. Lulu patted my back, and the tone of her voice wasn't clear whether she was comforting me or encouraging me. She said with a faint smile, although I don't want to admit it, Da Taoist's words are all true. Our guy did indeed do such things. 10 years ago was the peak of the real estate market, and he used the money from selling our shop at a high price to start up our family's old factory. Without that factory, we too wouldn't be able to stand here talking. In other words, the Bai family's success today is indeed due to the lifeline money they tricked from Hensha. For a moment, my mind went blank. Before I could say anything, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from beyond the half-opened roller door outside, followed by a flurry of questions. Is Mr. Bai, the owner of the Dream of Yellow Rice, available? We are from Eager Video. Have you really experienced any supernatural phenomena here? The person's voice was filled with excitement, as if they finally scored a big scoop and were about to make a fortune. My heart sank at that moment, instinctively turning to look at Bai Liu, but she was actually looking at Hensha. Bai Liu smiled bitterly and said, for so many years, His Highness's methods have never changed. Whatever he did to you in the past is exactly what he's doing to my brother now. Taoist Han, don't you think it's time for this history to repeat itself? This translation aims to maintain the tone and meaning of the original Chinese text while ensuring that it reads naturally in English. Chapter 23, The Yinsi Dog Rule. From Bai Liu's tone, it was clear that she wasn't the least bit surprised by the arrival of these people at the door. A suspicion began to form in my mind, and I whispered, Sis, you didn't call them in because he still expected me to pull some strings, but of course, he couldn't afford to break things with me. All he could do was compete with me for resources. But I have to admit that, compared to someone even lower than the lowest scoundrel, I'm still a bit green in this area. If it were me, I wouldn't come up with the idea of opening a business and reporting it to the police station. It's pretty shameless. Liu crossed her arms and spoke in a cold tone, her body already reeking of smoke. She looked like the matron from Guanin village, utterly different from how she used to be obedient and submissive when she appeared before my father in the past. All this time, it has been my sister protecting me. Otherwise, I might not have even had the chance to attempt it 7 times. I would have been pulled back by my father to become his spicy sauce prince much earlier. Thinking about this, I bit my lip and said, Sis, how can I help you? Liu chuckled and looked at me. It's too late to suddenly want to be a domineering CEO at this point. But fortunately, even if you can't count on much else, with your looks and charm, Boss Bai, you're not completely without merit. The commotion at the door resembled that of a bustling market, and I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Can you stop flirting with me already? It's not appropriate right now. Bai Liu shook her head. I didn't tease you. After all, based on my understanding of Taoist Han, given his business ethics over the past few years, without any limits, while what he did in your store is indeed despicable, if I were to evaluate it, his actions are actually quite meticulous. Hey? I was stunned. Are you still my sister? Liu shrugged his shoulders. He wants to make you lose. First, he intends to have you sell your house at a loss as revenge. Second, he wants to completely ruin your reputation and cut off any future options for you. If I were in his shoes, I would deceive you about the ghosts in the house internally and externally. Spread rumors online that guests had died at your place during the first week to collapse your business and make you willing to sell at a lower price. After that, he might even put cockroaches in your cake and expose your personal information so that you won't have any more business opportunities. I fell silent for a moment before asking, "Is it that someone at home wants to do this?" Bai Shuang shot me a sidelong glance without saying a word. At this moment, Hansha chuckled and stood up. Truly worthy of being Bai Yiming's daughter. But I don't want to use such underhanded tactics on your brother. After all, although he has the exact same face as Bai Yiming, when it comes to cunning, he might as well have been given for free with a phone recharge. Don't try to convince me that you've suddenly changed your mind. I won't buy that excuse. I stared at him. Hansha ignored me and only sighed as she walked beside Bai Liu. You really have a big heart as an older sister. It's true that this house isn't clean, and I urged him to leave quickly, not out of deceit. I just didn't want him to die in this room. White Willow smiled and said, "So, should we agree on the next steps then?" Hansha was covered in blood but still managed to look refined as he adjusted his collar and cuffs. He spoke calmly, "I can help you if you want me to. But you should know that I do have a price for my services. My family has a daughter who is still receiving medical treatment, so my fees aren't cheap. Of course, my brother's future comes at a steep price. Deal." I was lost in the mist, and Bai Liu turned around to look at me for a moment before patting my face satisfiedly. "Good. This pale face suits it just right. Don't speak when you go out, just let me talk to Taoist Han." She finished speaking and glanced at Hansha, who immediately opened the glass door without a word. As the roll-up door went up, I was shocked to discover that the entrance was surrounded by a swarm of journalists and bloggers. From the looks of it, it's almost exactly the same as when I opened my business, but this time I have a plan. These people, for the most part, were brought in by my father, who counted on me to inherit the throne. The mere thought of how he treated Mom makes me seethe with rage, and I fall short of Bai Liu in this regard. It's impossible for me to act that convincingly in such a situation, no matter how hard I try to force a grimace. My face inevitably sags in disappointment. By this point, the reporter had pressed the microphone directly against Hansha's face. "What's with the blood on Taoist Master? Was the supernatural incident that happened in this store before real, or was it orchestrated by someone?" What a right-to-the-point question. I clenched my fist, realizing that maybe my father had long suspected the true purpose behind Hansha's employment at my store. Yet, he seemed content to let it play out this way. After all, even if Hansha targeted the wrong person with his revenge, as long as I can return, his goal will be achieved. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. Thinking of what Bai Liu had said, I gritted my teeth and stood silently on the side without uttering a word. And at that moment, Hansha said faintly, "This is not human blood, it's just chicken blood. As for what happened earlier, I was merely rehearsing a religious ritual, and there was no actual evil spirit causing trouble. Please rest assured." I broke out in cold sweat as I listened, finally understanding why my sister told me not to speak. After all, there's a very delicate balance here, a threshold that a terrifying influencer store can't afford to breach. If we accept that there is such a thing as a ghost in the dream, it would significantly increase the risk associated with eating the cake. As a result, timid guests might hesitate before coming back to try it again. However, if it were entirely attributed to human agency, the negative energy filter for number 29 would shatter completely, and the gimmick I've worked so hard to create would be useless. The best approach in handling this situation is to keep number 29's true nature perpetually shrouded in mystery. Uncertainty is the ultimate lure that keeps people curious and willing to pay. Hansha seems to be planning this move now. The reporters who had received money were not so easily dismissed and persisted with their question, so the breaking of plates and the sound of a woman laughing that guests heard, were these also part of the ritual? Upon hearing this, Hansha merely glanced at him coolly before uttering a shocking statement that would astonish the entire family. Breaking the plates is part of the ritual. As for the woman's laughter, that was actually me laughing. Not just me, but all the journalists in the room were left speechless. The scariest scammer in the world is the one who takes it seriously. Hansha lying so smoothly that she doesn't even blush, standing tall with a confident air as if she were queen of the domain. This demeanor caused the journalist across from her to instantly lower his gaze, making him begin to question whether Hansha was truly female. How much does Bai Liu have to pay Hansha to get him to utter such nonsense? I was greatly astonished and subconsciously glanced at Bai Liu's face. However, the woman was looking at Hansha with a look of reverence, as if she had fully immersed herself in her role. As expected, the press corps erupted like a boiling pot several seconds later, facing the microphones thrust in front of him one after another. Hansha didn't blink an eye. Merely a form of divination using the spirit board. Taoist techniques are vast and profound. After 10 years of cultivation, I have only scratched the surface. I genuinely didn't expect to frighten the guests at our shop. I apologize very much. In just a couple of words, Hansha swept aside the chaos he himself had stirred up, and once again reaffirmed his identity as a Taoist. He is a scammer, but a genuine one with real credentials. For instance, he did indeed cultivate for 10 years. I recalled Bai Liu's words and realized that Hansha was using his identity to create a smokescreen for the store, much like the grand opening ceremony. This approach of being prepared ahead of time does not necessarily mean there are sinister intentions, but the presence of an actual Taoist priest in the shop precisely proves that no 29 is indeed a haunted house. Seeing that Hansha was just so simple to deal with the matter, several unwilling self-media began to take up my sister's idea and asked, "Are you the behind-the-scenes shareholder of this store? Do you know what happened in the morning?" The White Willow seemed to have been waiting for them all along, and merely extended a business card with 2 fingers in a very casual manner. "I deal in chili sauce, and this is my brother's shop. I rushed over from the company when I heard there was an incident at his store this morning. There are already too many things happening today, so I hope you won't bother my brother anymore." She pulled me towards the shop, and in an instant, a dozen phones and cameras all turned to focus on my face. It gave me a startle. Oh my God, the last time I checked Weibo was because I went to jail. Today, with a just crime-juiced ugly face to top it off by making it back on the hot search list, this is really asking for trouble. I frantically tried to shield myself, but in the chaos I could only manage to snort and say stop filming before the rolling shutter was pulled down again. Bai Liu grabbed me and we retreated swiftly to the deepest part of the store. The commotion at the door had not yet subsided, but it was clear that White Willow and Hansha's act was over. Bai Liu pinched my face and then took a good look. The worry on her face had vanished completely. With that sniffling face of yours on Weibo, I think those girls are definitely going to pull it off. As they said online, you really do have the softest heart in the world, Yangzi. I took a deep breath and said, so you asked me to come out just to cry over my pitiful appearance in hopes of being sold. Otherwise, Hansha said coolly, aren't internet famous stores all about catering to your so-called beauty enthusiasts? I rolled my eyes in anger and retorted, it's not your place to lecture me on how to do things yet. I still have some score to settle with you. No matter how deep the grudge this person might have had against our family, I couldn't swallow my pride when thinking about not only him hating me personally but also trying to get Songnan to join in on the scam. With anger and resentment, I retorted, you claim your methods aren't despicable. Then you expect others to help you cheat me. Before this, Song Nanshi and He Jian had not been able to interject for a long time. Upon hearing me speak now, Song Nanshi's eyes immediately reddened again. He Jian hurriedly handed her a tissue, mustering the courage to say, boss, I think Sister Song might have really done that for business reasons. Haven't you seen how hard she worked in her previous job? Song Nanshi was naturally fair, and when he cried, his eyes turned red like those of a rabbit. Damn it, I couldn't look at him for long in case my thoughts led me to withhold forgiveness, causing my mouth to betray me by reacting to the beautiful sight before me. Hansha looked at me with a sardonic smile and said, I never would have thought you were so heartless. Boss, you shut the hell up, I hardened my heart. One thing at a time, I'm merciful, but that doesn't mean I enjoy being cheated. Before now, I didn't treat you badly, so is it just fun for you to trick me one by one? Upon hearing this, Hansha merely smiled and said, with a profound meaning, to put it simply, among everyone here, Xiao Song is the person who most resembles you as the boss. That's why I was able to trick her so easily. She really does have your best interests at heart, which is precisely what made me decide to try and separate your right-hand man from you. That's why I sought her out when you weren't here. Seeing Song Nanshi start to sob softly again, Bai Liu couldn't bear it and went over to wipe her tears, giving me a reproachful look. I've already told you that I've checked everyone else in this room. The other two kids under your care have no issues. If you still don't trust me on this, what does that say about yourself, having been deceived for so long? Can't you allow the little girl to do something well-meaning? The first rule of Yandere logic is that in the face of beauty, humans have no principles. He Jian also pleaded on Song Nanshi's behalf, boss. The strange things that happened in this room aren't entirely fake. Look, I wasn't even possessed by Han brother when I came in. Although Sister Song tricked you this time, she definitely wouldn't have always lied to you before. So why don't you just let it go? The second rule of Yangdang Fa, Yang Dog Law, states that when two attractive people talk together, there's a synergistic effect. I sighed and urged myself to accept the reality. With Hansha even turning around to help me, it was clear that Bai Liu wished for us to cooperate. Holding a grudge at this point would be of no benefit. To be honest, I wouldn't want to give up such a charming lady to do the dishes and bake cakes for me. After a moment's hesitation, I walked over to offer Song Nanshi a tissue. However, it seemed that my pale face had caused her to misunderstand me, for as soon as I reached out, she grabbed my arm and burst into tears. Boss, don't be angry with me, I do feel guilty about what I've done. When I came to work for you, I had my own reasons as well. Chapter 24, Shishi of the Haunted House. Song Nanshi sobbed uncontrollably, her appearance so sorrowful that I didn't have the time to process what she was saying. Instinctively, as a face dog, I hugged and wiped her face. Don't cry just yet, let's talk things through slowly. I didn't say anything about what I want, did I? Now I finally understand what Bai Liu said earlier. With just a pitiful face, someone is bound to pay up. I have no idea what I'm like, but there's one thing for sure, I can't stand Song Nance's crying face. Moreover, since this girl doesn't usually wear makeup, her tears are so distressing that they cut deep into my conscience just by looking at them. Causing a beautiful woman to cry is tantamount to committing a crime. For some reason, Song Nanshi cried even more bitterly as soon as she was in my arms, soaking through several tissues in a row. I frantically tried to wipe her tears, and Bai Liu looked at me meaningfully. Indeed, she does seem very much like you. When I told you that you stole my cookies when you were little, you cried just like this. I rolled my eyes, could these possibly be the same? At that time, I was crying because you were clearly my older sister, and even a small cookie required me to fuss over it. Clearly knowing that I prefer sweet things. Ba Liu Dao laughed and said, how could it not be the same? Aren't both situations a matter of being wronged? And why do you keep telling everyone that I'm your favorite sister when my own sister calls me a thief? Why don't you ask the lady herself what she's wronged about? I calmed down and gave it some thought, and yes, that does make sense. Although Song Nanshi deceived me, I don't think my ability to judge people is that bad. Setting aside the fact that this girl genuinely doesn't have much cunning, her enthusiasm for helping in the kitchen or looking up information for me seems genuine and not just feigned. Because she was deceived by someone, I suspect there's something wrong with her nature, and who wouldn't feel wronged in that situation? Thinking about it this way, I suddenly felt a twinge of guilt and softened my voice. Stop crying, it's my fault. This should be settled with Hansha, it has nothing to do with you, okay? Song Nanshi cried for a while, finally managing to stop her tears. She sniffed and stared at me with tearful eyes. Oh. Boss, you won't fire me, right? I've just managed to. This translation aims to capture the emotional nuance of Song Nanshi's situation while maintaining natural flow in English. Not only Bai Liu couldn't help laughing, but even Hansha, the primary culprit, burst out laughing. He seemed deep in thought and remarked, I think I did something good. Shut up. I glared at Hansha with fierce intensity, wiping the remaining tears from Song Nanshi's face in a gentle manner, and said soothingly, since we can't operate the store anyway, how about I treat you to a cake later? I know you like cheese. Song Nanshi stammered, so you really aren't angry with me at all? I mean, when I first came to work for you, I did have other intentions. This translation captures the hesitant and apologetic tone of Song Nanshi's words. What day is it today that everyone feels like coming clean with some leniency? I sighed. The immense anger I was feeling was quelled by her torrential sobbing, and I said helplessly, don't Worry. Today is a day of general amnesty. If the person who should have been executed ahead of you is still alive and well, why are you worried? Song Nancy blinked, even. At first, I wanted to be the femme fatale of a haunted house. I was shocked. Over the years, I've heard of many permutations and combinations of Shishi's image. There are even versions like fried chicken Shishi and braised meat Shishi. My sister was once called spicy sauce Shishi, too. But what on earth is a xiangzi for a haunted house? While human sexual preferences are free, humans cannot, or at least should not, be constrained by them. Bailu burst out laughing. That's it. I was wondering how my investigation could possibly go wrong. I thought you were after the boss's good looks. Song Nancy fidgeted and bit his lip. Some of my colleagues said they wanted to shoot short videos at a funeral home, thinking it might go viral. But I always felt that shooting something like that in a funeral home was too disrespectful to the deceased. So I thought, since I'm not afraid, why don't I try somewhere else? So you came straight to number 29 because it's a haunted house? Were you looking to stay in a haunted house? I was genuinely astonished. By 2022, human diversity has reached such an extent. Song Nancy's face turned a little red as he hastily explained, not exactly. At first, I was after the house, but later, I stayed on because of you, your boss. The girl's voice grew softer, and Bailu heaved a heavy sigh, squeezing Song Nancy's shoulder. My brother has been failing at investments too many times in the past 2 years, and now all he thinks about is making money. You have to work hard from now on. He used to be more understanding of other things. Song Nancy nodded vigorously, like a pestle pounding a mortar. Bailu added, and if he dares to bully you again, cry. Certain people will agree to anything just because you cry. This is my secret weapon for dealing with him since childhood. Can't you teach something positive for a change? I grudgingly fetched Song Nanshen a piece of cake. But I was thinking that my sister must be more cautious in business than I am. Now that she seems to like Song Nanshen quite a bit, it likely means that Hansha is the only wire here. Now the question is how to handle this genuine wire. In the chamber, with the voices at the door fading away, I knew that this crisis had temporarily passed. However, how to continue running the yellow rice dream in the face of subsequent challenges remained an open question. With that thought, I grabbed a chair and sat down. Since we are all being honest, let's be completely open and address some practical issues. I really don't want to shut down for days on end. Hansha sat down across from me. What do you want to ask? You say there are issues with this house, but so far, what's a lie and what's the truth? Which parts are deceitful and which ones are genuine? If my sister has verified Song Nanshi and Jian's identities, at least it rules out the possibility of them staging a fake performance together. But the strange occurrences in this house cannot possibly be the work of Hansha alone. Number 29 indeed has an issue. Upon hearing this, Hansha responded readily, the noises on the second floor and the newspapers aren't my doing. Neither are the hair or the blood. Nor is Xiao his upper body. I had planned out many schemes, but I didn't expect the issues with this house to be so big. You don't even need me to scare you, I just needed to act spontaneously on the spot. Hold on. I paused for a moment and sucked in a cold breath. Damn it, at least half of these phenomena must be due to the house itself. I was shocked. The house is haunted to such an extent. And you still have the nerve to try to cheat me. Big brother, are you that fearless of death? Hansha shrugged and stated simply, I hate your father even more. Besides, I really did practice Taoism. What could I possibly be afraid of? I was momentarily speechless but bit my tongue and decided to engage him in a thorough discussion. Are all of your rituals fake? Magic is real, but not in the way you want. Most of it is just for blessings. If there were really magic spells that work just by burning paper, my dad would be long dead from all the curses I've cast on him. Where's your treasure? Didn't it break in the middle? It had already shattered long ago, both the sword and the bell included. Haven't you forgotten that I forbade you from ringing the bell when you first wanted to? From that moment on, it was broken. As soon as you apply the wrong force, it will shatter again. You dare to move in without even having the real thing. How could there not be? The red string I've already given you is genuine, and I get it re-imbued with spiritual energy regularly at a Taoist temple. Hansha shook his wrist. This red cord is for my daughter. These past 10 years, it has been with her whenever she was in the most danger. Listening to Hansha's account of his daughter, I took a deep breath to calm my temper. If the shadow I saw and Xiao his upper body are not your work, then this house is already on par with Karosha. Big brother, how can you still have the leisurely attitude to keep me around for a performance? Aren't you afraid something might happen to you, leaving your daughter alone? Hansha just looked at me with a laugh. Boss, being afraid of ghosts is something kids do. In the years I've spent dealing with people, I've seen far more terrifying demons and monsters than this. After seeing those things, do you think I would still be scared of this? It's the same old story of knowingly stepping into the tiger's den. I rubbed my forehead in pain and said, you really went all out. By the end, you must have believed your own performance. Cutting yourself for a role, quite impressive, I must admit. Hansha's expression turned serious, and he said, in a calm tone, I'm willing to go this far because I truly hope you leave this room. Boss, haven't you noticed? Every time something appears in this room, it almost always targets you. I didn't deceive you about that. Business people should have their own criteria for weighing pros and cons. I don't want my daughter to have to give up the cake she likes in the future. Old Third Han, I never would have guessed that. You could actually put your heart into it. Liu crossed her arms and sneered on the side. No wonder. All that bloodshed today, just because you didn't open the door. None of the guests saw anything, essentially. For nothing. By the end, you must have stopped trying to deceive him, right? Forced to act against your true feelings, impressive. Upon hearing this, Hansha merely returned a highly polished business smile. All these expenses will be factored into that price. Speaking of which, I reluctantly looked at Bai Liu and asked, do you really think he can be cooperative? Liu's piercing gaze fixed on Hansha. You have no idea what kind of money-making abilities this guy has. In the past decade, he hasn't been idle at all. He started with catering and then ventured into beauty services, even dipping his toes in medical aesthetics. Though it was mostly guerrilla-style operations, his touched virtually every major business trend. His methods may have been rather unsavory, but he certainly earned a fortune. The fact that that young girl is still alive and kicking is the best proof. I perked up and asked dryly, do you make a lot of money? Liu smiled, although our family's former head did manage to bring down his own company back then. He hasn't stopped treating his daughter for these years. The medical expenses for his daughter now amount to at least $500,000 annually, even with some reimbursement. And in his spare time, he still takes the trouble to come here and act as your partner. Compare him to those who can only bake cakes but have no idea about business management. Do you think such a person is worth collaborating with? Just thinking about the fact that I opened 7 stores in a row, and now, when I try to talk about the money I made, it only amounts to a fraction of what I could have, leaves me speechless. All I can do is stare awkwardly at Hansha with an embarrassed expression on my face. Damn, no wonder he uses all these review apps so fluently. He might have been running his business for longer than I have. Hansha was still wearing the blood-red shirt from before, making him look particularly like a scoundrel. This was in stark contrast to when he dressed up as a Taoist priest earlier. He smiled and said, "The executive president of Bai Family Hot Sauce is paying me to help out. I'm going to ask for quite a lot. Miss Bai, are you really planning to hire me to help your brother start a business?" Bai Liu sat down next to me and got straight to the point. "Your father owed you, and I can double what he owes. In fact, if my brother's shop does well, I can give you additional compensation to ensure your daughter gets medicine every year. These days, watching you put on a show with just a few $1,000s at my brother's place has been quite entertaining for me. Now that he's a naive boss for you and I'm footing the bill as his unfortunate benefactor, helping him is essentially making my father unhappy. What else could you be dissatisfied about?" Hansha seemed to hesitate for a moment before saying, "Back then, Bai Yiming humiliated me many times. So, if I want to take my revenge, do you have any conditions?" My heart tightened as I wondered if he really expected me to kneel and lick his shoes. Just as these thoughts raced through my mind, Hansha looked at me with genuine interest. "Your cake is my daughter's favorite, and whenever she wants to eat it, you should make it for her." "Ha, you really do like my brother?" After a moment of silence, Bai Liu sneered. "If this can be arranged, I can stay to work for the Bai family for free." Seeing me nod reluctantly, Hansha satisfiedly crossed her arms. He said, "Let's start by addressing the first issue. If you really want to open a shop in this haunted house, we'll have to figure out how to coexist with it." Author's note. Blind spot. Author. June 9, 2022. Currently, I am working on a short side story centered around the characters. If I have enough queued up, I'll aim to post daily during the finals. Chapter 25, Boldness Beyond Talent. Following Hansha's suggestion, I upgraded the Dream of the Red Chamber set menu. The Huang Fu set comes with diluted strawberry jam as the red ink and includes a delicate brush pastry for guests to use in hand painting the talisman themselves. On the other side, the San Qingling Carole is paired with red string candies, allowing guests to further customize their experience by adding sugar pearls. Finally, all customers who spend at least 100 yuan in one purchase at the store will have a chance to draw a lucky sign. Unfortunately, those who draw the lowest sign in the food chain will receive either a red string candy or an 80% off coupon for their next purchase. Hansha pulled off a scammer scheme, and while the cost hadn't increased much, it looked like the exorcism had become significantly more effective. Originally, he was asking for an 80% price hike right from the start, but I couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so we finally settled on 65%. Before reopening, Hansha couldn't understand my sense of conscience. While helping me write on the new menu, he said indifferently, "The audience for a trendy shop like this isn't short of your money. You risked your life to open a business and still have time to worry about other people's wallets. I really don't know how Bai Yiming raised such a son who can't take advantage of others." To be frank, after that ghostly commotion 2 days ago, Hansha finally tore off the facade of his ethereal and otherworldly appearance in front of me. According to my sister, these years the medical expenses for their daughter have been like a mountain weighing on Hansha. And he hasn't been crushed yet, thanks to just 8 words. Single-mindedly focused on making money without any regard for reputation. When it comes to making money, Hansha has always had no moral bottom line as long as it doesn't break the law. He'll do whatever brings in quick cash. As a result, over the years, he accumulated a lot of certifications. At one point, he even worked as a male postpartum nurse, which was quite outrageous, because she had done odd jobs in Taoist temples in the past. Hansha could write beautifully. She quickly hung up the new menu on the wall like couplets. Seeing this, I couldn't help feeling curious and asked, "My sister said you've also worked in catering. Don't you know how to make cakes as well?" Upon hearing this, Hansha gave me a cool glance and said, "Just because I've worked in the food industry doesn't mean I have to take care of everything myself. And I've also worked at a nightclub. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would serve others?" This is the simplest way to translate the ellipsis in Chinese to English, maintaining its original function of indicating trailing off or silence. However, this guy is so skilled at role-playing that he never falters when taking photos with the girls in the store. I wouldn't believe that Hansha didn't have any relevant work experience before. After sorting out their business model, it was clear that another major task for Huang Liang Dream was ahead. The Taoist in the store had transformed into a business consultant, but what about the big sister on the second floor? Hansha also admitted later that it was precisely because he knew the house was a feng shui house on the 29th that he chose to cause trouble in the guise of a Taoist. Hansha never went into battle unprepared, and before this incident, he had done his homework. Number 29 is indeed haunted. Many people have seen it. At the candid session 2 days ago, Hansha's sudden comment nearly sent me flying with my own spit. I stared at him in disbelief. "You knew it was haunted, yet you still came." Hansha looked at me in confusion. "If there's no ghost, it would be hard for me to put on this show alone. Isn't this just taking advantage of the ghost scare? If someone doesn't have a baby, they don't need a postpartum nurse. If you're not putting on a ghost-themed performance, do you still need a Taoist priest?" How casually it is said, as if it were completely obvious. Bai Liu chuckled next to me and said, "Look at him. He's a ruthless money machine. If he weren't getting older now, Taoist 10 probably would have found even more unconventional ways to make money than he does now." At that moment, I couldn't afford to engage in empty talk with anyone. I said urgently, "What have they encountered?" Originally, if you were just a Taoist, I could at least try to make some sense of it. Now that you're just a fraud, what's the difference between me and those people before? There is a difference. You have more people. Hansha raised his eyebrows. I didn't want anyone else to get involved at first, so when I met for the first time, I wanted to advise you not to recruit others, but I didn't expect that your boss is lucky in this regard. The people you recruited actually helped you block some things. He looked at Yijian and Song Nan, who could not speak, with some advice, and when I thought about I was so angry that I said, so they are both virgins and have strong horoscopes, and you made them up. Our advantage now is only a lot of people. Upon hearing this, Henshaw tapped his temples with a finger in mock amusement. What's so made up about that? The boss, the brain, is a wonderful thing. How could Xiao He, being so young, turn red when near a girl and not be a virgin? And as for Xiao Song, working at a funeral home despite a young age, doesn't that prove she isn't bound by traditional views? In English, 3 dots like this are commonly used as an ellipsis, often to indicate a pause or trailing off in thought. If you'd like to provide more context for a more detailed translation, feel free to let me know. Damn it, old fox, you've really toughened up. I was so angry that my teeth were grinding together. I said fiercely, spit it out. Anyway, you're already living here now. If there are any more ghost stories, we'll all suffer the consequences. The main drawback will be for you, Henshaw said calmly, before applying to work here. I asked around at a few businesses in Guanin Temple. It turns out that the rumors about ghost activity on the 29th were quite widespread even when the house was empty. Some people had actually heard noises coming from inside the house during that time. This translation maintains the natural tone and flow of the original Chinese while accurately conveying the meaning. I broke out in cold sweat upon hearing this, so I won't be able to find anything online about it. Henshaw looked at me with a demented gaze. Live streamers who specialize in haunted houses don't want it confirmed that there are actually ghosts in their stores. And the developers of this commercial area certainly don't want people to know about this place where so many people have died. How could such news ever go online? As they say, capitalists really know their way around capital. I took a deep breath and said, so, actually, the 29th has been haunted for a long time. It has been causing trouble for quite some time now. At this point, Song Nanshi whispered in, this house is quite famous at our Yujang funeral parlor, which is why I came over. It just so happened that I saw your job posting. Wow, so famous. I was taken aback. The idea of being associated with a funeral home sounds ominous, like when Conan adds you as a friend. Absolutely not something to be happy about. Don't tell me the previous homeowners all took their final trip through your place. This translation aims to maintain the tone and meaning of the original Chinese sentence while making it sound natural in English. Song Nanshi nodded. It was all accidental, you see. Before the burial, they were indeed taken to our place. I even heard them talk about that suicidal tenant. It matched what Xiao He said exactly, like a giant with red-tinted vision, and his clothes were stained red as if he was wearing a red shirt. So it seems that Xiao He's previous statements were absolutely correct and without any mistakes. I stared at He Jian with wide eyes, seeing innocence on his face. If Song Nanshi and Henshaw both had some ulterior motives, He Jian, who just graduated from university, came completely fresh and blank. My sister confirmed that much. In other words, what comes out of his mouth naturally has the highest degree of credibility. Just, Xiao He, you're now the only one who can chat with Big Sister on QQ. Did she ask you to relay any other messages before? For example, did she hope we could get her something like luxury cars or big villas? He Jian thought for a moment and said, if we have to say it, I think she hopes that you, the boss, can help her. Help? She doesn't want you to go because she needs your help. He Jian hesitated for a moment. She was also driven to her death by this house. Boss, if you stay here, perhaps we'll be able to figure out what exactly killed her soon. So, to meet Big Sister's wishes, the shop will definitely need to continue operating. The day before Yellow Millet Dream reopened, I paid another visit to Luohu Temple, and this time I brought back a statue of Ksitigaba Bodhisattva priced at 2,088 yuan. The Taoists at the nearby shops were no longer of any help, and I couldn't blame them for my desperate search for solutions. I set up a small shrine in the corner near the bathroom on the second floor, devoutly offering incense and bathing in its smoke. Before going to bed, I also left a cake as an offering to the Bodhisattva. Without any other requests, I only hoped that this time, with the Bodhisattva's witness, Big Sister, could have a proper conversation with me. If it would allow me to run my business smoothly. Then after that, having Big Sister assign me tasks would be just a matter of her saying so. The next morning, after 3 days of closure, Yellow Dream once again prepared to open its doors. As before, Bai Liu helped me open some channels again. This time, initially, I planned to continue with the free ride approach, but Hansha was adamant about not doing so. He only said that business would be good this time, and instructed me to prepare for a surge in orders. These days, I've been so busy changing the menu that I had no time to pay attention to online opinions. When he said something like that, I just dismissed it as boasting. Who would have thought that on the opening day, the moment the roller shutter was pulled up, and even before the new menu was hung out, a bunch of people stormed over from far away. Before I could react, an elderly man landed a faceful on me. "I'll set up 2 tables here. A table for 2, please take a number first." I was left speechless, but then Hansha from behind me chimed in immediately, 1 person per number. "We don't offer online reservations, you have to come in person to pick up your number. Then get in line and give me a number quickly." Clearly, Hansha adapted to the situation faster than I did and proceeded smoothly by guiding the early arriving guests to form a queue. Then, he called for Hijian to give them numbered tags. What the hell is going on? As soon as I entered the room, I immediately grabbed Hansha. "Did you let my sister use her card caching skills?" Hansha looked at me with an amused smile and said, "It looks like it's your turn for good luck, boss." I thought to myself that my luck in hiring 3 employees and one of them being a scammer was already bad enough. Suddenly getting so many people would be even more bizarre. Doubtingly, I asked, "Did you know there would be so many people coming?" Hansha sighed and said, "Boss, think about it. What was promoted that day?" "What?" A. The store has a Taoist who uses chicken blood daily to repel evil spirits. B. The boss's sister is the executive president of By Family Hot Sauce. C. The boss has a tearful but not unattractive face. Now, which one is the correct answer? You. I thought to myself, you really have the nerve to bring this up. But when I met Hansha's gaze, which carried a hint of cunning, I suddenly realized, so my sister had us go out together back then for. Hansha snorted derisively, "This is a multiple choice question. Speaking of which, your sister isn't a pushover either. In the past few years, she's toughened up her wings. Bai Yiming couldn't have survived without her. Now that she's openly supporting you, it means she acknowledges this shop as her domain and is directly challenging Bai Yiming." With this in mind, I felt a knot form in my stomach, thinking about how my sister hadn't been messaging me much these past couple of days. I suspected that there might be some trouble at home looking for her. At this point, all I can do is keep the store running. I gritted my teeth and immediately stopped daydreaming, diving headfirst into the kitchen. On the first day back in business at Huangliang's One Dream, the store had prepared materials for 180 sets of meals. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they had already used up 140 sets. I never expected that Hansha's disturbance would have such an effect. Not only did the number of guests skyrocket, but Song Nan's dedication to his work doubled after the past 2 days of intense activity. He often took on my tasks without saying a word, leaving me with moments where I actually had nothing to do in the kitchen. Too comfortable. This is some kind of magical money-earning day in heaven. Or more naturally, this is like hitting the jackpot, where money seems to appear out of nowhere. I was moved to tears by the sounds from the front field. Not only did Song Nanshi perform well under such intense pressure, but He Jian and Hansha didn't drop the ball either. After completely letting loose, Hansha's acting even improved. While handling the cash register with one hand, she was still able to offer fortunes to a girl drawing lots in the store. Despite her stern expression, she managed to create an atmosphere of joy throughout the room, making me even more convinced that she definitely didn't do anything good in nightclubs before. And so, they worked enthusiastically until well past 5 o'clock in the afternoon, as if living the dream. As the sun began to set and I saw that the ingredients in the fridge were running low, I instructed Xiao He to go out and disperse the customers still waiting in line. Originally, I had every intention of heading straight home to enjoy my hard-earned money. But just as I was about to do so, Ji Hao suddenly rushed into the kitchen, pushing open the door with urgency. "Boss! Risk!" As soon as my big injustice radar was played, the man behind He Jian was already angrily jumping in front of me. "How much do you know about my sister? Who told you to promote her suicide accident on the internet?" Chapter 26, Victim Meeting. This translation is straightforward and natural sounding in English, capturing the essence of the original Chinese title. Fortunately, by the evening of the 29th, business was winding down and the commotion in the kitchen didn't escalate. I managed to calm the visitors with a hearty pot of hot pot. After closing up shop, I took everyone to an old-school hot pot place nearby. We delicately dipped thin slices of beef into the small broth of a mother-son pot, savoring every bite as if it were our last meal. As the saying goes, in Chongqing, you can reach out and touch a hot pot, but you won't get hit. Even those who seemed like they wanted to beat me just half an hour ago are now much more affable after being calmed by the beef pot. They stiffly introduced themselves to me. "I'm Yan Ping, younger brother of the previous resident at No. 29, Guanin Lane. I came here after seeing a video online. Although I had expected it, hearing him say it still left me feeling a bit guilty. So, I added 2 more plates of beef for him and sighed, saying, "I'm sorry about what happened with your sister. We didn't intend to make a big deal out of it, but the house does have some peculiarities. There's nothing I can do about that, so we invited a Taoist to stay here to help out." That was when someone captured the footage of the exorcism on camera, which is why it ended up causing such a stir. Upon hearing this, Hansha, sitting next to me, added coolly, "I apologize if the prayer service on that day left a bad impression on you. It was indeed our fault. My intention was for the deceased from the 29th case to pass on peacefully, and I also hoped your sister could rest in peace. Sure, please provide me with the Chinese text you would like translated. It's really hard to imagine that the kindly-looking person in front of me is the same one who said just 2 days ago that a house where people have died could still yield oil. To be honest, Han Sha's acting skills truly leave one in awe. Winning a Golden Rooster Award for that performance would have been a case of underestimating his talent. I suppressed the impulse to roll my eyes and pushed a plate of beef over to Yan Ping, who appeared to be a straightforward person. Softening my voice, I asked, "Actually, I didn't know much about your sister before. Could you tell us more about it?" As soon as I showed any weakness, Song Nan and He Jian, seated on either side of Yan Ping, demonstrated excellent sensitivity. One offered to fetch water while the other brought a watermelon. They were almost ready to massage his shoulders. In the end, under our collective flattery, Yan Ping relaxed his shoulder and began to share details about Yan Huan with us. 5 months ago, Yan Huan, sister of Yan Ping, decided to move from the outskirts of Yujiang City to the downtown area to do business. She planned to expand her already successful small noodle shop into a larger one. Although Yan Ping, who was away from home, enthusiastically endorsed his sister's decision, he naturally had his own concerns given that the conditions were not particularly favorable. It's true that Sister Liu earned some money from her small noodle shop, but given the exorbitant land prices in the city center of Yujiang, a direct controlled municipality, Yan Ping found it hard to imagine how Liang Huan could secure a good storefront with her limited funds. Surprisingly, Yang Huan managed to find a shop in Guanyanli with a monthly rent of only 10,000 yuan. Within less than 2 weeks, the shop had 2 floors totaling 150 square meters, which worked out to just over 60 yuan per square meter. To be frank, Yang Huan's originally somewhat remote storefront had a monthly rent of 50 yuan per square meter. Now, for a slightly higher cost, one could lease an entire standalone 2-story building in Guanyanli. For business operations, a luxury they never even dared to dream about before. It's easy to imagine that, under the temptation of such a low price, Yan Huan, eager to get her small noodle shop back on its feet, quickly signed the contract with the property manager and moved into apartment 29 just over a week later. Originally, Yan Huan had planned to do some minor renovations on No. 29 and open for business right away. After all, rent doesn't wait for anyone. Even if it was affordable, she would still need to sell dozens of bowls of noodles each day just to cover the cost of losing one day. A week before the incident, Yan Huan had still sent Yan Ping to No. 29 Guanyanli to discuss renovation matters. To this day, Yan Ping vividly remembers how he felt upon first stepping into No. 29 Guanyanli. It was still March, and the temperature along Yujiang was hovering around 15 to 16 degrees Celsius. Under normal circumstances, one would only need a light coat. However, as soon as Yan Ping stepped through the door of Building 29, he felt his neck hairs stand up one by one in an instant. It's really cold. Yan Ping wrapped himself tighter to fend off the chill, but when he asked Yan Huan about it, she only said it was due to the cold rain in Yujiang for these past couple of days. The previous tenant had stayed there 2 years ago on the 29th, and since no one usually tended to it, it was inevitable that some parts of the renovation weren't quite up to par, particularly when it came to insulation against the cold. At the time, Yang Huan confidently told Yan Ping that she wanted to renovate the second floor into private rooms. After all, she would likely hire just one more helper in the future, and having so many rooms would be useless. It made more sense to utilize them to boost customer traffic instead. Looking back on that day, all Yan Ping could remember was his sister's cheerful mood. She had spent the entire time discussing the details of the renovation with him and hadn't mentioned that the house had a dark past. Instead, she attributed her good fortune at renting such a prime shop in Guanyin to her own luck. If their business took off, Yan Ping wouldn't have to continue doing heavy lifting for others. Instead, he could join his sister directly in her venture. At the time, Yan Ping could never have imagined that just 1 week later, he would receive a call from the Guanjinli police station. My sister passed away. My sister wouldn't do something like that. Even though several months had passed, Yan Ping couldn't help blushing when she mentioned her sister. Hansha pinched me under the table and whispered, "Boss, this will cost you." I hadn't even reacted when Hansha stopped her. "Waiter, may I have a bottle of WilliamNeural, please?" "Brother, you're buying me dinner, right?" I glared at Hansha, but the waiter was already running off with a happy expression. Hansha quickly sent me a message, "Since we are in the business of dealing with haunted houses, there might be other victims' families coming to us in the future. We need to do a good job with public relations to prevent your own father from exploiting this situation later. And there's more. Don't you want to know what the previous deceased tenant was really like?" Facing Hansha's penetrating gaze, I gritted my teeth. Unwillingly but reluctantly. Indeed, using a haunted house for business does count as a second harm to the families of those who passed away in room 29 previously. After all, it's only right to give them some sort of explanation, no matter how. Thinking of this, I resignedly sighed and said, "You might as well have a drink. I also have an older sister. Such sudden events must be hard for the family to accept, right?" Yan Ping was already trying hard to suppress her emotions, and with me saying that, tears immediately streamed down her face as she broke down. "My sister just got divorced at the end of last year. After all this time, she finally managed to start her own business and money without it being taken away by others. How could something like this happen? The police said she committed suicide, but she was just starting to live for herself and take care of my little niece. How could she possibly have committed suicide?" Yan Ping handed over a photo of Yan Huan with her daughter. The woman in the photo is plump with a somewhat simple and honest expression. She's holding an ice cream and smiling broadly at the camera while hugging her daughter. If everything goes as expected, this is how the lady from the second floor bathroom originally looked. Just thinking about Yan Huan's tragic death in the bathtub suddenly made me understand what Xiao He meant. His counterpart didn't want me to leave and was hoping I would uncover the truth behind room 29. She was just an ordinary person yearning for a happy life, just like her mother. Just thinking about it made me instantly feel emotional. Since the money was already spent, I didn't hesitate to pour full glasses for both myself and Yan Ping. As soon as the WilliamNeural arrived at the table, I said with confidence, "Don't worry, I'll definitely take my sister's case seriously. If there are really any demons or evil spirits on the 29th that harm her, I will make sure to find a way to send them to Luo Hansi for punishment." After that, before Hansha could stop me, I had already had a stomachache. With the alcohol coursing through my veins, I asked, "Before sister got into trouble, didn't she ever Tell you about any strange occurrences on the 29th. After downing another cup of wine, Yan Ping seemed to have completely let her guard down around us. She choked out, before the incident, I had taken on a job and couldn't make it over here. She kept sending me messages all about the renovation. There was only one time she mentioned something strange happening at home. Is something strange happening to her as well? Jen paused as he poured us drinks. Yan Ping drank another cup of wine without hesitation. His face filled with pain as he said, She said there might be mice in the house. Sometimes when she was upstairs, she heard noises downstairs. But at the time, I thought it wasn't strange for there to be sounds since no one had lived here for so long. So I didn't pay much attention. By this point, Hensha had given up trying to stop me from drinking and narrowed his eyes to ask, So did she check? Are there really mice in the house? Yan Ping was drinking while tears streamed down his face. She didn't mention it. I also told the police about it, but they only said that there were no other signs in the house. Additionally, the homeowner confirmed that there indeed was a mouse problem on the 29th. So the matter was dropped. Upon hearing this, Song Nanshi fell into thought. I did indeed frequently hear movements in my room. Could it be mice? Thinking back to that thing under Song Nan's bed, I could have convinced myself it was just a rat bringing the newspaper if I hadn't seen its face with my own eyes. If there were rats like that in the world, humanity would have long been doomed to extinction. Then, Yan Ping went on to reminisce about many details of Yang Huan's life. He even showed us the WeChat messages she had sent him before her death, which were either inquiries about their daughter or discussions about the soft furnishings for the 29th floor. From the Daobao links Yang Huan sent over, it was also clear that she not only wanted to convert the second floor into a private room but also intended to completely renovate the bathroom on that floor. Even the replacement washbasin and mirror had already been selected. The dinner ultimately ended with both Yi Ping and I passing out from drinking. My consciousness broke when Hensha paid for my meal with my face. After that, I could only vaguely hear Hensha say he was taking Yan Ping to a nearby motel before losing all awareness again. When I woke up, I found myself on He Jian's back. From what I can see, it does seem that your sister is more suited to running the business in your family. In the night, Hensha walked beside He Jian. At 31 degrees Celsius, his Chinese jacket was on me, making it unclear for a moment whether he intended to harm me or protect me. Seeing that I was awake, Hensha spoke in an indifferent tone. I had you by the wine to extract some information from the other party. It's my first time witnessing someone getting drunk before even starting to entertain. Boss, you really are something else. If it were me at your old workplace, after this round of drinks, I'd be lucky to have both my kidneys and chastity left. I managed to regain some semblance of sanity and rolled my eyes. Did you just pull my hair and wave my face to pay? Hensha looked at me with a amused smile and said, Since you're drinking the wine all by yourself. Anyway, it's only right that you pay for it. I couldn't be bothered to pay attention and turned my head to the other side. Song Nan carried the unfinished leftovers and a bottle of WilliamNeural wine beside me as I woke up. He hurriedly said, Boss, are you okay? I should have drunk it for you if I had known you couldn't handle your alcohol this much. I thought it wouldn't be proper for a pretty young lady like you to drink too much, so I smiled and said, You might even risk your life by drinking more. When I was in school, the teachers' rooms were usually quite cold. To ward off the chill, I often drank alcohol and could easily knock back nearly 2 caddies, about 2 kilograms at a time. Song Nancy looked worried at me and said, "Boss, you only drank 4 jiang today." I was cut off mid-sentence when suddenly he Jian stumbled, nearly throwing both of us off his back. "Sorry about that, boss. The steps in front of the house are a bit tricky to navigate, and the place is definitely showing its age." Hai Jian hurriedly apologized to me, but I was already more or less sobered up by the shock. A night breeze blew past, and for some reason, my mind wandered back to what my sister had told me last time. The feng shui of Unit 29 is not good. The stairs are too steep, and the second floor is too gloomy. It needs a renovation. And that day, I was standing right where I am now, outside door 29, chatting with my sister on WeChat about starting the renovation. Then, I immediately saw the silhouette of someone on the first floor. Renovation. Haunted. My heart skipped a beat. Young Huan was preparing to renovate her home just before she died. Could it be that the items from the 29th aren't actually meant to be altered by outsiders in any way? Chapter 27, Famous Detective, but by Yan. Another week of store closure passed, and I met manager who sold me the house and also brought him a few cakes. After all, even though the number 29 on my hands remains rather unruly, it does bring in some revenue. This week, there have been no disturbances upstairs, and watching money flow into my Alipay account every day makes me feel more satisfied. Ultimately, I have to thank manager Hu for introducing me to the property. In the first place, I carried the cake to his door and found the small real estate agency filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Apart from manager Hu, the other 2 property managers were sound asleep on the job. Only after the fact did I realize that the expansion of Guanyanli had been on a grand scale. However, the newly developed commercial districts in recent years have not been performing well in terms of operations and profitability, failing to match the buzz generated by the bustling food street ahead. As a result, the shops next to No. 29 remain unrented to this day, with the dilapidated signboard of Down's Hot Pot still standing where it was placed. And with houses selling poorly, real estate agents clearly aren't having an easy time either. Mr. Hu had a heavy cigarette smell on him, and he forced out a reluctant smile as he welcomed me at the door. "Mr. Bai, how did you find the time to drop by? You seemed so busy just a few days ago that you couldn't spare even a moment." I smiled and said, "It's our day off today. Even if I don't want to rest, the people who help out in the store have families to go home to, so I just came by to take a look." After saying this, I handed him the cake. Manager Hu thanked me and praised my baking skills. "Mr. Bai, your craftsmanship is truly impressive. I had been meaning to visit your shop before. After all, I come from the south where everyone loves sweet treats." The property agents didn't show up, so manager Hu decided to sit in an outdoor spot a bit farther away to chat for a moment. I bought manager Hu a cup of coffee and chatted. "Nobody has come to inquire about the nearby shops yet." Manager Hu was also helpless about this. The main reason is that except for the 29th, there have been some floors, there have been no other stores, and they have also been under the name of Guanyin. Even if we want to persuade the owner of the house to lower the price, they are not willing. I wondered curiously, "So, what's the rent for the shop next to No. 29? Mr. Hu lit another cigarette, looking visibly pained as He said, "It's probably 3 to 4 times the 29th floor price." To be honest with you, Mr. By when they were expanding, the developers actually had high hopes for this area. Who would have thought that things would be so bleak over the past 2 years? So few people are inquiring about it now. Several of our residents have already given up hope. By comparison, number 29 has shown some promise and isn't letting his father's sacrifices go to waste. I felt very relieved inside, but I obviously couldn't express that to the frowning manager who I quickly got straight to the point. I asked hesitantly, "Manager, who do you think it would be convenient for you to help me contact the tenants who moved out before number 29? Manager, who was taken aback. "This," I started, crying and pleaded. "Manager, who, I know you have a family to support, so when you sold your house, you must have concealed something from me. I understand that. If it were me and someone finally inquired about Unit 29, the perennial problem, I wouldn't dare tell them it's haunted either. But now that I've already bought the place, can't you help me out?" The mention of ghosts caused manager whose expression to change dramatically. I knew this meant I was right, so I said helplessly, "Didn't someone hear noises coming from that house not too long ago? The authorities in Guanyin haven't dared to make a public announcement about it either, and I understand why. But look, 4 people have already died before us. If manager who doesn't help me out, I might be the next one." I pitifully fixed my gaze on manager who, imagining myself with airplane ear. Fortunately, from a young age, my ability to play the victim has always served me well. Ultimately, who manager sighed and seemed to make a compromise. "Mr. By, this is indeed not in line with the regulations. But that will help you." Following this, manager who helped me find some documents through the real estate agency. Though I thanked them profusely, I didn't dally. Instead, I rushed back to Unit 29. However, I found that Song Nanshi, who had returned home early in the morning, was already there, sitting silently on the first floor, lost in thought. "Come on, Xiao Song, help me out." I didn't worry about much else, I just wanted to quickly verify my previous hypothesis. I tried to contact Ms. Zhu's emergency contact. It had been 8 years since Mrs. Zhu stumbled down the stairs, but when asked about what happened back then, the man still remembered it vividly, despite his wife's remarriage long ago. I remember that house. From the very beginning, I had a bad feeling about it and didn't want my ex-wife to rent it, and sure enough, something went wrong later on. Why does it have such a bad first impression? At that time, while Guanyin Temple was quite famous, the houses from that era sold reasonably well. However, the overall layout of the shops was quite odd. It seemed like the developer had tried to save on design costs by simply replicating the floor plans of the original residential buildings. They claimed it would create a nostalgic street district to attract customers, but the result was disastrous. The steep staircases from around 2010 were so dangerous that my ex-wife actually died due to one of them. The man became increasingly indignant as he spoke. My child was only 3 years old at the time. My ex-wife had retired from her job to rent a place and open a clothing store, making it easier for her to take care of our child. Every time I went there, I found the stairs too steep and didn't dare to let my child stay on the second floor. I reminded her many times, but we never had the money for renovations until after the shop had been running for over a year, when she saved up enough funds. We planned to make some improvements to the place. Then Here they come. This damned renovation. My heart tightened as I asked, did you do any renovations? At the time, the man gritted his teeth and said, we did it. As agreed with the house owner, completing all the first floor renovations. However, due to the complexity of the stairs and the second floor, the contractor said we would have to shut down the shop if we made any changes. So we waited. Who would have thought that waiting would lead to this? What I'm about to say next doesn't need to be spoken, as I already know it. Before Miss Sue even began to move the second floor and the stairs, she suffered an accident on the staircase and passed away on the spot, leaving behind her daughter, who was just over 4 years old at the time. After soothing the visitor briefly, I dialed Mr. Wang's number, the second tenant. This time, it was Mr. Wang's sister who answered the phone. 6 years ago, Mr. Wang passed away from carbon monoxide poisoning in the second floor bathroom just 6 months after moving into Unit 29. Upon hearing that I live in Unit 29 now, the woman's voice immediately tensed up. How dare you still buy that house? There are spirits in that house that harm people. Don't you know anything about it? Ah. I thought to myself, how could I not know that? During the time I was living in room 29, I basically exhausted all my courage from my entire life. Reluctantly, I said, Miss Wang, could you explain specifically what's been happening? Right now, I am indeed experiencing some strange occurrences in room 29. The woman trembled as she recalled, be careful. Especially about that bathroom on the second floor. My big brother mentioned it to me once before he had his accident. He said he wanted to install a window in there because it always felt eerie when bathing inside. And then he suffered from carbon monoxide poisoning. Installing the windows. I frowned and said, so, Mr. Wang had also been thinking about renovating the second floor bathroom before the accident. The woman expressed her fear. Yes, my brother rents Unit 29 to run a coffee shop. His studio is upstairs. He usually lives there. He told me a few times that he found the second floor too oppressive and wanted to change the decor, but before he could do so, something happened. It's renovation again. Suddenly, my heart was pounding wildly and I could almost hear Conan's theme music in my ears. The detective is none other than me. After hanging up, I couldn't wait to look at Song Nanshi. She had made the necessary calls and said, the third Song lady who fell down the stairs was in the shrimp dumpling business. The incident occurred 3 months after she moved in. Her family said that she had made good money during the peak season and was planning to renovate her store and hire more staff. However, she unfortunately fell while going downstairs at night. So it seems that every deceased person wants to renovate apartment 29 and their incidents are happening faster now. My palms are sweating. Miss Sue had an accident after operating her store for a year, Mr. Wang after 6 months and Miss Song after 3 months. And on that day, Yang Ping said that Yang Huan had an accident before the grand opening, which might have been just about 2 weeks later. This translation maintains the flow and clarity of the original Chinese text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. No matter what the 29th holds, if it's meant to harm me, it should be happening soon. To say nothing of the fact that I had just said at the door of my house that I was about to start renovations. Given past Ms. tendencies on the 29th, this basically amounted to a direct face-to-face provocation, daring you to come and mess with me. Thinking about it this way, the big face under the bed was clearly there to warn me. At this thought, a chill ran down my spine and I had to clench my fists to force myself to calm down. The most likely direction for the moment was what I needed to focus on. If the other party's pet peeve is renovation, then the house itself is the core of the issue. If not number 29 turning into a spirit, then it must be that someone holds this house in very high regard. For instance, the people who once lived here. Everyone says that 4 people have died in this house, both front and back, but the truth is even more grim. Back when it was still a residential area, there was a fire that claimed lives. The site of number 29 used to be nothing but ruins. In an instant, I thought of the anonymous comment I had seen not long ago and hurriedly asked Son Nan to look for it. However, by then, that comment had already vanished without a trace. Hanshaw also noted that the official authorities in Guanyin definitely did not want to see rumors about a haunted house spreading online. Therefore, the comments that were deleted likely pointed to the truth. Number 29 did indeed catch fire and indeed have people die there. If this question can't be answered online, we'll have no other choice but to figure it out in another way. I hesitated for a moment, then quickly grabbed Son Nan and carried the remaining cake inventory out of the door. We began asking around nearby merchants along the way about No. 29. Indeed, the combination of a pretty girl and the power of sugar is akin to a sugary nuclear bomb. Confronted with something Conan can't pry out, Ran will always be able to get the answer. Although most of the shop owners around were just tenants, facing Song Nan and the cake in my hand. Each store eventually tried to offer whatever rumors they knew. Among these, the most valuable intelligence came from Tea Moonlight, which was very close to Huang Liang. The owner of the milk tea shop said, "When we moved here 3 years ago, we also inquired about that place. At the time, the price was already very cheap, and my husband had doubts about it. After asking the real estate company, sure enough, it turned out to be a feng shui house. Initially, I didn't believe it and still wanted to rent it. Later, when the people from the real estate company saw that I was pregnant, they felt sorry for me and secretly told us that the property had a bad history. Bad foundation." My heart skipped a beat. The woman nodded and whispered it was mainly because the developers had initial trouble acquiring the properties from the original residents. There were even instances of forced demolition. It said that 29 was a holdout back then, refusing to negotiate terms with the developer. Later on, for some inexplicable reason, 29 caught fire, trapping everyone inside and resulting in their deaths by burning. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I couldn't help recalling old Han's far-fetched theory about escaping via the stairs and bathroom. Yet, I found it had a ring of truth to it. After the renovation of number 29, its original structure remained unchanged. In other words, number 29 now is exactly the same as it was before. If the people who lived here in the past really haven't left. I shuddered involuntarily. The milk tea shop owner seemed to notice something was off with my expression and continued, "Why don't you try asking at the stall selling numbing fish noodles in front instead? The old lady there is from Guanyin village too." When she heard that it was being sold on the 29th, she reacted quite strongly. Just a couple of days ago, when we went to visit, her owner mentioned how much he cared about your new business. He felt sorry for you buying that house and even gave you an extra 2 scoops of chili oil and noodles. Out of sympathy, fearing that you might not be able to enjoy them again after that. Chapter 28, The Girl Without a Story. At such a young age, I had purchased a house where 4 people had died, and when I came back to the Sichuan hot pot shop again, I could clearly see that the tattooed boss was looking at me differently. Thinking back now, the last time I bought sour and spicy noodles here, he sold them to me as suicide noodles, which is how I ended up tasting a bowl of everything in lethal doses on Mysterious Goddess Street, known for its short wait practices. I cried so hard that I lost control when I went back to Songnanshi. The boss surely never expected that I would still be alive to this day. I told my boss, get me an iced hawthorn syrup drink and a medium spicy hot and sour noodle soup, let's eat them both here. At this spot, the store was relatively empty, so Song Nan and I picked a seat under an electric fan. Nearby, an emaciated old lady was sitting at another table, engrossed in watching little fresh-faced boys dance on Douyin. Those who specialize in a particular field have their expertise. Seeing the situation, I immediately decided to handle it myself and asked, "Auntie, may I ask if you know anything about what happened at number 29 ahead?" Hearing this, the boss's hand trembled as he added, "Powder, did you encounter something in that house too? Last time when you said it was haunted, didn't you say it was all fake?" From this perspective, although the boss is much more imposing and powerful than me, he's still a fellow scaredy cat. I chuckled humorously, "Bro, last time it was indeed ghost-free, but that was because my family Taoist was being prepared for anything. However, with this place's dark history staring us in the face, it's better to be safe than sorry." The boss served us our food and hesitated before addressing the elderly lady beside him. "Mom, why don't you talk to them? Although the property management told us not to discuss this when we are here, after all, we are all running businesses here." "Wait. The property management doesn't allow us to discuss this." I was taken aback. The boss smiled wryly and said, "If I could have told you back when you came to buy the powder, I would have, wouldn't I? We always say, that house is really strange, young man. How did you come up with the idea of buying it?" At that moment, the old lady suddenly interjected. She snapped her phone shut and pulled a stool right next to me, gripping my hand with obvious distress. "You look like a handsome young man, but why would you buy such a house for business? Do you know that fires broke out in this building before the 29th? Everyone associated with this place has had nothing good happen to them." Now that I mention it, I didn't have time to worry about being taken advantage of. I hastily asked back, "So you're saying you know about the fire on the 29th? The old lady sighed and said, "I didn't know either. I used to live here. At the time, the developer offered to help us move, but my husband signed some contract for a few dollars. When my son tried to come back and do business after a few years, he found that the rent had increased several times. They are really blackheart." I asked, "Who originally lived at number 29? Could you tell me about what happened there?" "You've come to the right person." The old lady seemed to have been waiting for me to speak, and she gave my hand a firm pat twice as if I were one of the family. Back then, that house wasn't too far from our place. I remember there was a woman living in it named Lynn. She was around 40 years old. The house belonged to her husband, who had left it to her. She lived there for many years and loved roses, so the ones by the door grew exceptionally well. So she lives alone without any family members. When we lived in Guanyin, I didn't see any of her family members. However, it's said that she got married years ago but divorced, and after that, her family moved away. Later, there was a fire incident, and her husband seemed to have asked Guan for compensation, which amounted to quite a sum. My heart skipped a beat. A lone woman was burned to death in the house her family had inherited for generations, and strangely, her own relatives seemed more concerned with the money in her pocket than with her life and death. This is basically a standard horror movie plot. So I couldn't help asking, why did the house catch fire back then? The old lady clenched her teeth. It's strange. If we can't figure out how it happened. They said it was due to electrical wiring issues. But no one saw exactly how the fire started. Half of the Guan Lane witnessed the aftermath. Although we had already moved by then, people say that she first called for help from the second floor. And her voice carried quite far. But since most of Guan Lane was empty at the time, who could have come to rescue her? When she tried to run down the stairs while still burning, she collapsed at the door and was beyond help. Bathroom. Stairs. The more I listened, the colder it felt inside. Subconsciously, I fell silent. Without knowing why, the old lady suddenly squeezed my hand and muttered, "Young man, you really can't keep living in that house forever. Even for your shop girl, her family is worried. I've seen it online." What? I barely had time to register what was happening before the old lady handed me her phone. She flipped through it with ease, and suddenly, a middle-aged couple appeared on the screen. The reporter from Gua Video couldn't wait to hand the microphone to the couple. "Ms. Song, did you indeed previously work as a makeup artist for funerals at a funeral home?" The couple felt awkward and found themselves answering irrelevantly, their faces full of concern. Back then, it was her idea to study funeral services. But now that she has a stable job on the brink of being formalized, she suddenly quits without a word, moves out of the house and goes to work in an ominous building making cakes. Now, she doesn't even answer our calls. Don't let go. The video was halfway through when Songnan frantically lunged forward and shut off the phone screen. Only now do I realize that she wasn't really into it, even though she usually can polish off a bowl of spicy sauce mixed rice with half a bottle. Today, faced with a medium spicy hot and sour soup noodle, she only managed to eat 2 bites. It seemed that since Song Nanshi returned home during the day, something wasn't quite right with her. I must say, I have plenty of experience dealing with family conflicts. However, the old lady clearly isn't as attuned to the atmosphere as I am. She continued, "Oh, I just think you're such a lovely young thing. Your parents are so eager for you to get married. Look at how worried they are. Boss? I'd better go first." Before the old lady could finish speaking, Song Nanshi had run out of the store like a bolt from the blue. Years of experience in coaxing my sister into doing things had taught me that not chasing after him now would be a mistake. Without a moment's hesitation, I followed him outside and quickly intercepted the flustered Song Nanshi. Not far away. "Are you okay?" As soon as I pulled her in, I noticed the girl's eyes were already reddened. The Yandir alert went off immediately, and without hesitation, I decided to abandon today's investigation. We've covered enough for now. How about I teach you how to make a new cake instead? Would you like a matcha basque set? After the incident with Hensha last time, I've realized that Song Nanshi is actually very easy to please. Even after Hensha tricked her so badly, it only took 2 takeout meals to cheer her up. And sure enough, the girl looked up hesitantly and Asked, "Boss, will you really keep me on for making cakes? Even if I learn slowly, I can help you turn down drinks next time." I made her laugh. "You can skip the alcohol this time. Even if you can drink, it's still considered harassment to get girls to drink. Besides, Xiao Song, do those other two people in the shop look like they bake cakes? Old Han would charge me 200 just for cracking an egg. And Xiao he has such strength that he could mix flour paste into concrete in no time. Apart from you, who else can I rely on now, boss?" Song Nanshi said emotionally, "It's just about my family." I smiled and said, "As long as you want to work for me here, I won't worry about anything else. By the way, that earlier incident might have been my doing. After all, my father might still not be giving up trying every possible way to lure you away from my store. It seems we need to find White Willow a reliable lawyer soon, or else these media outlets will keep hovering around the people around me like flies." I couldn't help laughing coldly. It seems there isn't a second father like mine in the whole world. While my son endures hardships to run his shop, this father still insists on causing me even more trouble. F***, the more I thought about it, the angrier I became, and couldn't help but curse in my heart. For old bastard Deng to choke on chili peppers every day. Just then, a sudden warmth spread across my forearm as Song Nanshi gently grabbed me. The faint red in her eyes had faded, and she looked straight at me with bright eyes. "The boss is fine, I won't be leaving. You're not alone on the 29th, no matter how big the trouble is." Song Nan's mentor spoke with gentleness and warmth, and sincerity was evident on her delicate face. If I were meeting her for the first time, hearing this introduction alone might have melted my heart into a pile of jelly. But precisely because she is senior instructor Song Nan, this translation captures the original Chinese text's flow and meaning, conveying the sense of unexpected softening due to familiarity with the person in question. Even if something happens to you, we can get you to the hospital in time. At least we won't end up like the previous ones, dying in the house without anyone noticing. If that happens, it would be difficult to do makeup properly. This translation aims to convey the original meaning while ensuring it reads naturally and smoothly. In English, the ellipsis is commonly used to indicate trailing off or hesitation in speech. If you need more context or a specific way to interpret this in your text, please let me know. Indeed, there is a reason why the beauty ended up working for me. Boss, It seems that Song Nanshi wanted to say something more, but then he thought about my life ticking away on a countdown, so I felt it was better for me to buy a cup of milk tea and cool down first. I'll be right back. I was just about to get up and head over to the tea and moonlight across the way when Song Nan suddenly pulled me back. She looked terrified. Boss, did I say something wrong again? What I actually wanted to say was, no, that's not what I meant. Song Nanshi complained, it's just that I used to interact with so few real people while working. Even though I did practice. But corpses don't talk. Finally, like a golden retriever that has only done wrong, Song Nanshi stared at the ground with a look of grievance on his face, and I couldn't help feeling a sense of guilt. This beautiful big dog who hardly knows how to talk fearlessly moved into a house with the spirits of 4 dead people, all because of the external and familial pressures dedicated to learning cake making. In my tiny little shop. Just thinking about it And even a stone would melt. Boss? Without receiving my response, Song Nan's shoulders sagged quickly as well. In fact, I always knew the truth. The reason I don't talk much is that all those people who arranged my dates before said my personality was suited only for an embalmer, and no matter how good my face looks, it's useless on mine. Song Nan's voice grew softer. I just can't help feeling a bit resentful when they say things like that. I became a mortician because I loved it, but in the end, all their criticisms reduced me to just another boring and wasteful person. I'm afraid if I keep going down this path, I'll really become what they say, a girl with no story. That's why I want to try something different, like becoming the frightened West Beauty or something. In the end, the girl's head drooped completely. And for a moment, all that remained around us were the heat waves emanating from guanine and the chirping of cicadas. But I couldn't help letting out a sigh from within. The world really needs more Yandia fans to protect beauties. Please. With this girl's proficiency in her work, she probably sketches human cadavers in a day more than the fish carcasses I handle in an entire year. Such a resume would make her a role model for hardworking individuals both in the living world and the afterlife. If I found out who dared to use such a term of abuse against her, I'd beat the crap out of that idiot. First, after a moment's hesitation, I placed my hand on her fluffy head and felt her body shiver slightly. I reluctantly began to console her. First of all, a little bit of cold knowledge: baking cakes doesn't require you to be vocal, speaking isn't necessary. Next time someone dares to say that being pretty is useless, let them come find me and see what happens. Finally, you were trying these things not to prove yourself to others, but for yourself. After all, as long as you can take a chance. Suddenly, my words trailed off. A cook's usual routine is to serve chicken soup to others and then drink 2 big bowls themselves. For some reason, this thought made me think of my current situation on site No. 29. It turns out that as long as you're willing to take a risk, there's hardly anything you can't achieve. From the very first day I entered the world of Dream of the Red Chamber, I knew this truth. No matter what it is inside, he has always been the one to initiate everything, pushing me to my limits. But now, if this time, can I turn the tables and pull off something really different? In that instant, an extremely bold idea took shape in my mind. Author's note. Blind spot. Author. June 19, 2022. After settling up, I'll start daily updates in July, including both the main content and side stories. Chapter 29, The Boss in the Bathroom Trap. That evening, I prepared myself psychologically and finally stood in front of the bathroom door. One could say that I've never had a bath with such a sense of ceremony in my entire life. After Hansha confessed to receiving lenient treatment, the belief that the second-floor bathroom on the 29th floor was haunted fell from its pedestal. Although the other 3 people in the house immediately started using it as a regular bathroom, and I even heard Xiaohe singing while taking a bath there for the first couple of days. Hansha's denial did not mean to me that the second-floor bathroom was no longer dangerous. In fact, it only proves that danger lurks everywhere. On day 29, regarding the issue of my house being haunted, I had previously spoken to Bai Liu about it. I was hoping she could recommend a reliable and non-envious master this time around. However, instead, Bai Liu informed me that she had already asked the police to handle it for me. Bai Liu explained that since 4 people had already died. The police station in Guanyin didn't want any further incidents involving me. Therefore, they had already reported the situation on February 29th, and someone would be assigned to speak with me to gather more details. It seemed that Bai Liu was completely unconcerned and had utterly disregarded her younger brother's life. After all, the people living in Unit 29 were me. To ensure the revenue for the next day and my very life, I must rely on both metaphysical beliefs and calling the police. There is no room for complacency in this situation. During the day, I had carefully analyzed the situation. With the 4 tenants on the lower level, it was an undeniable fact that 2 of them died in the bathroom. Moreover, another one proposed to renovate the bathroom and subsequently died from carbon monoxide poisoning in the bathtub. If someone said that the second floor bathroom was haunted, I would believe it, based on the previous timing of the incident, from a year to nearly 6 months, me being able to live this long now is already considered great mercy. And constantly walking on thin ice isn't a sustainable solution either. I need to come up with a one-time fix, something like cast. Go for the hard bite. I had prepared myself mentally and was about to enter the room when Hensha came out, carrying a water kettle. Seeing my intense reaction, his face instantly took on a playful expression. If you're scared, why not just ask Xiao He if he's willing to watch you take a shower? I looked at him expressionlessly. Brother, this counts as sexual harassment for both me and Xiao He. Hensha laughed loudly. To be honest, if you're really too scared, you can ask. It's possible that someone in this room might be willing to help. With that said, Henshet carried the kettle of hot water downstairs. Fuck, if this guy wasn't as good at making money as number 29, I'd have put his capitalist head in the food processor a long time ago. I gritted my teeth and viciously turned the handle of the bathroom door. How many steps does it take to anger person 29? Step 1, go to the bathroom on the 2nd floor. Step 2, pretend to take a bath. Step 3, start chatting with him about everything, from digging walls and laying pipes to inspecting windows, doors, wallpaper, and floors. In other words, let him know that this is my home. And no matter how many times he tries to renovate it on me, it won't change the fact that it's mine. My plan is simple. Since my biggest advantage over the previous residents is our larger number, why not just throw a series of raves at location 29 to lure it out? Optimistically speaking, we can then give it a fair and righteous beating. Pessimistically, if we can't handle it, someone will call for an ambulance to help me. In any case, as long as we can pull it off, it won't be a loss. To avoid any embarrassing accidents while showering, I quickly rinsed myself off, got dressed, and leaned against the sink. As I dried my hair, I pretended to send a voice message to Bai Liu. Sis, we were supposed to remodel last time, right? I've given it some thought, and the 2nd floor is indeed a bit cramped. Do you have any reliable interior design teams that could help me with this? I sent 5 or 6 messages in a row, but Bai Liu must still be at the dinner table, so she hasn't replied yet. But that's not important. The key is to make 29 feel the urgency of my remodeling plans so that it realizes if it doesn't give me a lesson tonight, I'll come back tomorrow morning with a drill and take care of the bathroom myself. I was so nervous that I was sweating palms, but I still managed to send my sister all the renovation plans with some sense of self-cultivation. After a while, my head felt like it was on fire as I kept waiting for Bai Liu's reply, but she remained Silent. There was no sound coming from the bathroom either. And I couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. Is it just that my repertoire isn't varied enough? Has no 29 already figured out my little trick? I gritted my teeth, since I've already gone this far. There's no forcing me to play nice. I took a deep breath and then glared into the void. Warning, listen up, old house. My renovation skills are top-notch and I won't hold back just because you're an older building. Now that you belong to me, I can do whatever I want with you. In such a small space, my voice even has a faint echo. Who would have thought that these lines were learned from trashy romance novels on Weibo, of all places? In the quiet bathroom, I patiently waited for 2 minutes, but all I heard was the sound of water droplets hitting the bathtub. Number 29 didn't bite. Not only did it fail to bite the hook, but it didn't even pay me any attention at all, completely ignoring me. By the end, I even felt a bit wronged. I had basically cleaned up and presented myself, but you showed no reaction at all. It's only right that I get some kind of explanation, rather than things continuing this way indefinitely. I only show up when I'm relaxed and I jump scare myself when I'm tense. Aren't they basically gaslighting me? By the time the fog from the bathroom had finally cleared, I could only console myself with the thought that perhaps the other party wasn't as quick to react. After all, the previous few instances hadn't involved immediate consequences just because someone mentioned renovations. I needed to give room 29 some time to figure out how to deal with me. If all else fails, I'll scare him with a drill tomorrow. I hesitated as I pushed open the bathroom door, still holding my breath, and was nearly startled into jumping when a mass of hair greeted me head-on. Boss? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Only when Song Nanshi rushed over in a panic and held my arm did I realize that the person wasn't one of the assassins sent by number 29. Taking a deep breath, I said, "Why are you standing there?" "No, I'm actually waiting for you, the boss. Until you're done with your bath." Song Nanshi blinked and whispered, "Boss, can we talk in my room? I don't want to disturb Hanji and the others." She didn't hesitate, grabbing my pajama sleeve. And before I could react, I was tugged into the room. To be honest, the last time I entered this place was to catch a ghost, and the method wasn't exactly dignified. I didn't have much chance to look around back then. But this time, I found myself instinctively taking a look around and realized that Song Nanshi's room is actually not much different from that of an ordinary girl. Apart from the white stuffed animals scattered everywhere, there were also quite a few plush toys in the claw machines. Even by the table was a simple makeup counter with cosmetics neatly arranged on it, though different from what my sister usually uses. They were all laid out in order. With a snap, Song Nanshi quietly closed the door. Suddenly, the room was filled only with a dim lamp by her bed, and Song Nanshi's silhouette was half concealed in shadows. For some reason, he remained silent, and as I stared at this scene, an ominous feeling gripped my heart. I was just at it with number 29 in the bathroom. Right as I stepped out the door, I ran into Song Nan. She didn't hesitate to drag me into the room and tried to keep us out of sight of everyone else. Isn't it that bad? I sucked in a cold breath. Isn't it that they finally hit the mark by recognizing me as a Yandia, a fan who is particularly fond of a character, often to an obsessive degree, and are now bringing in pretty girls for me? Are they really going to challenge me face to face with this? Recalling the painful experience of subduing He Jian, The last time, sweat started to gather on my palms. Instinctively, I leaned back against Song Nan's makeup table and swallowed hard, asking, small Song, is there something you need? Song Nanchi still said nothing as he slowly walked over. This girl was already fair to begin with, and the lighting made her whiteness stand out even more. At this moment, her two large, dark eyes stared straight at me, quickly causing my heart to race so fast that it felt like my breathing had nearly stopped. Little Song. I leaned back hesitantly, about to call for help. When? Boss. Song Nanchi stopped about a meter away from me and suddenly bent down with lightning speed, giving me a standard funeral home level bow. Thanks a lot. You didn't chase me away. This chance to give it a try is really appreciated. Song Nanchi continued speaking while bowing as fluidly as if he were going through a funeral procession. I actually quit my job without telling anyone, not even my parents. I knew they wouldn't agree, just as they didn't initially approve of me working in the funeral industry. Song Nanchi took a deep breath through his nose. I didn't originally want to resign. I liked my job in funeral services and thought it was quite romantic. But for my parents, funeral services is just a steady job. They wanted me to switch into the official system and get married by arranged marriage, constantly urging me to do so. I couldn't take it anymore and resigned abruptly. At first, I planned to become a beauty for haunted houses, but honestly, I don't have any followers, can't talk well, and won't make vlogs either. Except for corpse makeup, I have no idea what else I could do. So if I hadn't met you, the boss, I might still be sleeping on the streets right now. In the end, even if Song Nanchi hadn't stood up, I watched in silence as a single clear tear fell from behind her hanging hair, straight down and landed on the floor with a direct thud. To sum up my life principle regarding Wan Yang, I can cry for her, but she must not cry for me. Over the years, I've never allowed any girl to see me cry 3 times in a row, my ex-girlfriend included. So my sister is out of the question. Heaved by a sudden impulse, I hurriedly helped Song Nan up. Sure enough, she was crying with tears streaming down her face and her whole countenance was contorted in pain, yet she stubbornly held back any sound. I burst out laughing. You've already cried, so why are you still holding back? I've already cried in front of you twice, do you still have some kind of idol complex? Come on, spill all your grievances to me. I haven't even asked yet, what idiot was it who could be so rude to such a lovely girl like you? Old boss. Song Nanchi couldn't hold it in for long and eventually buried his head in my shoulder, sniffling loudly. I'm not just into drawing corpses. I've always liked cute things too, and I often go to try my luck with claw machines. But when I used to draw them as gifts, everyone thought it was unlucky. Only boss told me they were adorable and asked me to mass produce them. Plus, I wanted to learn how to cook before, but my parents said that the guy who would marry me definitely wouldn't let me do it because I spend most of my time dissecting bodies. In a fit of pique, I ended up just eating spicy sauce mixed with rice. It was only you, boss, who taught me how to make cakes. To be honest, it's cute during the day, but that cuteness only goes so far. I looked at the small, pale objects in the room and answered with a bit of shame. Is that all? I noticed you have a vanity too, right? Of course, girls can choose whether or not to wear makeup, but if you're interested, why don't you give it a try? Really? Song Nanchi wiped a hand across his face and suddenly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling as he looked at me. Would my boss like me if I put on makeup? I wiped the tears off her face. It's not important. Whether I like it or not, what matters is that you do. You know, when I first started baking cakes at home, my family didn't agree and thought boys shouldn't be doing this. But what can we do? I enjoy it, so it's worth it. The same goes for you. What you love has value, at least in my eyes, and I would never look down on it. Wah wah. Boss, you're so great. Seeing Song Nanchi's eyes start to well up again, I decided to distract her by pressing her forward toward the vanity. You've cried enough, right? Why don't we do something else instead? Looking at Song Nan's innocent, slightly flushed face in the makeup mirror, I realized that this kind of good looks would never be ugly, even if they were painted with cement. And at that time, I had no idea just how true this would turn out to be. Soon, I will make a decision that I will regret all night. Author's note. Unclear vision. Author. June 21, 2022. The plots in the following chapters are very important. Chapter 30, Ghostly Shadows recorded at 1 o'clock in the morning, when I turned over again with a difficult time but still had no sleepiness at all. I knew something was wrong. I rarely suffer from insomnia, even when I have to catch a flight to France the next day. The few times I do struggle to sleep are ultimately traceable back to one reason. Lousy is genuinely afraid. Recalling that, the last time I was scared like this was when my sister got divorced and insisted we watch Queen's Blade together as a way to vent. She fell asleep halfway through after drinking too much wine, leaving me alone on her couch, shivering with a pillow in my arms. In the end, I ended up making cakes all night long and didn't get any sleep until the sun came up. Since entering Sector 29, my psychological resilience has indeed improved to some degree, but there's still a vast chasm between not being terrified and not being scared. I originally planned to discuss the issues with Sector 29 with Hansha and others until dawn, but now it seems that my brain isn't buying into that plan. And really, all of this stems from the fact that I had Song Nanchi put on makeup 3 hours ago. The biggest advantage of dogs is that they are easy to please. Originally, I asked Song Nan to put on makeup just to quickly divert her attention. After all, if it had been my sister, there would be no chance of coaxing her without at least 4 bottles of beer. Fortunately, Song Nan is far less complicated than Bai Liu. As soon as she heard my suggestion, she immediately stopped crying. In fact, I even think that if this girl had a tail, she would have already started spinning like a propeller by now. Boss, give me some time. Song Nanchi began fiddling with the items on the table, and his movements seemed reasonably proficient. As someone who grew up watching my sister do her makeup, I knew that grooming a lady's look required patience and finesse. To not put too much pressure on her, I deliberately glanced down at my phone for a moment, hoping to give her ample time. However, I didn't expect Song Nanchi to work so quickly. Before I could even play 2 more rounds, Song Nanchi called out to me lightly and briskly, "Boss, I'm good now." I was taken aback and subconsciously checked the time. It had only been about 10 minutes. I didn't expect this girl's makeup speed to be as quick as her dishwashing. Putting down my phone, I smiled and said, "Isn't that pretty neat? Let me take a look." Before I could finish speaking, I met Song Nan. Shahua's stark white face and those enormous black Pupils. A chill ran down my spine, and the rest of my words were naturally stuck in my throat. I finally understand why Song Nan-shi stopped wearing makeup. In the dim light of a single lamp in the room, even as Song Nan-shi merely stared at me with pure and benevolent eyes, my mind couldn't help but conjure images of old corpses from the mountains. A chill ran down my spine, and I struggled to make any sound. Song Xiaojia. Where did you learn your makeup skills? Song Nan-shi blinked. My master. The first lesson he taught me was to apply it evenly. But I accidentally bought contact lenses that were too large, and it took me a lot of effort to learn how to wear them properly. I quietly turned on the big lamp by her bedside, making an effort to find something praiseworthy. I see you're using a different foundation from my sister. What brand is it? Upon hearing this, Song Nan, with great enthusiasm, dragged me to the makeup table, much like a big dog pulling its owner towards a prized bone. The cosmetics for makeup on corpses are too greasy for use on living people. So I bought some similar products from the specialty counter according to the color chart without picking any particular brand. It feels a bit pale, but should be fine after I buy some blush. The problem isn't big. I thought to myself that while applying rouge might improve one's appearance, it wouldn't solve the fundamental issue between the earthly and the heavenly realms. I can handle teaching someone how to make a cake, but it looks like makeup is something I'll leave to Bai Liu from now on. I sighed inwardly and picked up a white little jar at random from the box, preparing to steer the conversation in another direction. What's this? Song Nan-shi answered smoothly, this is cosmetic wax. We use it to fill in facial defects, and now some people even use it to augment their noses. However, with better techniques in recent years, we more commonly use silicone 3D printing for cases like burns or car accidents where there are significant facial injuries. We can print a mask directly and assemble it onto the face. Talking about this, I couldn't help wondering. So your proxy is also Song Nan-shan's face showed a hint of unease. Boss, could you please promise me not to get angry? First, this translation conveys the character's nervousness and the casual yet respectful tone in a natural and fluent way. Angry. When I first came to number 29, didn't I want to become an influencer? Song Nan-shi looked at me pitifully and said, I understand what you're saying, but honestly, I don't really believe in this kind of thing. Plus, my colleague told me that influencers have to perform their roles, so I got this fake hand just as a prop. I suddenly understood. Are you afraid the haunted house reputation is a bit of a stretch, so you planned to stage some ghostly antics yourself to boost your followers and views? Song Nan-shi nodded vigorously, like a pestle in a mortar, but then I realized later that there was no need to act at all, because House 29 is actually haunted. I found out as soon as I moved in. Boss, you really got a bargain on this house. In this regard, you truly get what you pay for. With this house manager who did not deceive me, the price of 29 was literally a clearance sale, so low that it had even resulted in 2 previous suicides. Seeing that I was silent, Master Song Nan asked in a low voice, Boss, you really don't get angry. I really wanted to be an internet celebrity at the beginning. When Brother Han asked me to lie to you that day, I also wanted to practice acting and makeup. But later I also found that I was not the material at all, so now I really want to be a cake master. Seeing her look so worried, I thought to myself, That it didn't have to be this way, I wasn't as harsh on my employees as old Han. After all, neither he nor I had held any grudges. How could I begrudge you over something like this? So, boss, you're not really mad about this? Really? How about me swearing to you? As I was about to raise 3 fingers, Song Nan. She quickly pressed down on my hand. No way, boss. Originally, I didn't believe it either, but ever since moving into this house, I'm convinced of it. Boss, you said you're not angry anymore, right? If you aren't angry, then I can show you the rest. I was taken aback. Is there something else to come? Putting it that way, Song Nan, she dragged me into the room as if this was indeed a bit too serious. I suddenly felt a chill run down my spine and immediately thought of the worst scenario. Don't tell me you've already signed up for a reality show live broadcast, and a director is going to contact me any moment. When someone gets unlucky to a certain extent, they might even believe that the FBI is about to knock on my door. Fortunately, Song Nan, she immediately shook his head and said, it's not like that. I couldn't find any incubator companies that I thought were worth joining. So, originally, I planned to record some content and put it online to gain some traffic. But, after you became my boss and treated me so well, even sending me a cake, I didn't dare to put anything online. All the recorded stuff is still in my hands. With that, Song Nan pulled out his computer and opened a folder named Show Him Crying QAQN. The boss isn't angry on his desktop. Inside were more than 20 video segments. Song Nan, she looked at me with hopeful eyes. Before I often heard noises, so I set up a GoPro in the room just to try it out. I was thinking that if nothing happened, I could act something myself, but I never thought. Did you expect that? I suddenly had a very bad feeling about it. Song Nan's gaze was piercing. I didn't expect that number 29 really has something spooky going on. Boss, I got it. I got carried away. I already thought it was outrageous that Hansha risked her own safety to seek revenge on my dad, but I didn't expect there to be another one who filmed evidence of hauntings and kept quiet about it. These people have such huge hearts. What exactly did they grow up on? Baking powder? I couldn't catch my breath and my face turned green. You're sure that's? Surely. Just watch, boss. To ensure I believed her confession, teacher Song Nan directly played a video she had annotated. The camera was placed on her wardrobe, and from the overhead angle, we could see teacher Song Nan wrapped in a towel, lying in bed. It seemed to be around midnight based on the time shown. Song Nan, she said, this happened a few days before you last entered my room. It was also the last time I recorded a video. Before that, I would often stay up late just to record these videos. She said this as she scrolled back the video to around 3 a.m. Pay attention to the boss, he is in the lower right corner. Under Song Nan's insistence, my heart might have protested 1,000 times, but my gaze still couldn't help drifting toward that corner. Before I knew it, the hair on the back of my neck stood up in alarm. At 3:02 a.m., a hunched figure appeared in one corner of the screen, slowly crawling towards Song Nan in an eerie manner. Even in low-quality night vision video, it's clear that this thing has an extremely pale face. Although it's blurry, I could identify it with a single glance. This is most likely the thing I saw under Song Nan's bed. My palms began to sweat immediately. If this were a horror movie, I'd definitely look away by now. But the thought of this being my own house and that Room right next to mine. I gritted my teeth and forced myself to look down. As the scene unfolded, that thing crawled towards Song Nan-shi. Its movements were neither fully human nor non-human. And the entire process was extremely slow, taking about 4 to 5 minutes before it finally reached the bedside, supporting itself against the edge of the bed as it slowly propped itself up. I could hardly contain my excitement as it seemed to be climbing onto the bed, and I almost pressed the pause button. Sha Song, aren't you afraid? Why be afraid? Song Nan-shi's expression remained calm. It didn't harm me. I'm actually not sure if it has a physical format. After all, if it weren't for this recording, I would have only heard some sounds. I exclaimed, a haunted bed. Why didn't you show it to me before if that's the case? Were you worried I'd suspect you wanted to become an internet celebrity? Talking about Song Nan, I feel a bit nervous. Nervously, I said, although it's haunted, it didn't actually harm me. So, compared to that, I'm more afraid that you might fire me as my boss. After all, your affairs, by which I mean human affairs, are more important than ghosts, right? In context, this ellipsis can be used to indicate hesitation, trailing off, or unsaid thoughts. If you need more context or a specific scenario for it, please let me know. Just thinking about this thing harassing my female employees under my nose for so long gave me a headache. Taking a deep breath to suppress the complex emotions, I gently rubbed Song Nan's head. Next time, you should know to be careful. You yourself said that people's matters are more important. What if this thing really harms you? I may be angry, but I can still comfort you. But if it actually hurts you, there's nothing that can be done about it. Boss. Upon hearing this, Song Nan looked at me blankly for a moment before seeming to snap back to reality. He hastily nodded and then began playing the video. Again, you should watch it through first. It really didn't hurt me, so you can leave after that. So, my gaze reluctantly returned to the painting. As Song Nan-shi sped up the video 3 times, the figure on screen first approached to take a closer look at Song Nan-shi. At the end, it fiddled with the doll beside the bed. Finally, just like when it came in, it slowly crawled out of the bottom right corner. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, it disappeared. After watching the entire process, it felt as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over me. When I looked at Song Nan's folder again, there were red dots marked next to 4 or 5 videos, and I couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Little Song. How many times did you manage to capture it? Just 5 times. Song Nan-shi looked at me with his enormous eyes, which seemed to bulge from the lenses. Most of the time, it comes in and goes out in one circle. But I did manage to capture a particularly close shot. There's even a face inside. Boss, would you like to take a look? Author's note. Blind spot. Author. June 24, 2022. There are still 4 days left until the final deadline. In the last few days before the finals, could you please cast your votes? After all, this is a competition, and the votes are closely tied to the final results. Your support means a lot. Chapter 31, Physical Haunting and Physical Resurrection. Note, in this translation, I've maintained the structure of chapter, number, title commonly used in books or academic papers. The terms haunting and resurrection are kept as is because they directly translate to their English counterparts and carry the same connotations in both languages. After repeatedly watching those videos with Master Song Nan, the final result was that every time I closed my eyes, I saw Master Song Nan's large face. as he recorded it. Even if it only appeared for half a second, I can definitely say that it was certainly not a human face. It's impossible for any human to look like that, even if my standards as a cosplay dog are high. I couldn't imagine anyone looking like that. I asked Song Nanshi whether this body was similar to any they had handled before for their previous tenant, but instead of a straightforward answer, Song Nanshi took the question seriously and informed me that drowned bodies do not exhibit such a posture. After all, this thing is too skinny, showing no sign of the giant-like appearance. On the contrary, its hunched body posture resembles the position of someone who died from burning, with their hands clenched into fists. It's worse the more I think about it. Isn't it ironic that on the 29th, a fire broke out just before it was renovated into a commercial area? And, tragically, people even lost their lives. In the end, I asked Song Nan to make a copy of the video and planned to discuss with Old Han and Bai Liu early the next morning to decide which high-ranking person we should invite for a spiritual cleansing of the various residents in the house. However, I did underestimate how big my heart really is. Lying in bed for 2.5 hours, Xiao He was already fast asleep. But after watching more than 20 of those sleep-inducing videos, not only could I not fall asleep, I couldn't even get that big face out of my head. To be clear, the thing in question climbed into Song Nan's room through the front gate. In other words, it could be right among us, and if it could climb into Song Nan's room, there's a possibility that it could also have entered He Jian's room. It was one thing for Song Nan not to have been harmed before, but this thing showing up so frighteningly on the 29th at night, it's more than enough to give me a scare, let alone almost kill me. Unable to contain myself, I kept glancing at the door every few minutes, afraid that I might suddenly see that pale face through the crack. After enduring this countless times, I finally reached my limit. Hell, wake up already. I suddenly opened my eyes. Better stay alert and wait for dawn. I have no doubt that with the video, we'll find a way to deal with this creep. The time had crept to 2 a.m. and the question had changed. There are a million ways to pull an all-nighter, but when it comes to relaxing, there's only one way for me. Eat something sweet. This is a habit I developed since childhood. Initially, Bai Liu would boast about being able to eat Mom's spicy sauce rice bowls, which irritated me so much that I started hoarding all sorts of sweets, like a hamster. And once I started, I couldn't stop. When I was renting a place before, I usually had my own little savings stash, which included things like Pocky candy sticks. However, since moving into Unit 29, I've been so busy with various tasks that I'm even sleeping on the floor in Xiao He's room now, and there's no way I can afford to think about a personal saving stash. It's fatal. At 3 a.m., when appetite is most susceptible to temptation, we dessert lovers are no exception. The moment we think of chocolate, our minds leap to brownies, then Black Forest cake, hot cocoa, and Haagen-Dazs crispy roll, and even lava cakes frozen on top of an ice mountain. In short, those mere 2 minutes effectively banished the video from my mind. In its place, a far more lethal thought occupied my thoughts. I need to go downstairs and get some chocolate. For the first time in my life, I found myself reflecting on my penchant for sweet foods. After all, to get my stock of wooden swords from the fridge, I have to venture down the corridor that claims 2 lives at 2 in the morning, navigate the stairs where a haunting incident took place, and reach the kitchen that has a reputation for being haunted. Is it worth such a great sacrifice just for a piece of chocolate? After hesitation for 30 seconds, I got out of bed. After all, without sweets, some delightful qualities might be lost. I carefully examined the hallway before opening the door to the stairs and eventually turned on the small light at the staircase. Slowly, I made my way downstairs. During the day, the area around number 29 was deserted. And at this hour, it was even more silent. I bet even the dog from the neighboring hot pot restaurant had fallen asleep by now. However, I was still racing with excitement just to get a few pieces of my homemade chocolate. Fortunately, nothing happened until I entered the kitchen. After all, chocolate freezes quickly, so if needed, I can just make more when the sun comes up tomorrow. I tried to console myself as I quickly grabbed a handful of hawthorn swords from the refrigerator. What I had not anticipated, however, was that as soon as I shut the fridge door and descended the stairs, the hallway light that I had left on also went out, leaving the first floor pitch black. Fucking. Thanks to the strong heart I developed from practicing for a month when faced with such situations, now I only broke out in a cold sweat on my back and didn't even manage to call out. In the pitch darkness, I quickly reached for the switch outside the kitchen, but no matter how I fiddled with it, neither the stairs nor the kitchen or first floor hall lights responded at all. Power outage on line 29. If I were to encounter such an event a month ago, I might still have thought it was just a coincidence. But after experiencing so many bizarre and troublesome incidents, my karma radar is now top of the line. Power outages don't seem to care about the time, they just cut off the lights whenever. And there I was, powerless as the lights went out. Exactly when I stepped downstairs in the middle of the night. If there's no such thing as ghosts, maybe I should replace my head with a mousse cake instead. Just thinking about that thing from the previous video has my heart racing out of control. And to make matters worse, I didn't even bring my phone when I went downstairs. The overall experience is actually worse than that of a horror movie's protagonist. Don't you just have to tease me like this? In a state of extreme panic, one can easily lose their temper. As my hand landed on the non-stick pan used for making flaky pastries, I thought, I've been pushing this too far, I deserve to be yelled at today. With no regard for whether the obstacle was a red-robed ghost or a crawling giant, as long as it dared to block my way upstairs, Red Wolf was mine. With this thought, I strode out into the dark with a murderous intent. But even before I took 2 steps, an eerie feeling suddenly crept up my spine. Wait a moment. The circuit breaker for the 29th floor was clearly right in the kitchen. I sucked in a sharp breath and quickly turned around. But in that instant, my neck was suddenly constricted. And the sudden suffocation almost made me see black. My hand instinctively released the frying pan, and I desperately tried to pull away whatever was squeezing my throat. Is it the wire? The moment I touched the texture of that thing, my heart sank instantly. No matter what it is, it really wants to kill me. Could it be that the words I said in the bathroom earlier actually worked? The rope tightened with each passing moment, leaving me unable to utter a sound. Desperation gripped me as I frantically searched behind me with my hands, hoping to find a gap that could loosen it. In the chaos, however, I suddenly felt an icy hand. Son of a rabbit. Even as I was struggling for breath, my anger had completely taken over. I thought to myself, you bastard, even if you are the juvenile detention spirit, I'm going to physically exorcise you today. With a vicious grip, I used my nails to dig in. And this time, it seemed to work in the next second. The restraint around my throat loosened. Seizing the opportunity, I let out a loud cry and rammed my elbow backward with all my strength, hitting something soft and sending it flying at least half a meter away. "Boss, are you okay?" I was still catching my breath when another voice rang out in the darkness. "Who, Jens?" He came down with his phone in hand, and as the bright beam of the flashlight swept over, a dark shadow flashed past my eyes as if trying to escape. "Be careful, Xiao He." I shouted out in alarm, but it was clearly too late already. The dark shadow moved incredibly quickly out of the kitchen, knocking away He Jian's phone and leaving the room in sudden darkness. I was afraid He Jian would be at a disadvantage, so without hesitation, I rushed blindly towards him. In the pitch blackness, I felt an intense pain shoot through my wrist. Before I could react, I was already being pressed onto the table from behind. "Boss, what are you guys doing at this hour in the middle of the night?" Then Hansha's voice came from the stairs, and another beam of flashlight illuminated our surroundings. Desperately turning my head, I realized that it was none other than He Jian who had been holding me down. "Boss? How could it be you?" He Jian's hand immediately loosened upon recognizing me. At this moment, I could no longer feel the pulse at my wrist and couldn't help rolling my eyes dramatically. "Usually you're always worried about me playing tricks on you, but now that it's me, you're not concerned anymore." He Jian didn't bother to answer me. Instead, he looked around frantically, clearly still not fully recovered. Of course, I knew what he was looking for. But at this moment, there were no more shadows on the first floor. Just as that thing had appeared before us, it vanished, as if it had never been. "Boss? Did you see clearly just now? What exactly was that?" He Jian picked up his phone from the ground and, unwilling to give up, searched the first floor again. But, without a doubt, there was no fifth person in this place. If only I knew what it was. Only when Hanshola flipped the switch and the first floor was lit up again did I realize just how sore my neck and wrists were, and I said with a grumble, "I really have to admit you something. That thing just now didn't manage to kill me, but you almost did. Xiao He, where on earth did you train? If you had this skill earlier, I would have asked you to come down with me to get some chocolate." This translation aims to capture the original meaning and tone while ensuring it reads naturally. In English: "I apologize, boss. I've trained in Sonda at the gym. I was trying to catch him, but didn't expect you to leap on me. So I went a bit heavy-handed." He Jenny saw that my wrist was turning blue and tried to offer a hesitant rub, but I no longer trusted this guy's strength. After all, based on the pressure he applied just now, if he needed dough for me, he might actually break the strands of dough. I waved my hand dismissively. "Fine, the key point isn't even on your side. It's right here." I nodded towards my neck, and even without looking, I knew that Brat had definitely left a mark, otherwise I wouldn't be in pain just from speaking. Song Nanshi rushed over to check on me, his expression quickly becoming grave. "Boss, if you tightened it just a bit more, that would be a common type of injury we see at the funeral parlor." I sighed, not expecting the build-up from the previous incidents to lead directly to physical attacks this time. I snarled, "Damn it, almost had me reach for my frying pan." I was about to pick up the wok from the ground when Hansha suddenly rushed forward and grabbed my wrist. "Don't move yet." I paused, following his gaze only to discover that there was a spot of red blood on my left hand, which I had somehow failed to notice before. Heg Jian on the side also changed his expression upon seeing this. This is... I recalled scratching the opponent's hand during the fight and exclaimed in shock, "It bleeds." Hansha frowned and thought for a moment before suddenly saying, "Shao Song, you should have some clean cotton swabs, right? Fetch me too. Then, boss, you and Shao he should go report this to the police. After all, both of you directly contacted each other." Alarm. I was taken aback. Hansha rolled her eyes. "I've already told you about the alarm on my channel. Can't you believe in a little bit of science? If there really were ghosts trying to hurt you, do you think they could bleed?" All of a sudden, a chill ran up my spine and I snapped back to my senses. Indeed, this time was different. They even turned off the power beforehand. And would traditional evil spirits go to so much trouble using wires to strangle me to death when the power is off? As Songnan slowly wiped the blood from between my fingernails, the more I thought about it, the more chilling it became. If that thing we just saw was actually a person, so who would go to such lengths to come kill me in the middle of the night, and how did he manage to vanish into thin air afterwards? In an instant, I felt as if I had touched the door to the truth behind haunted house number 29, but what remained clearly wasn't something we could handle with just a few of us. At 3 a.m., the entire Huangliang Meng team went to the Guanyanli police station.